You're up.
All right, good evening, everybody on Facebook, YouTube, and on 5+. Chief Meteorologist Scott Kilbert here alongside meteorologist Stephen Elmore, tracking a confirmed tornado getting ready to move into Delaware County, Oklahoma. This confirmed tornado at times has produced anywhere between EF2 and perhaps is EF3 damage just to the east of Tulsa. This supercell has been slowly crawling our direction. There's no imminent threat for northwest Arkansas. However, just given the trajectory of where this storm's going and the fact that it hasn't lost any steam just yet, we wanted to jump on our streaming platforms right now, give folks an early heads up. If that tornado warning is drawn into northwest Arkansas, or perhaps even Adair County, we'll go live on Channel 5. In the meantime, we're going to track this together right here online. Bull Hollow in line for that area of rotation. This strong supercell, it's meant business for quite some time. Pretty much over the last 2 hours, it's been tornado warned, and that likely continues unless something can slow it down. Now, it is moving into a slightly less favorable environment, but the key word here is slightly less favorable. That doesn't mean the tornado threat drops to zero once it crosses the state line. So right now, Benton, Washington County, not under any type of warning. We do have some heavy downpours in eastern Bentonville and in Rogers. That is not severe at the moment. This is the only supercell that's out there right now. We don't expect a lot more to develop. You'll recall in the forecast over the last several days, we were telling you it may only be 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells, but any that does get going, as few as they may be, likely would be strong to severe, and that's what's happening here this evening. So if you find us staying pretty focused on northwest Arkansas, that's where the only threat is. At times, we'll take an area-wide reset just to make sure nothing else is bubbling up, but that's really not expected to occur. You'll notice if we take a closer look into this, Stephen, I'd like to get a look at velocity signatures. I want to know exactly where this rotation is. I'm actually seeing 2 appendages. Perhaps we do actually have 2 areas of rotation. This is going to be the one that's most concerning, just to the south of Spavinaw, just to the east of Salina. That area of rotation likely continues to support a tornado that is on the ground, has been for quite some time. We loop that, and what we find is it's really not moving very fast. This supercell is crawling at a snail's pace, 35 miles an hour. That's as fast as it's moving. Good news with regards to the slow storm speed is it is going to allow folks ahead of the storm ample opportunity to take those tornado safety precautions. If you're in Bull Hollow, if you're in Leech, if you live along 412 here in parts of Oklahoma, definitely want to be taking those tornado safety precautions. That'll move towards Colcord. It's going to get really close to Kansas. It'll cross 59 between Jay and Kansas, and that's pretty much going to cross about halfway between Jay and Kansas unless it's to change its direction. This has had some deviant motion. That's the technical term applied when these things change their tracks. Earlier in the evening, it was moving east-northeast, and I'll tell you, I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe we're going to miss that supercell, and then it did that classic right-hand turn. And anytime a supercell takes that right-hand turn, that's probably an early indicator that it's going to try to spin up. And that's what's happened with this specific storm. Right now, it's moving nearly due east, perhaps slightly east-northeast, but for the most part, we're seeing that area of rotation. We're looping this over the last just 15 minutes alone. It's pretty much tracking east at about 35 miles per hour. Stephen, while we're here, the whole purpose of us being on streaming is to give folks in northwest Arkansas an early heads up. Let's scale back just a bit. I want you to take us a little bit more broad. We're going to go back to rain mode, and let's put a track on this. We'll take it out maybe even an hour and a half, 90 minutes or so. We're going to start that track from this area of rotation right here near Bull Hollow. That's going to be moving, if it maintains its current track, almost due east. You can sometimes tell by just the warning polygon alone, get a good idea of where the storm's moving, the direction it's traveling. So we track that out. Stephen's going to put 90 minutes on there. That would bring this into the Siloam area around 1:05 this morning. Let's say 1 o'clock loosely. Bentonville 1:35, Fayetteville 1:44, War Eagle at about 2 a.m. Time now here 12:19. You're of course watching us on our streaming platforms. Here's the thing. With our streaming platforms, you're probably going to be hearing my voice anywhere between 60 to 120 seconds, a minute to 2 minutes delayed from our signal. So as we call out some times of arrival, just know that you're about a minute to 2 minutes, depending on how you're tuning in, behind real time. So that track would certainly bring it right into parts of Benton and eventually maybe even into Washington County. If it changes its direction, of course, that would alter those times of arrival just a bit. No immediate threat right now in northwest Arkansas. But simply given the track of the storm, the environment that is out there, it's certainly possible that it does maintain its strength for the next little bit. So we're going to be on top of this storm. Hopefully it dies down. I don't see those signs of weakening just yet. Tornado watch is in effect until 5 o'clock this morning for northwest Arkansas, parts of northeast Oklahoma as well. Tornado warning in effect for Delaware County. If you're watching us here in Delaware County, now's the time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. You've got a very strong supercell moving through with a confirmed history of producing damage. EF2 perhaps even as strong as an EF3 tornado. So we're not talking that classic weak spin up. We're talking a legitimate supercell causing some real damage that's going to get ready to move towards the Bull Hollow community. That rotation probably right in here. You see that classic hook echo. We've got warm, moist air flowing into it. Winds have been generally between about 10 to 15 miles per hour, at times gusting to about 20 miles per hour. That's providing some healthy inflow into that storm. That's supporting that updraft, and that's going to continue unless something can block or something can undercut those winds. And right now, there's nothing on radar that would do that. Sometimes storms can get in the way of another storm, which can help us out, but that's not happening right now. All right, supercell, that's going to be a different one. Tornado continuing. Last we heard from Weather Service, that was at 12:15. That was about 6 minutes ago. Stephen, I want to take a look at debris. Let's get an idea of whether or not we still have debris being lofted into the air. It's a really messy signal. Is this the Tulsa radar? It's going to be Tulsa, yeah. Perhaps we probably do have a little bit of debris right here. Not exactly the clearest signal, but given, yeah. Not seeing anything that gives me a lot of confidence, but given the fact that we know the storm has been on the ground for quite some time, it's certainly very possible. Let's go back to velocities. I want to get an idea on what the rotation is doing for us. So this is going to be Bull Hollow right here. We'll keep it right at this perspective. This is a good one for us. You've got very tight winds that are coming together, and the way we're able to denote that is these greens are winds blowing towards, and we're looking from the Tulsa radar, reds blowing away from the radar. You get those tightly wound up, this is where your rotation starts to occur. You can almost see the spin in that storm. Stephen's going to put this back into motion for us. And if you watch closely, you're going to be able to see that storm just spin like a top, and it has been doing so for quite some time. Right now, that warning, Stephen, remind me when that warning was set to expire?
That warning is going to expire at 1 a.m.
Okay, 1 a.m. So, all right, right now it's coming up on 12:23, so we have a ways to go. The area of rotation is now squarely in Delaware County. It looks like we're crossing over the county line right there, getting really close to Bull Hollow. If maybe you live on State Highway 59 there in Delaware County, definitely want to be taking those tornado safety precautions. It does appear to be taking maybe a bit of an east-northeast trajectory, just north of due east, perhaps only by a couple of degrees. And that will eventually push that squarely on top of Cloud Creek. That's going to be along State Highway 59 right here. It's going to come really close to you folks right there. Let's back this up just a bit if we could, so we can see a bit more east. There we go. Perfect. I just want to make sure we're keeping the context of the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line in mind here. As that continues to push a little bit closer, you'll notice the warning does not include northwest Arkansas. It's possible that it eventually may, and that's why we wanted to jump online and just give you a heads up. One, it's the middle of the night. It's a Saturday night, and it's a holiday weekend. A lot of folks are probably checked out. So we definitely want to give everyone as much ample notice as possible to take care of themselves. Maybe you know someone that may be out camping. They might be just totally checked out enjoying the holiday. Maybe give them a phone call if they're in Delaware County. And just be mindful that if they're in western Benton County, this storm probably is going to move your direction. The question, well, it is going to move your direction. The question becomes, is it still going to be rotating when it moves into Benton County? We hope not. We hope that we see that rotation weaken. Even if that happens, we're still looking at a pretty large hailstorm. In fact, we could be seeing just shy of 2-inch size hailstones. That's some pretty stinking large hail. Colcord, 1246. Bloomfield, 1 a.m., Gentry, 105. You're seeing that warning flash, and the reason why they probably just trimmed some folks on the western periphery of that polygon. Technically, it's a new warning, but we're probably just eliminating some folks as the threat is passed. Right now, the threat is definitively in Bull Hollow. You see that spin right there? That's a very strong rotation signal that tells me if you're in Bull Hollow or even Leech, just to the north of Leech, here's where your tornado signature is likely to be. Back to rain mode, please. Let's get an idea of what the storm structure is looking like. Oh boy, it's a classic supercell. You can see there's a lot going on right here. Here's going to be your inflow. You can see that clear notch right there. That's probably where our tornado is, and it's going to be pretty tough to see it unless you're just due east, which is going to put you in the path of the tornado. So that's not a good place to be at all in Bull Hollow. You'd have to be looking just back off towards the west to see that. And keep in mind, this radar data, as good as it is, it's also slightly delayed. It could be as much as 2-3 minutes delayed. So this storm is probably actually a little bit further east than it even demonstrates as such on our radar picture here. So keep that in mind. Storm speed, last we checked, at about 35 miles per hour. Is that right, Stephen?
Let's see here. Moving 40 miles per hour.
40 miles per hour. Yep. Okay. All right. If you're just not joining us, maybe someone did call you and wake you up. You might be in the path of a tornado. We have a very strong supercell now moving into Delaware County, Oklahoma. Tornado warning in effect until 1 a.m. So we have a little more than 30 minutes to go before that warning is either allowed to expire or perhaps they have to extend it, replace it with the thunderstorm warning. That storm, while it is showing some slightly weaker rotation than it once was, you look at all of the lightning, it's pretty healthy, right? That's a pretty classic radar signature of a very healthy supercell that may very well just be pulsing down at the moment. And even though that the rotation may be slightly weaker, that doesn't mean there's still not a tornado on the ground. That certainly could be occurring, and if not, it could happen at any moment. These things can lift and they can drop back pretty quickly. Colcord, you are in this tornado warning until 1 a.m. Eventually, that storm does track through Gravette. It does track through Decatur and Gentry and Siloam. The question is it just hail? Is it just heavy rain? Is it wind? Or is there still some tornado potential? We were looking at some experimental data from the National Severe Storms Laboratory, NSSL, right, that indicated that we could maintain these rotation tracks well into parts of Washington County. Now, just because the storm's rotating, as you know, that doesn't necessarily automatically equate to a tornado on the ground, but it tells us we're going to have to be weather aware probably for the next several hours. That tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. this morning. I suspect at that point the threat will be shifting into other parts of the state. Okay, Stephen, while we're here, we've been on our streaming platforms for just a few minutes. Let's just do an area-wide reset. Let's just double check nothing else is popping up. I'm looking at radar offhand, and I do know there are a couple of cells beginning to form along I-40 back off towards the west. Those are rather discreet as well, so they are worth paying attention to, and eventually those would be moving into the River Valley area. Should they maintain their strength? It's possible they weaken out. There are some factors working against supercell development. These supercells and these cells trying to populate are just overcoming those barriers, and that's something we don't want to see, especially in the middle of the night on a holiday weekend. Even looking at this specific storm right here, it's pretty obvious, even at a pretty broad perspective. It's trying to hook around right there just to the south of I-40, so we'll need to be mindful of that. There's some scattered activity exiting Benton, moving into parts of Carroll and far northern Madison County. It's just all rain. It ain't nothing to worry about right now. It's not to say it might not grow into something a little bit later on, but at least in the short term, there's not even any lightning with that cell, so I'm not too concerned with that. These two cells probably are going to compete with each other. The southern one was likely to win out, as is often the case. There may be a cell merger, which briefly will intensify the actual cell, could enhance the potential of some rotation. So, Stephen, let's just take a quick look here. Let's zoom in and let's just analyze the winds there with those two specific cells. I'll back up and get out of the way. Maybe a little bit tighter. Maybe we can get a few more towns and communities to pop up. So this is going to be Lake Eufaula. A lot of folks are probably on Lake Eufaula this weekend. That's a bit concerning. Let's take a look at winds here. We're looking from the Tulsa radar, it would appear, so we're not going to get the best vantage point into those winds. Boy, that is messy. probably not going to get a good reading out of that. It doesn't appear that there's an imminent tornado threat, but it does appear that there is a supercell trying to develop and trying to pulse up and maintain its strength. So going to have to be mindful of not just the potential of storms in northwest Arkansas, but of course these river valley storms as well.
Yeah, so just to bounce off of that, now that we're on these cells real quick, Scott, comparing it to what the National Weather Service is saying, they are saying that those cells that we're looking at right now are moving into a kind of an untapped environment. They're keeping an eye on it right now. The potential of it growing into the supercell is possible. It's just something that we have to keep an eye on right now. These things pulse up and down so much. It could be pulsing up right now. We could see it die out, or we could see it grow into eventual supercell.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. I think we're in the early stages. Let's call this the Henrietta and Lake Eufaula, a couple of cells there. Those are on a collision course. They're likely going to merge, and at that point, your tornado potential just ramps up pretty quickly, especially as they move into an area, as Stephen said, there's not been any issues over the last couple of hours. So that atmosphere has not been worked over. It's still pretty ripe. So taking a look at offhand, so Stephen, I want to do this.
Yep.
Pull up the watch, please.
Yep.
Watch right now only includes northwest Arkansas. You can see here in yellow, that's going to be our tornado watch till 5 a.m. Seeing some information that right now the Weather Service out of Tulsa is coordinating with the Storm Prediction Center, and there's going to be a southern extension of that watch. So the question is that simply eastern Oklahoma, or is that eastern Oklahoma and the River Valley portion of Arkansas? Could be both. Unsure right now.
Actually, they're just putting that in the chat right now, so they're expanding that from Choctaw County into west central Arkansas.
Okay, so we're going to see that fill in here pretty quickly. All right, let's go back into this Delaware County storm. This is our tornado warn storm right now. It is a very well organized supercell, classic signature here. This is where we would find our rotation. As we zoom in, notice this. That warning does not, at this moment, include Benton County. If this storm doesn't weaken somewhat considerably in the short term, that may be a different story here in 5, 10, 15 minutes, as it is on an eastwardly track that will bring that supercell into northwest Arkansas. The question is it still rotating as strongly as it has been, or do we see it weaken? That's a big outstanding question that we don't know the answer to yet. We're just going to have to track this storm in real time. I'll tell you, I don't see any reason for it to weaken at the moment, which is certainly concerning to us. We take a look at rotation. Wow, that is really tightened up. Right here, Bull Hollow, that rotation. And Stephen, I'd like you to do this. Can you back this up a few scans? It looks like that rotation may be trying to push it a little bit further towards the south. At one point, this rotation may have been moving more due east, tracking that out, and now we find that area of strongest rotation a little bit further towards the south of Bull Hollow. Perhaps it's just a really big area of rotation, but it would appear that that's perhaps taking a bit more further of a southerly track. Still almost due east, but maybe slightly south of due east. Still going to bring that into the Colcord area.
We've got some reports coming out of the National Weather Service chat of some power flashes in the Bull Hollow area right now.
I absolutely believe that. Stephen's pointing that out for a really good reason. So one of the things that storm chasers are taught when we're storm chasing at night is look for the power flashes. That's often an indicator that something's on the ground ripping up power lines. It's not always the case, but it often is one of those early telltale signs when you can't see anything else because it's so dark, or perhaps it's rain wrapped and dark. You're looking for power flashes. And so the fact that we're getting reports out of Bull Hollow and the fact that we have some really strong rotation here in Delaware County tells me that that is a concerning situation with that specific storm. Also noticing this southern flank of it. Can I see rotation here? Can I see wind velocity? I'm not seeing rotation there, but if you look at storm structure alone, perhaps that cell may be trying to back build and do something else over there as well. We're going to want to be careful. We don't want to miss that either. Right now, Bull Hollow is where the concern is. Let's go take a tighter perspective of this. Let's get them real tight. I want to get some roads popping up here. 59, you're next. It's going to be really close to you. I'm not seeing any. I don't know if we need to go closer.
Getting really tight.
Okay, no worries. Let's back that out.
Okay.
I suspect I know why it's not populating. Let's see.
So we just got it. While Scott's doing that, I want to take you back to that watch. It's just extended into more of 5 countries. So let's get a wider perspective here.
Most of the area, it looks like.
So that is all of our counties out of Tulsa now. Now we just have to wait on Johnson, Logan, and Scott County. Those counties are responsible out of the National Weather Service office out of Little Rock.
Yep.
We'll wait on to see if they decide to add on those counties to the watch right now. But for folks at home watching us, that tornado watch has been expanded now into the River Valley. I believe, is that going out until
5 a.m. also.
5 a.m. also. So now almost all of our counties, excluding Johnson, Logan, and Scott, which again, that's from the National Weather Service out of Little Rock, so I have to wait to see what they do there. And that is issued for a tornado watch across northwest Arkansas and the River Valley now.
Okay, so got a couple of cells here. We've got one that is tornado warned, that is in Delaware County. Rotation is strong. We've seen damage reported already from this very supercell. At one point, it was likely an EF2, perhaps even an EF3. I don't have any data right now that suggests that that's the intensity that we're seeing, but we do have some indications that there could be something on the ground. You've got some supercells developing back off towards the west near Lake Eufaula. Those aren't severe at the moment, but they are certainly appearing as if they're trying to get their act together. Given the parameters that are in place, Weather Service extending that tornado watch and now including most of the area. Yet to be determined if Johnson, Logan, or Scott is going to be included. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. So we'll need to be mindful of that. Should that be the case, we'll give you folks an early heads up. I want to go back into this specific storm. I want to go back to Delaware County. Let's check the velocities on that. It's getting closer to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. So we'll probably have some indication whether or not the warning will be extended into Benton County here over the next few minutes. A little bit tighter, please. I'm not seeing, I think maybe that rotation is perhaps come down just a little bit. It's not as pronounced as it once was. That's not to say it's not going to try to pulse back up. I think that's a real possibility. You notice it was really tight right in here as it moved through Bull Hollow. That's where we started getting power flashes right here in this scan. Time now, 12:36. And we take it a little bit closer. Maybe it's not as organized as it once was. So perhaps maybe that has lifted and maybe we're on a good trajectory here. I'm not going to let my guard down yet. The parameters that are in place, the severe weather environment, boy, I'll tell you, it's somewhat of a historic day. You saw a PDS watch out in parts of central Oklahoma. We knew there might only be a few storms, and that's what's happening. There's this one storm right now that's of concern, and then, of course, we've got the question about those that are developing off towards the south as well. Stephen, I'm going to bring you back into this. Are you seeing anything?
I was just looking at the National Weather Service chat out of Little Rock to see if we could get any explanation of if we're going to see those counties added to the watch or not. As of right now, no communication, nothing from the National Weather Service from Little Rock. We'll wait and see if they add Johnson, Logan, and Scott. Right now, again, it's a good idea probably to start being a little bit aware. Again, that warning's not into northwest Arkansas yet, but the next polygon that we get, the next warning, more than likely will be in some portions of Benton or even in Washington County.
Here's what what I'm pretty confident in. There will be a thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning drawn into Benton County. It's not likely that this storm will weaken below severe limits in the next few minutes before it makes that cross into Arkansas. So minimally, there's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, and that would be for damaging winds and large hail. This specific storm, Stephen, I think this was warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, straight line winds, right, as well as hail almost 2 inches in diameter. So it's certainly going to be capable of producing some type of damage. That's concerning to me for primarily because I know there's a lot of folks out there camping this weekend, and they might be in a remote area. They might not have good cell signal. So maybe you know someone that's camping, Delaware, perhaps even Benton County. Maybe go ahead and give them a call, try to get them alert to what might be changing. I know conditions in Benton County right now seemingly pretty quiet, seemingly pretty calm. I'm looking up towards the west from our camera network, and I am seeing a lot of lightning from Springdale looking west, from Bentonville looking west. So you can see these storms are coming. Maybe the thunder is waking some folks up. That would certainly be some good news for us, but that has not happened as of yet. Tornado warning continues till 1 a.m. for Delaware County, Oklahoma. Strong Doppler radar indicated rotation. This specific storm has a history of producing significant damage as far back west as Oklahoma. Okay, Jack Link's camera here on the left side of your screen looking west. What we're doing, Stephen, can you back me out a little bit? Get Bentonville here on the map. So that camera that we're looking at is right here, and you're seeing all of that lightning. Those little white dots there, the little lightning bolts, that's all lightning over the last 10 minutes alone. It is near constant with that storm. That tells me a couple of things. That tells me it's still a very healthy thunderstorm. And that tells me it's probably not going to be weakening anytime soon as an overall thunderstorm. Maybe we can get that rotation to come down. In fact, I'd like to take another look at that. Maybe we've got brand new data that'll give us an idea of whether or not that rotation has come down. I'm still seeing a nice hook echo here. No, that rotation is more organized. That rotation has started to tighten back up right to the west of Colcord. You can see very clearly bright greens, bright reds. They're co-located right here near Cloud Creek. That's going to be right along, or perhaps, I'm going to say it, no, it's going to be right along State Highway 59 there in Delaware County. Stephen's backing it up a couple of loops. You can see it once was not very organized, very messy data. And then we come just a couple of radar scans. So we're only talking a matter of a few minutes here. And it's starting to organize itself back again once more. It's nearing the edge of that tornado warning polygon, so I think we're probably going to know here pretty soon whether or not we'll have a new warning. While we're waiting on that, Stephen, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that does impact Sequoia, Muskogee, McIntosh, Haskell, and Cherokee counties. We'll take a look towards the south. This is those two storms that we were tracking near Lake Eufaula. Looks like the warning is going to include both. They're tracking off towards the east-northeast, those moving a little bit quicker. You can see two distinct supercells now capable of producing damaging winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, 1-inch hail possible out of those storms. Here's Lake Eufaula. Boy, there's going to be a lot of people there, and that storm's certainly going to be waking a lot of folks up. Hopefully it's not hurting anybody. 1:45, that warning in effect, so a little more than an hour. That does include Sequoia, does not include LaFleur County. Western Sequoia is included in that specific warning. We've got to see what those two supercells do. Those specific supercells right now are two distinct separate cells, but I suspect they're going to be merging together, which the science will tell you often leads to a stronger supercell after they complete the merger. Not finding any rotation at this moment. I honestly wouldn't expect to, just given how early in the supercell life cycle that we are with these two specific cells. Vian, Warner, Forum, Braggs, Summit, Chakotah also included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Heads up, this storm, these two storms, probably going to be a problem for us over the next couple of hours. Tornado warning continuing for Osage. That's a different tornado warning. We're not too concerned with that. Let's go back to Delaware County. That's where we do have one tornado warning that remains in effect. Doppler radar indicated rotation, as well as at multiple different junctures. We've seen confirmed reports of a tornado with this supercell. It's inching closer and closer to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. Benton County not in a warning yet. However, the leading edge of this supercell now in Decatur. Now, okay, brand new tornado warning, folks. Get me on TV, please. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, stand by if you're on streaming. We're going to go on live onto Channel 5. Brand new tornado warning now issued for parts of western Benton County. What you're going to see here is us firing up the transmitter, getting on live to Channel 5. That'll be happening in a matter of seconds. In the meantime, here's your area of rotation just to the north of the Kansas community, Siloam Springs, Decatur. Take your tornado safety precautions right now. This specific storm, this is Benton County. Tornado warning for Benton County.
Live from 5 News, this is a severe weather alert.
Covered alongside meteorologist Stephen Elmore. Tornado warning for western Benton County. A dangerous supercell moving into parts of Delaware County has a history of producing a tornado, and that could and is likely ongoing right now. This supercell is going to come very close to Decatur, Siloam Springs. You're also included in this tornado warning. I know it's the middle of the night. I know there's a lot of folks that are checked out for the holiday weekend. You got to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Back to rotation, please. Let's get an idea of exactly where that rotation is. This storm's moving somewhat slowly. With that said, you've got a very strong area of rotation that soon will be crossing the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Right now, we're going to put a track on that, and that's going to take it really close to Decatur, barely just to the north of Siloam Springs, but far too close for comfort. If you're in Siloam Springs, you're also noticing maybe some other areas of rotation on the back side of that system. This one specifically right here, this is our area of spin. This is where that supercell is spinning like a top, and it has been for the last couple of hours. Okay, you're probably waking up, you're figuring out what's going on, Scott. What do I need to be doing? If you're in western Benton County, you're now under a tornado warning. That puts it in Gentry 106, XNA 124, Bentonville 134, Rogers at 140 this morning. That doesn't mean Bentonville or Rogers is in the actual tornado warning. You're not at this moment, but it is knocking on your back door. If I'm you in Bentonville or Rogers, I'm going to go ahead and get the tennis shoes on. I'm going to get the kids up. I'm going to get ready. This storm is coming, and it has maintained its strength. It has been rotating for quite some time. We're talking 2 to 3 hours that this supercell has been slowly but surely working its way our direction. And at multiple junctures, we've got confirmed reports of tornado damage. At one point, debris was being lofted 30,000 feet into the air. For some context, that's the same height level that commercial airliners fly. It takes a really strong tornado to loft debris that high. That may not be happening at this moment. I only tell you that to say this. This storm has a history, and it's one that we're going to have to take seriously. Area of rotation passing right across Highway 59 in Delaware County, moving towards Colcord. This is going to continue tracking really close to the Decatur area. We're looking live from Bentonville into the heart of that storm. Frequent lightning, frequent thunder. You're probably hearing that. We're not going to be able to see much, just given, one, it's the middle of the night, two, there's a lot of precipitation surrounding this area of rotation. It's likely rain-wrapped. Not going to be able to see much. Back to rain mode, please. Let's get an idea of storm structure passing right over Colcord. Here's your hook echo. Here's your strong inflow into that supercell that's likely continuing to support a tornado. And if not, there is likely a tornado imminent at any moment. That certainly could be happening. Stephen, can you measure how far from the state line this area of rotation is? We're probably only looking at 10 to 20 miles tops. Okay, 10 exactly. 10 miles from the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Benton County now also included in this tornado warning. Area of rotation 14 to 15 miles to the west of Decatur. This storm moving how quickly?
Let's see here. This is going
35. This is moving east, due east at 35 miles per hour. We're right now about 10 miles away from Decatur. Gentry, you're also in the path of this storm. Gentry, this has its eyes set on Gentry and Decatur unless it changes track. We definitely need to be taking our tornado safety precautions in Decatur, Gentry, Siloam Springs as well. Far too close for comfort. Maybe we can go a little bit closer here. Let's get an idea. Maybe we can get a few more communities, towns to pop up. If you could push me back just a little bit further. Opposite direction, please. Thank you. Okay, Bloomfield. Here's Iona, Decatur, Gentry. You definitely have to be taking those tornado safety precautions. This specific supercell is rotating, it has produced damage, and is likely producing a tornado at this time. Let's go zoom back out just a little bit, take me back to velocities. We'll keep it right here. Very strong rotation right over Colcord. Very strong rotation in Colcord. This is Delaware County. This is 10 miles from the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. It is going to continue tracking into parts of western Benton County and is probably going to be doing so in the next 20 to 45 minutes, depending on where you're at. We're putting a track on that. That takes it into Gentry at 1:09. So current time, 12:48 here at the station. If you're watching us on streaming platforms, know this, you're probably 1 to 2 minutes delayed. So I'm going to call out the current time just to give you some context every once in a while. If you're wondering what to do, where to go, you know it's the innermost room in your house on the lowest level floor. If you're nervous to walk away from the television, do this for me. Just turn the volume up really loud. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to walk you through this storm until the threat passes. If you want, you can also take your cell phones. We're streaming live on Facebook. We're streaming live on YouTube, as well as our free mobile app. I just searched 5 News in the App Store. You can just take us with you. Go to your safe place. You don't have to necessarily stick around the television just to ride it out. We'll keep you posted. Just turn the volume up. Cold Court, here's your rotation. It's a pretty strong rotation. As we loop that, we can see the spin into that storm. Gosh, and it's been spinning for quite some time. Okay, I'm just going to check a few things off air. Yep, new circulation. Here it is. No question about that. Earlier off air, a few hours ago, we were looking at some experimental data that suggested this was likely to continue its rotation here, and that's exactly what's happening. I don't see any reason that it's going to weaken as it approaches or crosses the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. So if you're in Decatur and you're in Gentry right now and you're wondering, Scott, is this the real thing? Do I actually need to take those tornado safety precautions? Look, nothing's going to slow it down necessarily. There's nothing that's going to undercut the flow out of this storm. So if I'm you, I'm definitely going ahead. I'm waking the kids up. I'm getting everyone ready. Let's go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. It's going to be crossing the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line probably in the next 10 to 12 minutes. It perhaps might even be picking up a little bit of speed. Perhaps it's moving a little bit quicker. I'm looking offhand. This is from Jack Links in Bentonville. So this is downtown Bentonville looking off towards the west. Frequent, near constant lightning. That supercell is very healthy. We are now 5 miles away from the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Take that to Gentry, please. We're now 10 to 11 miles away from Gentry, and we are about 10 to 11 miles to the southwest of Decatur. That's where the area of rotation is. It's quickly picking up some steam. Rotation is continuing to tighten back up. It's pretty impressive in of itself, but you start to see those winds really wrapping around. You're seeing those two opposing winds come together. It starts to tighten up pretty quickly. No question that there's very strong Doppler radar indicated rotation. Debris tracker, please. Let's make sure we've got nothing in the air. At times we have. I'm not seeing any debris at the moment. Can you back it up a couple of scans? Not seeing any debris over the, there's probably a little bit right there. Yeah, there's probably some debris just to the east of 59. Not a good signal as we get a little bit closer to real time. Let's bring it back to current, back to velocity. I say velocity, that's the big scientific word for winds. We just want to know what the winds are doing, and they're coming together. They're getting really tight right here near Colcord. If you're in Colcord, I sure hope you're in a safe location. That area of rotation is really coming together, tightening up. It's going to be coming into Benton County here real soon. I do think, let's zoom out. This is the warning. Tornado watch in effect till 5 a.m. This warning specifically, Stephen, how long is it in effect?
This is going out until, let's see here.
I'll get it.
This is going out until 1:30.
Until 1:30. So right now, 12:52 is the current time. This warning runs until 1:30. It does not include Washington County. Right now it includes Delaware and Benton County. This storm getting a little bit closer to Decatur. It's getting closer to Gentry. It's getting closer to Siloam Springs. Area of rotation right here. Looking back towards Bull Hollow, there's probably a secondary area of rotation trying to spin up on the backside of that storm. And it's not as tight, it's not as concerning as this one on the leading edge. Reflectivity, let's get an idea of storm structure. This has maintained a pretty strong hook echo. Here it is. Here's your area of rotation right in this vicinity. It's inching closer and closer to that state line. Let's put a new track on this, a new timeline. Okay, Gentry at 114, Springtown 119, XNA 130, Bentonville 139. To be clear, Bentonville's not in the tornado warning at this moment. That's not to say that that might not change. The storm's not moving overall very fast, 35 to 40 miles per hour. So that's why the warning is as small as it is.
35.
35 miles per hour. Okay, good to know. Tornado warning in effect for Benton County as well as Delaware County. Strong area of Doppler radar indicated rotation. Boy, it's tightening up. That latest radar scan right here has me even more concerned. Just the way that hook's trying to really wrap around. You see that wrap right there in that latest scan? Boy, that's really trying to spin up, coming together right there. Not seeing anything new over there. Back into the, okay, this is that secondary area of rotation or bull hollow that we were seeing. This is not the one the warning was initially issued for, but certainly a secondary area of rotation. That'll also cross 59 just like the first hook did. You see those two hooks right there? One supercell, two hooks. This one's the most concerning. This one that's about 3 to 4 miles away from the state line, away from Benton County. This is the one to watch. We'll keep an eye on that one to make sure nothing changes. This is the one that has me nervous right now. This is the one that has prompted the tornado warning. That's the area of rotation. Boy, that's stronger with that latest scan. Here it is, folks. We are probably just minutes from that area of rotation, likely crossing into Benton County. Greens blowing towards the radar, reds blowing away. Anytime you get them to wrap up real tightly like that, and they're really bright, that tells us it's some really strong winds that are really wrapping up. Very well organized rotation right now. If you're just joining us, I know it's the middle of the night. You're checked out for the weekend. We have a very strong supercell getting ready to move into Benton County out of Delaware County. It's time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions if you're in Benton County. Stephen, can you move the radar just a little? Perfect, thank you. Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, Siloam Springs, take shelter now. Just turn up the volume. We're going to walk you through it. Here's your rotation. It's inching closer and closer. Debris tracker, please. Let's see if we've got any debris yet. If we don't, it's certainly possible we do. I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me. Perhaps there was at some point right there just to the north of Colcord. You bring it current. Not seeing a strong signal there with that specific scan. Good news, that doesn't mean that's not going to change here real soon. We cannot let our guard down. Very, very strong Doppler radar indicated rotation. Near frequent lightning looking from Bentonville. This camera's pointed directly into the heart of that storm from right here. So we're going to have a really good vantage point of that from that specific camera. Let's keep an eye on the Holiday Inn in Springdale. Don't take it, just keep an eye on it. If you could help me, I'm monitoring that offhand. I think Jack Link's, this current camera, is probably going to be our best one for the time being. Perhaps we can see the overall storm structure. What I am seeing is the fact that that is flashing as quick as it is. It tells me it's a very healthy thunderstorm, and the environment that it's moving into is going to continue to support strong rotation, probably some large hail. In fact, this warning, in addition to the potential of a tornado, also indicated near 2-inch size hail. We're talking hen egg size hail, right? That's some pretty large hailstones. Area of rotation now on top of the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line, and boy, it's coming together. Here it is. It's tightening up Decatur and Gentry. Now's the time, folks. Now's the time. Don't mess around with this one. This specific supercell is really trying to get its act together. That rotation is very concerning to me. We've had some areas of rotation on the backside, nothing concerning at the moment. While we're waiting on a new Doppler radar scan, Stephen, let's go back and check that severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Oklahoma that was getting ready to move towards Sequoyah County. I just want to make sure nothing is happening there. That's our only tornado warning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Sequoyah County. Looks like that merger continues. This supercell out there on its own. We're going to have to watch this one that'll move into LaFleur County. It's not severe at the moment, but that would take it pretty close into the Poto area before eventually crossing into southern Sebastian County. Again, nothing severe right now. Looks like we got a brand new warning. They're just trimming it, perhaps, for that. It's pretty much running right now parallel with I-40, but it'll eventually cross I-40 towards the north, moving into the Vian community. That's going to be in effect until 1:45 this morning. Okay, we're going to come back to that one. We know we have folks that are probably watching us and wanting to know about this one. At this moment, there's nothing tornadic concerning with that one. Here's our area of rotation. Hook echo right on top of the Delaware-Benton County line. Here's where your tornado would be if it's happening. Rotation is a bit more broadened over the last scan. We'll go back to that. That's Fort Smith radar. Yep, it's broad, but it's definitely there. East Southeast supercell continued tornado potential. So some of the winds out of the XNA airport are out of the southeast. So you've got that direction. In the mid-levels of the atmosphere, they're out of the west-northwest, well, pretty much west-southwest, I should say. That's where you start to see that spin. And all of these things are going to continue to support that supercell structure continuing to rotate. Minimally, we've got some really gusty winds coming into Decatur and Gentry. Minimally. I think the tornado potential, though, is certainly there. I've not seen any debris yet at this juncture, but that's not to say that it might not be happening or might not be happening soon. Decatur and Gentry certainly need to be in their tornado safe places. Siloam Springs, you're technically in this warning, and while I don't want to give you the all clear necessarily just yet, but I'll tell you folks in Siloam Springs, it looks like this may pass just to your north. I hope that provides you a little bit of comfort if you're in Siloam Springs. I can't say the same about Gentry or Decatur. Here's XNA right here, not technically in the tornado warning polygon, but the weather data coming out of the XNA airport suggests to us that there's plenty of good, healthy inflow right into that storm, and that's going to continue to support it. This rotation scan, it's tight. It's coming up. Springdale, live from the Holiday Inn in Springdale, looking into that storm.
Yep, that's being confirmed, what you're saying, Scott, by the National Weather Service out of Tulsa, saying it's approaching the Benton County line a little bit stronger now.
Yeah, no question about it. You can just see that last scan. I know this is looping quickly, but that last scan tells me this is really trying to come together. I'm seeing brighter greens here. I'm seeing brighter oranges. Some really strong winds, really trying to get its act together and spin. Gentry and Decatur, both two places. I can't say it enough. This is not one that you want to just sit in front of the television and watch. Just turn us up, just turn the volume and go ahead and get in that centermost room in your home at the lowest possible level. Hey, here's the thing. If you know someone that might be out and about camping this evening, it's Memorial Day weekend, can you call them? Can you help us get the word out? Can you call them and try to get folks alert to the fact that there is impending danger? Minimally, there's some really damaging winds, probably some large hail. I think the tornado threat, though, certainly continues with that rotation, especially as it continues to strengthen, and that's going to continue pushing into Benton County. Right now, Gentry, Decatur, Siloam in that tornado warning polygon. That's where the primary concern is going to be. It's running pretty much parallel with both. That tornado warning just updated. What did they do to that?
So that's just a severe thunderstorm warning, still capable, or severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at any time. They're not confirming it just yet.
Sure.
But that's for golf ball size hail and the potential of dropping a tornado at any time.
Okay, let's look at storm structure on rain mode. Let's get an idea. Are we seeing any changes there? I'll say the hook isn't as impressive as it once was, but it's definitely still a hook, right? Can we zoom out? Can we take a slightly broader perspective? There are going to be other parts of this supercell impacting northern Benton County. If you're in Gravette, the tornado threat's going to be barely to your south. Just barely, and that's not to say it might not try to turn and go northeast. So Gravette definitely needs to be in your safe places. Bella Vista not actually in the warning, but boy, it's close, right? You can see that black outline right there. Here's our actual warning polygon, those that are in the path of this very dangerously rotating storm. X and A, it's going to come real close to the airport out there. Bentonville, Rogers, not currently in the warning. It is moving your direction. Just be on guard. If you're in Bentonville or Rogers, live anywhere along I-49 between the two, this storm is probably going to be coming your direction, minimally as a severe thunderstorm, very possible as a tornado warned storm, as is currently the case. You look on the backside here near Colcord, who probably just had a pretty intense storm, possibly a tornado. You got a bit more of a concern on the southern flank of that storm as we see another hook trying to develop there. At times there's been a little bit of rotation developing. Here's your inflow into that storm. It's going to be passing, oh boy, just barely north of Gentry. Stephen, let's take a really tight zoom here. We will not stay tight on this long. I just want to see if I can't populate some roads that might be in this area. It's going to be kind of tough to see. I'm going to step off over here. Bloomfield, Gentry, Decatur. That's where this area of rotation is, near the Bloomfield community. Not seeing any popping up. There we go. Okay, a little bit tighter. Carlton Road, Coon Hollow Road, Falling Springs Road, Columbia Hollow Road in Benton County. If you live there, the rotation's on top of you right now. Pull me a little bit towards the east, Stephen. Let me get some more roads in the path of this storm. Lots of private roads. Falling Springs Road, Davis Valley Road, WPA Road, Lester Street. Let's get into Decatur a little bit. All of Decatur, you're in the path of this area of rotation. It doesn't matter what road you live on. If you're in Decatur, now is the time, folks. You only have a matter of minutes. Okay, let's zoom back out. That's it's pretty tight there. Called out a few roads. Hopefully that's helpful to give you some context. Here's your rotation, passing near Bloomfield. Soon, in a matter of minutes, it's going to be between Gentry and Decatur. It looks like this may be taking a slightly more east-northeast track, taking it a little bit closer into Decatur. grab it. You are definitely getting heavy rain. You're probably getting hail. You're probably going to be in proximity to the downdraft, where that's going to be your biggest concern. Not to say this thing might not try to jet off towards the east northeast a little bit. It is possible. Not seeing any indications as of such, at least right now, with that specific storm. Certainly trying to reorganize there. It kind of weakened up a little bit, but I see some signs of reorganization right here as it gets closer and closer to Decatur. Stephen, push me out just a bit. I want to see if there's anything to the south of this that could help us out. Now lift me to the north. South, sorry. Nothing. There's nothing below this that could possibly undercut it. I was hoping there could be some cells south here, but there's nothing. Decatur, let's go back. A little bit tighter. Oh my. Okay, this is very strong rotation. If there is not a tornado happening, a tornado may be imminent at any second. This is incredibly strong rotation, now just to the northeast of Gentry, southwest of Decatur by a couple of miles at most. Here's your area of concern. It's really tight. We're very tight on that. Centerton, go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions if you live anywhere near X and A. That includes you as well. Springtown, it's going to be far too close for comfort. Let's go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions there as well. Latest scan continues to show this is very strong rotation, and it's not shown a lot of signs of weakening. Maybe every once in a while we would get a slightly weaker scan, but it pulses right back up, stronger than even it was prior to that brief moment of weakness. This is concerning, folks. This is a really concerning signature of rotation, getting ready to move into the Decatur area. You have a matter of seconds, maybe minutes, before that storm's moving through Decatur. And eventually, Stephen, back me out. Let's put a new track on this. Let's give folks a heads up. There's no actual tornado warning for Bentonville, for Springdale, for Rogers yet. That may change. It will change if this storm does not weaken, and it needs to do so really soon. Decatur at 112. So I actually don't know if I believe that. I think it may be moving a little bit quicker. Centerton 129, Bentonville 136, Sidewell Falls at 141. I think this may be moving in a little bit quicker, so I'm not too confident in that. Take me to debris tracker. Okay, folks, we have a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground just to the west-southwest of Decatur. Here's your debris signature. There is likely a tornado on the ground as we speak, just to the west of Decatur. Here's where your area of concern is. What we're doing is telling the radar, show me something that shouldn't be up in the air. If there's anything that's not rain, that's not hail, pinpoint it. It's what it's done. It's pinpointed it right here. Let's go back to velocity. Show me where and you find that debris exactly where the strong area of rotation is. When those two correlate, that is a very strong sign of debris. And that's what we have. Those values continue to increase. That tells me, folks in Decatur, this is the moment. If you've not heard my pleas yet, this is me begging you, please take those tornado safety precautions. You're probably going to have a tornado on the west side of town, west-southwest side of town at any moment. Gentry, it's coming really close, but maybe this latest couple of scans suggest this moves towards the Decatur area. Centerton, you're next. Here's I-49. Here's downtown Bentonville, not technically in the warning yet. I suspect you will be soon, given the fact that this tornado is likely on the ground. We've upgraded this threat to considerable. The Weather Service has tornado warnings. Okay, folks, we have a brand new PDS tornado warning. This stands for particularly dangerous situation. Those are reserved for only the tornado warnings that we know that something is on the ground and it's likely to be moving into a populated area. And that's what we've got here in Decatur. Rotation continues to strengthen right here. In fact, with each new scan, I'm not seeing any signs of weakening. This is going to continue pushing into Centerton. Heads up, Decatur. It's right on top of you, folks. It's right on top of Decatur. Here's XNA, just for some context. Debris tracker, please, one more time. I'm nervous of what we're going to see here. Here's your debris. the debris signal continues to increase. That tells me it's whatever's being lofted up into the atmosphere by that tornado is growing in size, and it's getting lofted a little bit higher. Here's your correlation coefficient dropout. This is what we see when there's a tornado on the ground. It's lifting leaves, it's lifting branches, perhaps shingles, other things up into the air, and that's what we've got right here. Folks in Decatur, you've got to be taking those, you've got to be in the safe spot. This tornado is probably right on top of you right now. If not, depending on where you live, it's barely off towards your west. Velocity, back to the winds. Show me those winds. Let's hope they've come down. They've not. Here's your area rotation. Very strong rotation. You can see those winds just really spinning like a top, unfortunately, and that's really, gosh, whew, that's a really concerning signal, folks. That's a really strong area of rotation that does not give me any comfort at all. That I'm afraid is going to be moving towards Centerton here real soon. Do we have a new tornado warning?
Let's see here. No.
Okay, there's going to be a new tornado warning at some point issued for this that is going to include more of Benton County. They're probably getting ready to issue it here real soon. Oh boy. If you're just now tuning in, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Decatur. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground right outside, probably at this point now in Decatur. If you're there, if you live to the east of Decatur, we've got to get you to a safe place right now. I know we get a lot of tornado warnings, and rarely do they actually pan out with damage on the ground, but folks, this is not that situation. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Please hear me plea with you to go ahead and take those safety precautions. Here's where our area of concern is. It is going to be moving towards the east-northeast. It's going to be coming close to Bentonville. You're not on the warning yet, but I want to give you as early a heads up as I can. This supercell has produced multiple tornadoes between Tulsa and here, right? So it's not necessarily going to slow down anytime soon. Centerton 127, Bentonville 134, the Grimes Elementary School, one of the local landmarks there at about 141. I think that probably misses the elementary school. I think it may have just got caught up in that polygon. Generally though, it's moving east-northeast, slightly due north of east, right? Just a little bit further north of due east. Here's your area of rotation, moving right through Decatur. Tornado on the ground right now in Decatur. Back to debris tracker and take me tight, please. Let's get an idea of exactly where that tornado is. And it's going to be, oh boy, here's that debris. It's continued to tick up. Stephen, I'm going to ask you to measure. If you can take that measuring tool, tell me how wide that debris signature is. So right now, debris being seen at about 2 miles. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a 2 mile wide tornado, but it does tell me there's a pretty decent indicator that we've got debris. Ionia, right there, just to the west of Decatur, that's where we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground. If you know someone in Decatur, Centerton perhaps, living near XNA, call them. Please help us get folks awake. Weather radios have been alerting folks. This is a PDS tornado warning that's a level above, that's reserved for only very serious situations. Debris now being lofted into the air to 15,000 feet. Here's your area of rotation. It continues to tighten up. This has not shown signs of weakening over the last couple of scans. If anything, it continues to show us very tight rotation. Now confirming that debris has been lofted 15,000 feet up into the air. That's a pretty strong tornado, right? The Weather Service has to assess those after the fact, but it generally gives us an idea, yes.
Radar estimates are anywhere between an EF2 to an EF3. It's
a Doppler radar estimate based off the fact that the wind speeds are as strong as they are and the debris is where they're at. Gives us a pretty good idea, EF2 to possibly as high as an EF3 tornado. Right now moving through Decatur. Get to your tornado safe locations. Grab it. It's going to come very close to you. I think it may take it just to your south, but if you live south of Gravette, boy, now's the time, folks. Stephen, zoom in. Let's get some more roads. South of Gravette, north of Decatur. I'm going to come over here so I can see these out. Huntington Drive, Mount Olive Road, County Road 384, Limekiln Road, Mount Olive Road, Georgia Flat Road, Leonard Road, Mount Olive Road. I've said that one a couple of times. If you live there, take your tornado safety precautions. South of Gravette, north of Decatur, very strong, possibly as strong as an EF3 tornado right now on the ground. Okay, back me out. Let's get a broader perspective here. Those winds just keep us spinning. You see how you just see the spin, and we're only looking at a 15-minute radar loop here, and it has been spinning like a top right now, moving through Decatur. It's not moving very quickly. In fact, it's almost just like it's trying to dance right on top of Decatur. Unfortunately, we need that to make some eastward progress. We need that to weaken, and I just don't see it happening, at least as of right now. Folks up in the booth, at any point you get some damage reports, please just pop in my ear and just let me know. I'm afraid it may be a little bit before we get them, just given the fact it's the middle of the night and there's a very dangerous situation unfolding, but I do suspect we'll probably be getting those here real soon. Looking live from Bentonville into the heart of that storm, that lightning is not as frequent as it once was. Maybe that's some good news. Maybe it is trying to weaken, but I don't see it when I look at velocity. I continue to see a very strong radar indication that the tornado remains on the ground, continuing to loft the debris up into the air. 2 tornadoes now near Decatur. One is south, one is to the northwest. 2 tornadoes in Decatur. Back me up a little bit. One's to the south. This is probably going to be it right here. One's to the northwest. Here's your 2 tornadoes. Grab it. I told you to get to a safe place. Now's the time to do it. This northernmost tornado very well could be moving your direction very soon. This specific supercell now producing 2 tornadoes. I think we're done with the immediate threat in Siloam. We're done in Gentry, but it's very close to the folks between Gentry and Decatur with that southernmost tornado. That's the one that's produced the debris, but you have the secondary area of rotation now getting ready to pass towards the Gravette area as well. They're going to need to issue that new tornado warning pretty soon. But it's not coming yet. All right, time now 1:15, almost on the dot. A very dangerous situation in Benton County, Arkansas. 2 tornadoes, both near Decatur, on the ground. We know that because we're seeing debris lofted in the air. Now's the time to take those tornado safety precautions. If you're just waking up, I know it's the middle of the night. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Turn the volume up on your televisions. Stream us on your app. We'll walk you through the storm until the threat is past, but I need you to take care of yourself. I need you to get to that centermost room. I need you to put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. 2 distinct areas of rotation. One's to the southwest of Decatur. That's going to be moving really close to Bentonville. The second one's going to pass just to the south of Gravette, getting really close to Gravette. It's now an anticyclonic tornado. Those are a bit rare, so we're going to see that try to take more of a northeasterly track. It's going to bring it really close to Gravette. I suspect there's going to be a new tornado warning at any moment, but we're just not seeing it yet. Back me out just a bit. I want to look at the broader perspective. Rain mode, please. Thank you, Stephen. You're doing a great job. Here's the primary concern. This one that's going to be just now almost due east of Decatur, just to the west of Bentonville, northwest of X and A. Go back to velocity. I'm going to put my finger right there. And there's your concern. There's your area of rotation, the primary one. The secondary one, I've not seen a lot of debris with that. Can we look at the debris tracker? Let's get an idea of, are they, yeah, I think they're both producing a tornado. I think we've got 2 different debris signatures right there. You've got 2 areas of rotation, 2 areas of Doppler radar indicated debris. At one point, we had debris lofted 15,000 feet. That, coupled with how intense the winds are, tells us this could be an EF2, perhaps even an EF3 tornado. Centerton, take your tornado safety precautions now, please. This is moving your direction. The tornado now southwest of Gravette has an EF intensity, perhaps an EF3. This debris likely being produced by a possible EF3 tornado. That is a very strong tornado. You've got 2 of these storms. Can you erase those? I don't want to give, thank you, Stephen. I just don't want to give anyone the idea they're moving to the south. They're not. They're actually moving off towards the north, and they're moving off this one generally towards the east. One's anticyclonic on the backside. One's more of a classic supercell. It's almost moving due east. 2 confirmed tornadoes right now in Benton County, both of which are violent, perhaps as strong as an EF3 tornado. Centerton, let's go ahead. Let's be in those safe places. Please grab it as well. Decatur, stay there. If by chance you still are hearing my voice, stay there. Emergency management now confirming tornado on the ground in Decatur. Of course, we're seeing that with our debris signatures. We're seeing 2 different areas of debris signatures. Back to velocity, please. Let's hope that these numbers have come down. This one maybe is looking a little bit better. This one to the south of Gravette, moving really close to Gravette. Likely an EF2, perhaps an EF3 tornado, getting really close to the Gravette area. Folks in Gravette, if you've been wondering, if you've been thinking, oh, it's going to lift, it's going to weaken before it gets here, it's not. It's not going to. It hasn't. In fact, it's strengthened over the last couple of scans. Now's the time, if you're in Gravette, to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. Local officials not only confirming a tornado on the ground, but we also have a lot of indication based off of radar alone that there's debris being lofted into the air. Let's take another look at the debris signature. Maybe we can still see those come down. No, we haven't. There's still a couple of distinct areas of debris being lofted into the air. Okay, back me up just a bit. I want to put some storm tracks on this, which is going to be tough to do given the fact that there's two different areas of rotation. Let's go back further, a little bit further. Thank you. That's perfect, Stephen. You're doing an excellent job. Let's put a track from right here, and let's just draw it. Centerton 141. It's just moving so slow. Bentonville 149, Pea Ridge at 2 o'clock. Bentonville, Pea Ridge not currently in the warnings. I think you're going to be. I think it's probably only a matter of minutes before we start seeing an additional warning issued. Okay, velocity, please. Let's get an idea of where that rotation is. Okay, this one's broadening out. This one continues near Gravette. Continues to be very concerning. Let's go back tighter on that. Here's Gravette, just for some context. Here's Decatur, area of rotation here. Likely an EF3 tornado, continues to move very close to Gravette. Of course, this is downtown Gravette. Folks that might have a Gravette address, of course, that spans much further. If you're in or around Gravette, now is definitely the time. It's probably actually getting a little bit too late. Okay, there's some thunderstorm warnings back off towards the south. Right now, this is our only tornado warning. We've had multiple reports from local officials, as well as now Doppler radar indicated rotation and debris being lofted up into the air. Very strong supercell moving through the Gravette area, right? Very complex situation. You've got two areas of rotation within one single supercell. That doesn't necessarily happen too often. Is that current, Stephen?
This is current. I was just bouncing it back a few
Sure,
slides.
yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure. It looks like it's strengthening some more. That's continuing to look pretty strong there. Looking live from Bentonville. Is that due west? Okay, thank you. Let's look at that camera. We'll see if the lightning can illuminate anything. Not seeing it. Stephen, can you put me on rain mode?
Yep.
I suspect it's going to be rain wrapped.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be rain wrapped. Okay, can you zoom me out just a bit? Okay, let's leave it right here. Actually, push me just a little bit further off. Let's get some more of Benton County in this. Perfect, thank you. Here's the primary area of rotation in the classic hook echo, but you've got the secondary area of rotation that's perhaps just as strong, getting close to the Gravette community. Gravette likely an EF2, perhaps an EF3 tornado, really close to town. Please be taking those safety precautions. I suspect at any moment we're going to get another tornado warning. We don't have to wait for it. If you're in Bentonville, if you're in Bella Vista, if you're in Pea Ridge, you don't necessarily have to wait on that warning. Let's go ahead and start moving in the right direction. A very volatile situation. We likely have two tornadoes simultaneously on the ground right now, and they're not necessarily weak tornadoes at a couple of different junctures in time. Perhaps even right now, they've actually are strong tornadoes, as strong as an EF3, which is considered a major tornado. Definitely going to be moving close to Bentonville, eventually into the Pea Ridge community. Pea Ridge, Bella Vista, Bentonville. I know right now you're getting a lot of heavy rain. You're hearing a lot of frequent lightning and thunder. But the actual concern is closer to Decatur. It's closer to Gravette. That's where the actual areas of rotation are right now. I keep looking at that camera off screen because every once in a while I can see a little bit of something that I think that if we can get some of those lightning strikes to happen on the backside of that storm, every once in a while you can see a bit of a lowering, so keep your eyes peeled there. Looking west from downtown Bentonville, this is our Jack Links camera. It's probably going to give us a pretty good perspective. Right now, there's a lot of heavy rain, but once we get into that inflow notch, once we get into that hook echo, we might actually have a pretty decent vantage point into where at least one of the areas of rotation is. Let's go back to debris tracker. Let's see if we still have debris being lofted in the air. Looks like we do. I definitely see some debris here that's getting closer to Centerton. Tornado likely still on the ground as it approaches the Centerton area. this signature near Gravette, that's pretty messy. I perhaps still believe there's definitely some strong rotation near Gravette. The question is that actually still lofting debris into the air? Is there still something on the ground? I don't necessarily see anything evident as of that right now. That's not to say that might not pulse back up and change here real quickly. Velocity, please. Let's get an idea of where this rotation is now. New data suggests this area of rotation, that's where the hook echo is, approaching Bentonville. It's broadening out.
They're going to go ahead and extend that warning.
Yeah, I suspected they would. So what Stephen's saying is, here is your current tornado warning polygon, but they're about to extend that out, and they're going to include a lot more of Benton County in that warning. I suspect Bentonville, perhaps even Bella Vista, depending on what happens with this anticyclonic rotation, will be included in that new tornado warning. They're typing it up right now. They're drawing it out of the Weather Service in Tulsa. But it's not been populated yet. They're still working on it. I'll tell you, right now, while there is some strong winds and it is still definitely rotating, it's not rotating as strong as it was. As that gets closer to Bentonville, we're seeing some good indications, but it's rotating at an intensity that still warrants a tornado warning. It means that there's still danger right now in the Centerton community. It's probably still raining heavily in Decatur. It's probably still pretty volatile there in Decatur, but the area of rotation primary has moved towards Centerton, and that's going to be passing very close to Bentonville. Very, very close to Bentonville. If that tightens back up, we may have issues there. Let's go back. Can you take me? Well, nope, you're perfect. 2 areas of rotation. Here's your Centerton area of rotation. That's tight. Not as tight as it once was, however, and I'm not seeing as much rotation near Gravette at this moment. That's, again, not to say that might not change, but at least with the latest scan of data that we're getting about every couple of minutes, the Gravette situation might be improving at the moment. Centerton is our primary concern. This area of rotation has produced a tornado near Decatur. It has produced an area of rotation. It has produced damage. It has produced tornadoes as far back west as the Tulsa community. So it means business, and that's going to be getting really close to downtown Bentonville. Here's Pinnacle Country Club. This is going to pass just off towards the northwest, just barely. If you live anywhere along I-49, let's say between Pinnacle and even the north of Bentonville, you definitely want to take this storm very seriously. Here's your area. You got those bright greens, bright reds, winds blowing in opposing directions tells us there's very strong rotation. I'm going to place my hand here. Stephen, let's just see if there's any debris that matches up with where my hand is at. No, I don't see any debris right now over Centerton. That doesn't mean the threat's not imminent. It certainly is. There's very strong rotation passing right over Centerton. Soon we'll move into Bentonville and eventually into Little Flock. Those are some areas that are going to be in the path of the storm right down the line. We do anticipate at any second a new tornado warning is going to be issued by the National Weather Service out of Tulsa that will include Centerton and Bentonville. Right now, NOAA weather radios have not gone off. Cell phones probably have not gone off. Okay, now it's been issued. As I said, that they finally issued it. You're going to see it pop up here real soon. The new tornado warning will include Bentonville. Okay. It includes pretty much the entire county of Benton. Benton County is almost entirely under a tornado warning at this point. You can see that new warning. It includes Prairie Creek, Pea Ridge. It includes Garfield. It does include Bella Vista. Here's your primary area of concern. We have very rapidly rotating wall clouds, likely right now over Centerton, getting close to moving towards Bentonville out of a storm that has produced a tornado. In fact, the storm's actually produced 2 tornadoes, one passing close to Gravette. I've not heard any damage reports out of that just yet. Keeping a very close eye on our camera in Bentonville. We're looking, and right now there's a whole bunch of heavy rain, likely some hail mixing in at times in Bentonville, but soon we're going to be in the inflow notch. This camera on the left side of your screen is going to be in the inflow notch, and it may very well give us a really good vantage point of what's happening in the heart of the storm. I'm looking for those lightning flashes. Here's your area of rotation. It's stronger than it was the last time we looked at it. It's tightening up. Here's Centerton. This is just the west side of town. It's about to move into Bentonville, and eventually it comes to Little Flock. Folks in Bentonville or Little Flock, please take those tornado safety precautions. Nothing's going to stop this storm until we get something to undercut that inflow, and that right now just has not happened. It's continuing to move into an environment that's very favorable for tornadoes. I'm looking at some offhand information just to make sure that we don't have anything urgent to pass along right now. The area of rotation right along State Highway 102, North Vaughn Road. It's passing just to the north of XNA. It's going to come really close to XNA. I suspect those winds are picking up at XNA, and we'll be able to see that here in the next couple of minutes. Crystal Bridges right here. Here's downtown Bentonville. This tornado is just to your west by about 2 miles, right? Area of rotation that could be capable of producing a tornado, that has produced a tornado, is about 2 miles off towards your west. I keep looking at that camera because I know we're going to have a good view of something. The question is whether or not we're going to be able to see through all that rain and all that hail. This is downtown Bentonville. Oh, there's definitely some hail. Probably some large hailstones mixing in with that heavy rain at times. Let's go back to the Jack Links camera because I know it's a higher elevation pointed off towards the west. If we see something there, folks up in the booth, if you want to try to pan that a little bit towards the south, a little bit towards the north, just so we can scan the skies. You don't have to all the time, but let's just make sure we got a pretty good vantage point. I don't want to miss something there. We're looking live from right here. That camera's pointed right into that area of rotation. It's certainly happening right now on top of Centerton State Highway. What is that? 102, right?
Yes.
126, so 3 minutes ago. Golf ball saw hail possible within the storm. That's likely producing some very strong rotation. Here's a couple more streets for you. It's going to be Mount Olive Road once more, Rebel Road, Keller Road, West Bridge Lane, Main Street, State Highway 102, Seba Road, Bethlehem Road, Shipe Road. Those are some areas that are now in the path of this storm. If you live in Centerton, even if I didn't call your street out, all of Centerton is right now dealing with very strong rotation right on top of you. An area of rotation that has produced a tornado just off to your west near Decatur. Likely a very strong tornado. At one point, 5-10 minutes ago, we had debris lofted so high in the atmosphere that our studies suggest it has to be an EF2, perhaps even an EF3. We're talking a very violent tornado, and that rotation's right now on top of us. Let's back that up slightly more. Looks like there may be something there as well. That radar data may be a little bit behind. There's certainly something happening in those two areas of concern. Here's your rotation. Got a couple more pixels coming up. Suggests to me this storm is really tightening back up again. It's going to try to wrap up. I think it's going to try to produce another tornado. Here it is. You can see those winds really tightening up. You can just see it spinning. Okay, can you push me back off towards the west just a little bit? I want to get some more downstream folks. Okay, so it's probably bouncing from Tulsa to Fort Smith.
I believe that's going to be, yes.
Okay, let's leave it right there. I want to stay with the Fort Smith. Back it up slightly. Give me all of Benton County in the picture. Perfect. Perhaps two areas of rotation once more. There's a lot of damaging wind coming out of that storm at the minimum. I think, though, we probably have the potential for a tornado at any moment, just given how tight these areas of rotation continue to be, how strong the rotation is. We've had debris at multiple junctures. We're looking from the Bentonville camera. I don't see anything just yet. I keep thinking we're going to see something over there with all that lightning. The problem is there's a lot of rain, and there's probably some pretty large hailstones, golf ball size hail, likely in the strongest core of the storm moving through Benton County, and it's just tough to see through that, especially at night. Yeah, very strong hail cores. Likely went right over Decatur, likely going to have some hail in parts of northern Bentonville, likely hail moving into Bella Vista, hail soon in Pea Ridge, hail soon in Prairie Creek. I think the strongest of which is going to move through Bella Vista, Pea Ridge, and Bentonville, or the largest of which, I should say, very large hailstones, golf ball possible with that specific cell, in addition to the immediate tornado threat that we do have. Back to velocity, please. Yeah, two areas of rotation. Centerton, I can see it right here. Perhaps that's coming back tighter and tighter. This is now just 2 to 3 miles north of the airport, 2 to 3 miles north of XNA. Strong pixels coming together suggest to me that that rotation has not weakened any at all. It's now just to the west of Bentonville. I keep thinking we're going to get another radar scan that'll show that that's weakening, but it's just not happening. It's just not happening right now. We sure hope it does soon. for all of the folks there in Benton County that likely are enduring at least 2 tornadoes a few moments ago. One near Gentry, the other of which was in Decatur. Both have debris signatures that suggest they were very strong tornadoes. And that threat continues. New tornado warning. Stephen, when does this one expire?
I believe this one is going out till, that's going out till 2:15.
Okay, 2 tornado, well, all of Benton County under a tornado warning until 2:15, 2 distinct areas of rotation, the strongest of which is right now on top of Centerton. This storm's not moving very fast. At times it appears to have sped up, and then it just pumps the brakes and slows back down. And right now we're not seeing a lot of movement towards the east. I do suspect once we get the next radar scan to come in, we'll find that area of rotation a little bit closer to the Bentonville community. If you're in Bentonville, if you're in Bella Vista, Pea Ridge, Prairie Creek, Lexington, or Garfield, anywhere in between, please be in your safe location right now. Okay, so I'm being told that right now 1,600 customers are without power in Benton County. I don't think we needed any more evidence to know that we have had tornadoes on the ground, but you just add that to the list of reasons to believe we have in fact had at least 1, perhaps 2 tornadoes on the ground. New radar data continues to show very tight rotation here near Centerton, getting closer and closer to Bentonville. Please, folks, if you're in Bentonville, let's go ahead and move to that safe place. This area of rotation getting very close to town as well. Let's go slightly tighter, Stephen, into the Centerton and Bentonville community. I think that'll do it. That's perfect. Right here, Centerton, so that rotation now in the central and eastern part of town. Winds are very breezy in Cave Springs right now. Winds are very breezy in Pinnacle Country Club. They're gusting probably in Bentonville as well as in Little Flock. That's the inflow into the storm. That's the winds that are going to get sucked up into it, and they're going to start to spin. That's your Doppler radar indicated rotation. It's occurring right now. You can see that yellow and that's that pink. That's winds blowing away from the Fort Smith radar right into that storm. Green is blowing towards it, and of course where those come together, that's where we've got this area of rotation. That's where this concern is. This is the strongest rotation, but there are other embedded areas in parts back off towards the west that suggest to me that there might be a couple of different areas of concern with that specific storm. And that's the reason the Weather Service issued a tornado warning for all of Benton County for the most part. Time now here coming up on 1:36. We've had 2 confirmed tornadoes in Benton County. Gravette in Decatur, likely very strong tornadoes. Certainly the data suggests that they may be. And the threat continues. The rotation has not weakened. The rotation now getting closer to Bentonville. If you're in Bentonville, I want you to go ahead and take those safety precautions, please. Rotation now just to the west side of town. This is going to be Highway 71. We are just a mile or 2 west of 71. It's going to be on top of you very soon. Little Flock is next. Here's 62, the intersection of 62 and 49. That's where that rotation is going to pass very closely to, if not directly on top of, before moving into Little Flock. That's our primary area of rotation just to the north of Centerton, or really right on top of Centerton, I should say, in this general vicinity. There are other weaker areas of rotation, but this is the one that's strongest. This is the one that has the most potential to be producing a tornado at any moment. Not seeing any new additional information off screen. You often don't get reports of damage, or you don't get chaser reports or spotter reports until several minutes after when these storms occur at night, especially as early as it is in the morning right now. So I don't suspect we'll be seeing any any actual damage reports just yet, although I'm looking offhand. Power lines, trees confirmed down in Decatur. That's information that aligns with what we had seen in radar. Anytime the radar is telling us, hey, there's debris in the air, it's probably going to be things like trees, limbs, leaves, power lines, poles, things of that nature before you start to get some more structure damage. Have not heard reports of that yet. As soon as the newsroom gets those reports, we'll be able to pass those along to you. Bentonville, please be in your safe place. This area of rotation is getting right on top of you here real soon. Keep in mind, this radar data is coming in about every 2 minutes. So what we're looking at is anywhere between 60 and 120 seconds in the past, right? So even though this area of rotation right here may appear that it's just to the west of Little Flock, may appear that it's just to the west-southwest of 49, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. It very well could actually be on top of 49 right now. Let's zoom out just a bit. Let's take me back to maybe a Benton County wide perspective, get the whole county in there. Almost all of the county is under a tornado warning. Continuing to see very strong rotation near Bentonville, near Centerton. Can you go to storm relative velocity? Nope, right next to it. Perfect. Okay, didn't really change much. I just wanted to look at the winds from a slightly different perspective, and we didn't see much change with that. Stephen, if you would, let's put a storm track beginning directly on Centerton. Let's draw that out almost east-northeast, more east than northeast. Yep, I think that's perfect. Let's get some times of arrival. Puts it in Bentonville in the next 3 minutes. Little Flock 149, Brightwater 157, Beacon Addition 202, Garfield at 206. Estimated times of arrival with that specific storm. Adair County, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning for a thunderstorm capable of 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'll pass that along to you. Let's do an area-wide reset on rain mode, if you will. Let's make sure we've got nothing else popping up towards the south. We've had a couple of supercells trying to develop in parts of Sequoia County. Looks like that warning is, that storm's about to exit the actual warning polygon. These two cells need to be monitored very closely. Those would likely move back into parts of western Washington County and eventually back into Benton County. Right now, it's damaging winds and large hail that specific storm is warned for. This Benton County storm is the one. It's the one that's been producing a tornado on and off since it developed in Tulsa. And we've tracked it all across the northeast Oklahoma region, eventually into Benton County, where at one juncture it had 2 simultaneous violent tornadoes occurring in Decatur and in Gravette. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder with that specific cell. That tells me it's still pretty healthy. Let's go back in tight on this. Let's see where that hook echo is. It looks like it's approaching I-49. It has been for quite some time, with that specific area of rotation now passing off just to the east. The hook echo doesn't really match up with where the rotation is, though. So that tells me this cell might be undergoing some restructuring. Broad rotation over Bentonville now. It's broad, but it's strong. Let's just check debris signature just to make sure. Here's where it would be. There's nothing there. So that's some good news, at least for the time being. No debris being seen where the rotation is. Couldn't say the same back here in Decatur and Gravette when that severe supercell dropped 2 violent tornadoes at the same time. Prairie Creek, you're next. Pea Ridge. Let's go ahead and be taking those tornado safety precautions. It's going to come real close to Pea Ridge. Very strong rotation. It's just broad at the moment. If these two colors try to come back together, that's going to tell us tornado may be imminent. It probably is imminent, but that's going to increase our likelihood of seeing something actually drop. If we can put the Jack Links camera back up, we might have some vantage point into something. Perhaps not. It probably is going to be rain wrapped. Should we be able to see that? Yeah, a lot of heavy rain coming down here in Bentonville. Can't see a whole lot. Winds are going to be picking up there as well. Okay, reflectivity mode, rain mode. Let's get an idea of the storm structure. You're just not joining us. The current time 141, coming up on 142 here in just a couple of seconds. A very strong supercell moving through Benton County with a history of producing a tornado, capable of producing additional tornadoes at any moment. Tornado warning includes nearly all of Benton County. Rogers, you are included in this warning, although I think I'll tell you the rotation right now is just to the north of you in Rogers. It really is primarily co-located over Bentonville. It's going to include Pea Ridge. It's going to include Prairie Creek. War Eagle also technically in that tornado warning polygon. If you live anywhere in Benton County, especially Centerton, points to the east, that's where the threat is most pressing. A lot of lightning strikes still showing up. That tornado warning is in effect for a very strong supercell. And when you see all that lightning, that tells me the storm may not necessarily be over with. Maybe it's just going through a restructuring phase. In fact, we're going to have to pay close attention to this area where perhaps we're getting some additional inflow. I do start to see some showers here in Springdale, some showers to the southwest of Fayetteville. That could help us. Those showers can sometimes get in the way of that supercell. It can cut off the inflow that this storm has had largely unimpinged for the last couple of hours. So that could be helping us out. With that said, very bright colors here still showing up. You're looking live into downtown Bentonville, And boy, you've got damaging wind at a minimum happening right now. You've got some golf ball size hail also appearing with that storm if there's not a tornado, and there certainly could be at any moment. Live picture here, downtown Bentonville Square. Boy, that is a very strong thunderstorm. I'm seeing a couple cars in the background. That concerns me. I wish those folks weren't out and about. No one has any business being out and about in this thunderstorm. You can see those hailstones just falling. This specific downdraft, this supercell capable of producing golf ball size hail in addition to the 70-mile-per-hour winds that we're probably seeing in real time here. And this is also an area where the rotation is. Rotation is passing over Bentonville right now. And you can see, given how much rain is falling, given the size of those hailstones, it's going to be tough to actually make out any actual tornado. You know what, folks? I'm fine if you want to leave the downtown Bentonville camera up because that's where our rotation is. It's moving pretty much right over Bentonville. I'm going to keep looking at radar data off screen. If you're in Bentonville, Crystal Bridges, Little Flock, Prairie Creek, Grimes Elm, Lexington, Brightwater, now's the time. You were in the path of this storm. It continues to rotate. Area of rotation, it's broadened. You can pretty much draw a circle between Centerton, Bentonville, Pinnacle Country Club, and that's where our rotation is. And you can see it's bringing some very strong winds, very large hail to the downtown Bentonville Square. Those trees are being pushed. It's not going to take much wind to topple over some trees, just given how wet it has been over the last several days. Stephen, I'm going to bring you into this.
Yeah, right now, just taking a look at velocity right now. Again, a couple spots of rotation that we're looking at right now. Again, this tornado warning goes out until 2:15, I believe was the last. 2:15. So we're watching for some tight rotation right over the Bentonville area right now. Again, that doesn't mean that we're looking at anything in particular dropping, but at any second, this cell has produced history of dropping a funnel, a tornado. We had confirmed tornadoes in the Decatur area, had some tight rotation in the Centerton area, and now we're starting to see those bright red colors right now just over Bentonville. So we could be seeing some restructure going on right now just towards, it looks like potentially on the northwest side of Bentonville, where Scott's pointing right now. That bright color right there is that tightest rotation that we're seeing right now.
I think that rotation is trying to strengthen. It's definitely looking a bit more organized. Which radar is this out of, though, Stephen?
This is still out of
That's Springfield. Yeah, let's find a way to get that solely on Fort Smith.
Fort Smith?
Yeah, perfect. You got it. If you can back it, perfect. Thank you. It's bouncing around, trying to get the best.
Springfield one.
Let's leave it right there.
That's going to be
perfect.
Fort Smith.
Yep, okay. So we're sampling now from the Fort Smith radar. Actually, Stephen, I think that's Tulsa. Area of rotation minimally up in the storm. I got it, Stephen. You're looking at, when you look from those other radar sites that are further away, you're looking up in the higher levels of the storm, right? And when you do that, you kind of miss the lower levels, but it can give you some good insight that perhaps it's spinning up top and not necessarily at the bottom. But now that we look back at the Fort Smith radar specifically, that's going to give us the best view of what's happening close to the ground, telling me there's still some decent rotation right there. It's not really moved much. It's still pretty much squarely between Centerton and Bentonville. The storm's slowing down. Continuing the tornado warning. The Weather Service says, look, there's still rotation. We see that. Seeing some storm reports, 1-inch hail near Bella Vista. I see that on radar. No, not going to question that. Here it is. Storm's slowing down, hasn't moved much over the last little bit. Rotation's trying to reorganize itself. I think the storm might just be pulsing back up. I'm afraid that might be what's happening. Rogers and Bentonville, that's where the area of concern is right now. You're going to want to continue taking those tornado safety precautions. Crystal Bridges, Bentonville, Centerton, Rogers, Country Club, Pinnacle Country Club, Little Flock. You're in the immediate path of this, I would say, pretty strongly rotating supercell still. A supercell that we know has dropped at least a couple of tornadoes back into parts of Benton County earlier this evening. I saw a new update come in there. It's moving slowly, but it's still certainly there. I'm going to take another look at debris tracker. Do we have any debris? And I don't, maybe I do see something. Let me back this up. Stephen, you got the mouse?
Yeah, you got it now.
Okay. I'm going to back this up over the last 15 minutes and see if I don't see anything. I don't think so. I don't think I see debris with that latest scan, which was concerning at one point. Perhaps here's a bit of an inflow notch. It's not nearly as defined as it was. It's going to be right along 49 and 71 at that intersection there. Let's take back the downtown Bentonville camera, please, quickly. If we can put that right behind me. Wow, goodness gracious. This is downtown Bentonville right now. Those winds are stronger. Those winds are stronger. You've got hail mixing in. Very violent situation out there. This is really close to where that rotation is. Very close to where that rotation is. If you live anywhere in Bentonville, you're probably experiencing this right here. The fact that we've got areas of rotation passing right over downtown Bentonville. This is our live picture. I don't know how much longer we're going to have this. I suspect we'll probably see some power outages here real soon. This, to me, is very concerning. I think we're going to start to see some more damage reports coming out of that area here real soon once this starts to pass. A live look right into downtown Bentonville. Tornado warning in effect for nearly all of Benton County. Very strong rotation in Bentonville. Brand new data continues to show those winds are picking up speed and they're starting to wrap back up. Back to radar, please. You're going to see right here where we're looking at, that's very concerning. That if there's not a tornado happening right now, it could be very imminent for Bentonville. Avoca, Garfield, Prairie Creek, Pea Ridge, slowly but surely the storm's going to be moving your direction. We just lost the camera, as I was afraid would happen. If there's not a tornado happening right now, you've got damaging winds that could cause just as much damage as a tornado happening right now in Bentonville. Little Flock 155, Garfield 212, Brightwater 203, Elkhorn Tavern at 208. That storm trying to take a bit more of an east-northeasterly turn. If you live along State Highway 62 between Bentonville and Garfield, anywhere along Bentonville, 62 between Bentonville and Garfield, you're likely going to be in the path of this very rapidly rotating supercell. It continues to strengthen, although overall the structure to me looks a little bit less organized as it once was. But look at those winds. That's some really strong winds, and you get those to tighten up like they have been, like that latest data suggests. I think we very well still have an impending tornado threat. It's likely very close to 71, very close to 62, area of rotation slowly moving across Bentonville. If you're in Bentonville and you can still hear my voice, stay put in your safe location. You can't come out just yet. You're going to have to give it 10, 15 more minutes before that storm totally passes off to your east. It's moving very slowly. 49 at Tiger Boulevard. I believe that's going to be in Bentonville. This is going to be one of those RDOT cameras, and it's looking towards the south, and it's giving us a pretty similar picture as what we were seeing in downtown Bentonville. Are we looking into the heart of a tornado? It's possible. It's possible it's just rain wrapped. I can't say for sure. I can tell you, you've got some incredibly strong winds. And you can see the evidence of that on this live camera. We saw it there in downtown Bentonville. I see it right here on radar. Those are the strongest of winds really in downtown Bentonville still. Here's 71, here's 49, and that strong wind core right in between the two. And that's soon going to be crossing 49, heading towards Avoca. Yeah, so we're getting some reports of power out at Walton and Tiger Boulevards. It doesn't surprise me at all, just given the rotation within this storm and the winds. I mean, boy, the winds that are whipping into this supercell are enough to do some damage, in addition to the actual tornado threat that is currently impending with that storm. Stephen, if you could, take me back to rain mode, and let's just get an idea of the overall structure. So here's where that wind is right now over Bentonville. I suspect we still have this inflow notch right here. There's probably a healthy fetch of really warm, moist air, courtesy of some strong southeasterly winds pumping right into that storm. I think that's probably what we were starting to see there. You can zoom me out just a bit if you don't mind. Let's get an idea. Is there anything to the south of this storm? Looks like we've got some showers passing through Fayetteville and Greenland, Goshen. You're going to see the rain here real soon. I suspect that supercell is going to try to ingest those showers is probably what's trying to happen. Just given the proximity to the inflow notch that they are, we'll probably watch those try to get ingested right into the core of that specific storm. We'll see what that does. Maybe it weakens it. Perhaps it could further intensify it. You just never really know. But Prairie Creek's where the inflow notch is. That's where our hook echo is at the moment. Pea Ridge, you're getting some hail. You're getting some very strong winds, more than likely right now. Bella Vista, hold on. You're near the backside of this storm. You've got a few more minutes to go before you see that rain and that intensity start to drop off. You got a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, near frequent strikes. We're looking at I-49 and Tiger Boulevard. The camera here on the left, you're seeing those trees just continue to whip. Looks like traffic has come to a standstill there on 49. As it should have. Very strong winds moving into the Bentonville community right now. That's going to be pretty much right on top of 49. You can see that signature there. Rotation increasing near Rogers. Let's zoom in. Let's get Rogers to pop up here on the map. So Rogers is going to, I think so here's Pinnacle Country Club, here's Grimes Elms, here's Little Flock. Rogers is going to be right down here. Rotation is increasing. You can see that as evident on radar, right? You can see that strong couplet. A couplet's the big scientific term for just area of rotation, right? Very strong. It's very pronounced, riding pretty much right along 49 and 62. Let's take a look at debris signature. Let's see if we've got anything. Nothing pronounced. This is a bit suspect to me. Looks a little suspicious near South Arkansas Street. Just to the south of Little Flock, maybe just some poor data. I would need to see some blues mixing in before I had any confidence that we actually had a tornado there. You'll go back to velocity. Thank you so much. Maybe bump out just a bit. A little bit more. Let's just put all of Benton County in this. Most of Benton County is under the tornado warning. Primary area of rotation is really just on the north side of Rogers. Very strong inflow into that. The airport actually measuring winds of about 62 miles per hour. That's qualifies for a severe thunderstorm wind, and that's going to be feeding right into that storm. This is at 8th Street South along I-49. Just 8th Street at 49. Winds continue, very strong downpours, very large hail coming out of this storm, and it continues to show a healthy amount of rotation. It's been a few minutes since we've had Doppler radar indicated debris. It's been a few minutes since we've received any additional damage reports. That doesn't necessarily mean the threat's over. I look at this signal on radar and I still believe we've got reason to be concerned. We've got reason to stay put in our safe locations. It's pretty much right on top of 49 right now. I'm not going to be surprised if we don't lose this camera here real soon too, just given the intensity of those winds. You add in the lightning, the wind, the hail, all those things coming together. It's going to be tough to maintain those cameras out there. Do we have Jack Link still? Looks like we do. We can pull up Jack Links at any point. It's still pointed off towards the west. If y'all want to spin it around to the east, that may give us a decent perspective into that system. This is from Jack Links looking off towards the east. Can't see a whole lot out there, but we are looking directly into the core of that area of rotation coming out of that storm, specifically right there. 62-mile-per-hour winds measured in Rogers. That's enough to cause some damage, folks. Given the fact that it's so wet outside, I wouldn't be surprised if the straight line winds alone feeding into this supercell don't cause some damage, topple over some trees. The tornado threat continues for us here with this specific storm. New rotation, our new scan coming in continues to show rotation right here. It's pretty much along and barely just to the east of 49. between Rogers and Bentonville. That's where we find that storm. It's going to be moving towards Prairie Creek. Little Flock is pretty much right on top of you there in Little Flock. Take shelter if you're in Little Flock, if you're in Prairie Creek. Goshen, you're technically in this warning. Pea Ridge, you're also in the tornado warning. I would recommend to you to take those tornado safety precautions as well. As of right now, the rotation likely passing just to the south of Pea Ridge. Finally, it's moving out of Bentonville. We just endured a very strong supercell in Bentonville. A new tornado warning just issued. And really the only difference with this specific tornado warning is they've allowed it to expire for parts of western Benton County as the threat has passed. This one in effect until 2:15 this morning. Right now, it is currently 1:59. So we've got about 16 more minutes to go with this specific tornado warning, unless they extend it out into parts of extreme eastern Benton and eventually into Carroll County. Eureka Springs, you know what? It's still well off to your west, and it is moving slow enough. I would just start getting ready if I'm in Eureka Springs, okay?
I didn't get that.
Now 6,600 folks in Benton County without power. That number is probably going to continue to grow. Okay, starting to hear some reports of some wind causing some more damage. As we loop this, Stephen, a very concerning rotation signature there. Now just to the east of 49, but just barely. Here's your rotation right here. Prairie Creek's next. Avoca, very close for comfort. 71 right here. 71 intersecting with 49 there. That's where your concern is at the moment. It's moving slow enough, but I think folks in Prairie Creek, folks in Avoca,
Hey, Scott, you want to check chat right there?
Time is, okay, we are hearing from a storm spotter that a large tornado in Rogers, I-49 at exit 85. I certainly see that. Weather Service telling us that a storm spotter is confirming a large tornado at exit 85 in Rogers. I can see why that would be, just given the rotation here. Stephen, can you push me back off towards the west just a little bit? And the RDOT cameras in that area is down at exit 85. That to me suggests perhaps there is some truth to that report. We'll have to certainly wait to see. In-laws in Rogers just hit by a tornado. Water pouring into the living room. Folks, we just had a tornado in Rogers. Let's go to debris tracker and let's see if we can't find that on debris tracker. I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me, but that just because the radar's not seeing it, I trust the ground truth. I trust that we probably do have a tornado in Rogers. Now just to the east of exit 85. This one is going to be along I-49 near the embassy, you said? Okay. Closest camera that we can see from, this camera here, that's fine. Let's go back to velocity. I want to see these winds. Here's your area of rotation. That tornado likely did just cross Rogers, cross 49 at Rogers. Springdale, there's no immediate threat. Now just to the south of Bentonville, broad area of rotation, likely producing a tornado on the ground at this moment. I'm not seeing it in the radar debris fields, but that may be just a little bit delayed. That debris signature may pop up here in the next couple of scans that we'll begin to see exactly where that is. If we can go tighter right into this general area, here's the Country Club tornado right now, Grimes Elementary right here. Here's the Greens, Berry Farm, Hyde Park, Cross Hollow, Monty Northeast, here's Prairie Creek. That road right there is going to be South Arkansas Street, South Dixieland Road, Promenade Boulevard. It's going to be really close to the Promenade. New Hope Road, I believe that's going to be the vicinity of where this tornado likely has just crossed through. That's going to continue tracking off towards the east. Okay, let's back out and let's put a track on this specific area from here off towards the east. Beacon Addition, Clearport, LaRue, War Eagle. Go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. A tornado's on the ground moving your direction at this moment. We have multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. Very strong rotation. There's a couple of estimated times of arrival right there. Right now it's 2:02. 2:03 now, actually, to be specific. This rotation continues. It's very strong, and this is likely at least the third at least the third tornado that we've seen out of this specific supercell. Let's go ahead and look at reflectivity mode. I suspect this is going to be where our general hook echo is. It's right here, so perhaps that tornado is likely going to be rain wraps. We've likely had a tornado come through not far from the promenade. Now you've got a lot of heavy rain. You've got some large hail passing through your area as well. That's going to be tracking off towards the east-northeast. Here's War Eagle. War Eagle, it's going to get really close there. It's moving really slowly though, so this is going to give you ample time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions, get the shoes on. Rain continues in Bentonville. The immediate tornado threat right now over the Rogers area. Very strong rotation right here. I keep looking, do we have any cameras that are online that have not been knocked off that we can take? I'm not seeing, okay. Power outages centered around Dixieland and Walnut right there in Rogers, where that confirmed tornado by a storm spotter has just crossed near exit 85. And that's going to be this general area. Let's take another look at winds. Is that rotation coming down? It is not. It is not. Let me be clear. A tornado was on the ground. This tells me it still is, okay? This tells me that tornado is still on the ground. It's likely still causing some destruction. It's continuing to maintain a very classic tornado signature. New tornado warning now in effect. Stephen, let's bump out. Let's get an idea of exactly who's in this new warning. Wow, that rotation's coming up. When you broaden it out, well, that's looking from Springfield, so that's a bit higher in the atmosphere, but that tells us higher up in this supercell, that tornado is still spinning. We now have that tornado warning in effect for parts of Carroll, parts of Madison County, now in line for that tornado warning, now in effect until 2:45 this morning. Doppler radar indicated rotation, storm spotters on the ground confirming a tornado right now moving through parts of Rogers. That's going to be exit 85, Dixieland Road, not far from the promenade. This is looking from I-49 at the Embassy Suites exit. You can't see a whole lot. Folks up in the booth and into the newsroom, I just don't want to take anything for granted. I do not, and let me be very clear, I do not want any crews leaving the station yet. I will tell you when it's safe. Right now it is not. Right now we have a very violent situation unfolding here in Rogers. This is likely the third tornado that this single supercell has spawned. It's not moving very fast. New tornado warning now in effect until 2:45 for all of eastern Benton County, parts of western Carroll, and extreme northern Madison County. Eureka Springs is under the tornado warning, as is War Eagle. War Eagle is in the old one. You're also in the new one. Stephen, if you could just bump, okay, we're in the Fort Smith radar here. You're right. Here's your area of rotation. It's very broad, but it's very strong. Reports of tornado, possible tornado, continue to see more reports of damage come in. I suspect that's going to continue. This was likely over a pretty populated area, so it's likely not going to take long to see some additional reports of tornado damage coming in from the community. Here's my number, 479-785-5000. Let me know if you have damage. We hope you don't. We hope everyone's staying safe. We're going to get you through this. I think we're going to have a ways to go. This is a long track supercell. It's not showing any signs of weakening. At times the rotation broadens out, but it pulses back up and it tightens back up. And my fear is that's going to continue. My fear is that's going to continue into Carroll County. Right now, the immediate threat to Rogers, tornado on the ground in Rogers, multiple reports of damage coming out of the Rogers community, especially near exit 85. That's going to be Dixieland Road, not far from the mall there. So that's where our tornado debris is likely. Let's go ahead and look at debris signatures, see if we can't find anything that's sticking out. Nothing being seen in the radar data. That doesn't mean that there's not actually debris happening and being lofted in. Let's go back to velocity. We'll take a broader perspective, push out just a little bit. There's a lot of winds coming out of that storm as well. Very tight rotation now just to the east of Rogers, getting closer and closer and closer to the War Eagle area. Those winds sampling anywhere between 70 and 80 miles per hour. They're coming together, they're merging, they're starting to spin. They've been spinning and they just continue to. At times this is where we're dropping tornadoes. Rogers, do not leave your safe place yet. Bentonville, I think the threat's passed, at least when it comes to the tornado threat. You might still have some hail, so keep that in mind. Here's your area of rotation. Very strong inflow into that system. Let's take a look at rain mode. Let me get an idea of the storm structure. Very strong hook echo right here. War Eagle, there's no rain falling. You're in the actual hook echo. Here's where that strong southeasterly flow is pumping right into that storm, and that's where we're starting to see those winds spin right here. Now on the east side of Rogers, east of 49, pushing closer and closer to War Eagle, strong rotation, numerous reports of damage coming out of the Rogers area, and that storm's likely not going to weaken anytime soon. We're going to push that that tornado warning until 2:45 for Carroll and far northern Madison counties as well. You've got some time, even though I know right now in Eureka and in parts of Madison County, I know it is blinding rain. You've probably got some hail. The winds are pretty breezy. Here's your tornado threat. You're going to want to take those tornado safety precautions. You know what they are, and I know there's a lot of new folks in these parts, so maybe you're not from an area prone to tornadoes, so let me give you some advice. What you want to do is you want to be on the lowest possible floor, and some people in apartment buildings just don't have that luxury. So what you want to do is find the interior-most room in your home or your apartment, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put something over your head. That can be a book. If you have a helmet, a bike helmet, a baseball helmet, those things are good to do as well. Pillow works, whatever you can do to protect yourself. That's what needs to be done right now here in eastern Benton County. Tornado just moved through Rogers. It was a third of which this specific supercell has produced here in Benton County. That's going to continue pushing off towards the east. Soon it's going to be on the Benton Carroll County line. There is parts of northern Madison County that's included in this warning. Southeast Benton County tornado potential. Okay. Getting reports of power outages out of Avoca and Pea Ridge. Not surprising to me at all. We're going to continue to see those reports, I'm afraid, just given how strong the rotation is with this specific supercell. Right now getting closer to War Eagle. If you live between Rogers and War Eagle, now's the time, folks. You really got to get to those safety places. Stephen, can we loop this? Even just 15 minutes is good. I think what we're going to see is the spin in this storm. You can just click loop if you want. You don't have to manually do it. Yeah, you can see it still spinning. Notice that 15 minutes alone, the entire supercell is spinning. Here closer to the surface where the mesocyclone is, really in the mid-levels of the storm, that's where you're finding that actual area of rotation. You get even lower, that rotation's making contact with the ground. That's your tornado, and that's why we have the damage reports coming in. New Hope Road, Dixieland Road, we had some reports of damage coming out of that part of town, and the threat continues. I'm not seeing any signs that tells me that anything's different right now than it was 10 minutes ago when it went through Rogers. It's still a very strong supercell capable of producing a tornado, likely producing a tornado right now for Benton County. This is soon, at any moment, going to be pressing into War Eagle. Let's go a little bit tighter, Stephen, if you will, in on squarely, perfect, right there. Prairie Creek's right here. Here's Rogers. And this is where our rotation is. It's a pretty broad area of rotation, but it's strong, and it has a history of producing. That's tightening up again. I really don't like this. Here's your rotation. Very bright reds, yellows, very bright greens and blues. And that's a very strong indication of rotation. That's looking in the upper levels of the atmosphere out of the Springfield radar. If you could bump it back. Even just, there you go. This is going to be the Fort Smith radar. Let's just leave it right here. Here's your area of rotation. And it's as strong as it was when it produced a tornado in Rogers. And that's my way of telling you folks in War Eagle, that's my way of telling you folks in Carroll or Madison counties, please get to your safe place. Northern Madison County, to be clear. That does not include Huntsville. It does not include Hinesville. We're talking far northern Madison, parts of Carroll. It does include Eureka Springs. If you know someone vacationing this weekend in Eureka Springs, let's give them a call, right? This is going to be passing right over parts of Beaver Lake. I know there's a lot of folks out there, right? There's a lot of folks camping for this Memorial Day holiday. This is a very volatile situation. This is a very dangerous situation. This storm means business. This storm is likely dropping a tornado right now. It did in parts of Rogers, and it is likely continuing as it progresses towards the east. There's no weakening. It's not lifting. It's continuing. This is not going to lift anytime soon, I'm afraid. I don't see any indications of that right now. I wish I did. I'd tell you if I saw some indications of some weakening, and it's just not happening right now. War Eagle Hill, this storm is right over you. Lowell, area of rotation, right over you, right? Let's go in a little bit closer. Maybe we can get a few more of these areas to pop up. Right there, that's good. Here it is. Very broad area of rotation. Stony Point Road, you live along that? Let's be in our safe place. Pine Top, Clear Point, War Eagle, now's the time. Okay, I'm going to back that up just a little bit. If you look broadly, you can see a very strong mesocyclone. This is a very strong area of rotation right here in this general vicinity. You have strong winds moving into it, and that's going to sustain this supercell, right? That's going to continue it tracking into the Eureka Springs area over the next little bit. In fact, let's go back to rain mode. Give me an idea of the storm structure. And up to 19,000 power outages. Is that in Benton County alone? Benton County alone. We've had multiple tornadoes in Benton County. We're up to 3 right now in Benton County over the last hour. You start to see power outages like that, they're probably going to continue to grow, especially given the fact that this is likely still on the ground. If it's not, and Lord, I hope it's not, if it's not, it very well still could be dropping a tornado at any moment. It's going to get close to Clifty. Clifty is in northern Madison County, right? It's going to get really close to the Clifty community before eventually moving into Carroll County. Let's take a look at debris signature. Let me just see if we've got anything ongoing. Looks like we still do. Here's your debris signature. This is going to be Doppler radar indicated debris showing up on radar. Likely still a very strong tornado on the ground. Back to velocity, and what we're going to find here is they're still continuing to show very strong signs of rotation. Very strong signs of rotation now just to the east of Lowell, moving into War Eagle, eventually Clifty. You're also under this tornado warning. That runs until 2:45, so you've got a little bit of time, right? You've got a little bit of time to put the tennis shoes on, wake the kids up. No reason to be scared at the moment, but now's definitely the time to act, okay? We're going to walk you through the storm. If you live in this warning, you're just now tuning in, someone's woken you up, your no-weather radio has gone off, your cell phone's alerting you, turn the volume up on your television or take your cell phone with you. We'll walk you through the storm every step of the way. We likely have a tornado continuing to be on the ground right now. This is a violent, long-track tornado. At one point, back near Gentry and Decatur, it was capable of potentially EF3 damage. That is a very strong tornado, right? I don't know if that's necessarily the case right now, but I do know we continue to see debris lofted. We continue to see very strong rotation appearing now just to the east of Rogers, getting ready to move out of the Lowell area, moving towards War Eagle. Let's put this into motion. Yeah, very strong area of rotation, and it's just not it's not weakening. It just continues and continues to spin. We loop this, and you look at the upper levels of the rotation of the storm, and this is just as strong as it is at the lower levels, and that tells us it's a pretty healthy supercell. Very, very strong area of rotation with this couplet. Southeastern Benton County, soon it's going to move toward Carroll and Madison counties. It's pretty much going to cross that county line right there. Let's zoom out just a bit and go back to rain mode. What I'm wanting to do here is just get an overall idea of the storm structure. Very pronounced hook echo, exactly where the rotation is, southeastern Benton County, right? There's now nothing below it. We hoped earlier that it was ingesting some showers and that would undercut it. That didn't happen. If anything, it appeared that probably enhanced the actual supercell. Right now, there's nothing south of it in parts of Washington or even Madison counties. So there's nothing that's really necessarily going to help us out with this specific supercell in terms of weakening it, right? It's going to continue to maintain its strength. It's going to continue to rotate. And at any point, if not already, at this moment, dropping a tornado. Let's look at the hail. Let's just see what the hail's doing on this specific storm. Very large hail. Very large hail getting closer to Eureka. You've had some large hail in parts of eastern Benton County. A large majority of folks are likely dealing with that. I'm getting some messages from the folks at the Crescent Hotel in Eureka Springs. Please be in your safe place. Please, if you're in Eureka Springs, this storm is going to move very closely to you. Right now, it's in southeastern Benton County. It'll move into parts of northern Madison County, southern Carroll. Very broad area of rotation, very strong winds, very large hail. It's presenting all modes of severe weather, from the hail to the winds to the tornado. Very large hail coming out of this specific storm. Back to rain mode, please. Right here's your concerning aspect. Very strong area of inflow coming into that storm. That's going to continue to keep it strengthening. That's not going to stop it, right? That's going to continue to fuel it. Folks up in the booth, send the crews out into Rogers, Gentry, Decatur. I can tell you you're safe from this specific storm. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now, though, imminent danger for southeastern Benton County. Tornado warning in effect. Very strong rotation. Doppler radar indicated debris at times. The storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes. We're up to 3 at least right now. At least 3. Area of rotation is beginning to enter into parts of extreme northwestern Madison County. Very tight rotation coming back together. Here's your Doppler radar indicated rotation. Let's look at debris. Okay, that's Fort Smith. I'm going to put my hand here. Show me debris. It's messy, but it looks like there very well could be something right there. Tells us there's probably something on the ground, kicking something up. Back to velocities, please. Stephen, you're doing an excellent job. Meteorologist Bella Grace also now in the building. Full team coverage here. Very violent situation moving through northwest Arkansas right now. We've got other supercells as well, none of which are right now tornado warned. We know that there's probably some nasty weather moving through Oklahoma, parts of the River Valley. If we get a tornado warning, we'll bounce there. Right now, there are lives in danger in northwest Arkansas, southeast Benton County, northwestern Madison County, southern Carroll County. Our attention stays here for the time being. Very strong rotation. Folks, this isn't weakening. This is uncommon for Arkansas to have these long track tornadoes. It happens, right? We all know of the stories of it happening, but it doesn't happen very often. That's what's taking place tonight. And you can see this is going to continue pushing off towards the north and east. War Eagle is where this rotation is right now, but it's pretty much getting ready to move right into northwestern Madison County. Northwestern Madison County, very large area of rotation. We've had numerous reports of damage, multiple reports of tornadoes. Rogers, Decatur, and Gentry, those are the 3 that we're aware of right now where we're getting those damage reports. Tornado warning's been updated. It now no longer includes Rogers. It no longer includes Bentonville. It includes parts of eastern Benton County, northern Madison, a large majority of Carroll County, including Eureka Springs. I'm not going to give you the all clear Eureka Springs because this storm may change paths. These violently rotating supercells can have some deviant motion. It could try to take a northeasterly track. Right now, it doesn't appear to be. That could change. Let's go back to rain mode. I want to see the storm structure on this. Let's back it out quite a bit. Perfect right there. Very large supercell. You're going to have rear flank downdraft, winds coming out. They're going to start to wrap around. That tells me this thing may try to be tightening back up. And you've only got warm, moist air flowing into it. You've got some cooler air wrapping around on the back side of that. You start to see the spin right here, where the rotation is, where the very strong signal of a hook echo is, and that's going to continue tracking east, northeast. Berryville, not technically in the warning yet, certainly is going to be unless this thing weakens here real soon. I don't see any indications that it has. It just hasn't weakened over the last couple of hours. This specific storm has been producing tornadoes since it was near Tulsa. Okay, so this looks like a Bentonville Bike Fest, some damage, kind of hard to make out. Folks were texting that in. Thank you so much for texting this photo in. It's a screenshot of a dash camera, 479-785-5000. That's our number here. If you can do so safely, we would love to see your damage reports. Keyword safely. Please don't put yourself in danger. This thing is putting a lot of us in danger. Gosh, those winds continue to just really strengthen, really tightening up right there. Whether or not there's an actual tornado on the ground, the wind alone, as a result of this supercell, is likely causing some damage. I do think the tornado threat continues, though. There's very strong signal that it in fact does. Now moving into parts of northwestern Madison County, southwestern Carroll County. Where does this storm go from here? Still maintaining an east-northeasterly track. On its current trajectory, it stays just to the south of Eureka Springs. It's going to be far too close for comfort, though, and especially given the amount of winds coming out of the system, out of the storm, you're probably going to see some very damaging winds and some large hail, perhaps in Eureka. Looks like the area of rotation, though, staying just off towards the south, just barely. That's not to say that might not change, but on its current trajectory, that's the case. Brand new flash flood warning now popping up. So this storm, because it's moving so slowly, because there's so much moisture in play, not only are people now picking up damage and going through their belongings, it's now raining and they're dealing with flash flooding on top of it. Certainly a very dangerous situation. That flash flood warning for Benton County, that's going to be in effect until 5:30 this morning. Tornado watch in effect for almost all of the River Valley, almost all of eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas until 5 a.m. this morning. Current time here, 2:24. We've had a very violent supercell moving through Benton County, one of the most populated counties in the state of Arkansas, and thus far has likely produced 3 tornadoes. At one point, 2 of those tornadoes were likely EF2s, perhaps even EF3s. That's very violent. It's very strong tornadoes, and I'm afraid it continues to exhibit signs that it is going to be capable of producing another tornado at this point. Getting pretty close to moving squarely into Carroll County. If you could, Stephen, let's go to rain mode. Let's just get an idea of where that hook is. It's riding the Carroll and Madison County lines. Clifty is in the path of this specific storm. It's going to go just to the north of Forum, okay? If you're in the Forum community, this is going to go just to the north of you. Huntsville, you're not in danger from this storm. It's also going to go just to the north of you. Hinesville, though, pretty close, too close for comfort. You're not technically in the warning, but you're probably getting some winds coming out of that specific cell. Berryville definitely needs to take heed. You're not under a warning yet, but I suspect very soon you probably will be. It's moving somewhat slow, 25 to 35 miles an hour at times, generally towards the east-northeast, and that's going to bring it really close to the Berryville area right there. Let's do an area-wide reset. I want to get an idea of what else is happening. We know that there are other warnings. There were, looks like they have all expired. Those storms have fizzled out. Got a little bit of rain here in Crawford County, now east of 49, soon to move into Franklin County, and not a concern. This is our sole concern right now. This storm moving out of parts of southeastern Benton, northwestern Madison, southwestern Carroll, right along that triad of those 3 county lines. That's where the area of rotation is. Very strong mesocyclone. Got a couple of thunderstorms just to the west of Fayetteville. Right now, those are not severe, although that potential is there. Tornado watch in yellow in effect until 5 a.m. this morning.
I just want to go off that, Scott. Again, that tornado watch, like you said, going out till 5 a.m. 2 counties were taken off of that watch that were initially on it. Sebastian and LaFleur were initially had that watch. National Weather Service removed them from that watch.
I'd like to take a look at some photos being sent in from Michael Campbell. This photo was taken between Gentry and Decatur, showing lightning illuminating on the backside of this tornado, likely on the ground. A couple more video pictures there. Tough to make out exactly what that is. Looks like you got 2 clouds there. That's going to be from Peterson Road facing north. That's going to be between east of 59. Thank you, folks, up in the booth. Here's our number at the station if you want to send us in your reports. It's going to be 479-785-5000. Going through a few more of these photos. Looks like you might have something there. Looks like a stovepipe, perhaps. It's a non-technical term given to some tornadoes that look a bit more elongated like that. Stovepipe tornado, perhaps. We'll see. A bit more skinny right there, giving a bit of a different feel to it. I wouldn't necessarily call that a stovepipe, that tornado there. Back to live radar, please. Thank you so much, folks, for sending those in. We really hope for your sake and your family's sake that everyone's okay. We've not heard of any reports of fatalities or injuries, and we consider that good news. We've got, I'm looking out into the newsroom. We've got our full teams coming in, and we're going to work to bring you the information that you need to get you through this storm safely, as well as any recovery effort information that we can pass along to you. Here's our primary concern: area of rotation getting really close to Eureka Springs, just to the south. We'll go a little bit closer in on this specific storm. Wow, really strong hook echo right there. Here's Eureka. I know we have some folks watching. I've seen your messages. Right to your south, barely to your south, is where we have this concern. That's where this rotation is right now. Now let's go ahead and look at velocity. Give me those winds. Still very strong. You're definitely going to have some wind damage. If it's not tornado damage, it's definitely winds. Very bright reds, blues, and greens. That's going to be some really strong winds being ingested into that supercell. Out ahead of it, there's nothing to stop or slow those winds down, unfortunately. And then you've got some winds coming out of the backside of it. That's going to be your rear flank downdraft on the backside of that cell. Rain mode, please. And that's going to continue to show us this thing's wrapping up. This thing's been rain wrapped the whole evening, but now, especially if you consider where that tornado would be, should it be there, there's no way you're going to see through all those reds. That's really heavy rain. That's some hail mixing in as well. There's no way anyone could see through that. It's definitively going to be rain wrapped if there is something making contact with the ground right there. If you're in northern Madison, southern Carroll, please be in your safe place. The warning continues for far eastern Benton County, but I suspect that's going to be trimmed soon. Getting some reports of some hail out of Eureka Springs right now. I think the tallest of hail cores, Stephen, you can pull up hail, maybe just to the south, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Just to the south of Eureka is where we've got the stronger hailstones. You know, perhaps there's actually a little bit of good news in this data alone. You look back off towards the west, we had much stronger indications of larger hail, these purples moving through Bentonville and eventually near War Eagle. Not seeing that now. That can be an anecdotal piece of evidence that maybe that storm might be weakening. We've seen moments of weakening with this storm throughout its life cycle already, and then it pulses back up. So this is a moment in time in which we're seeing maybe a good trend, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's not going to pulse back up and try to re-strengthen. Rain mode, please. Let's get an idea. Okay, here's going to be our winds. I still see a very strong mesocyclone right here.
Yep, National Weather Service saying the same thing. Starting to see that core starting to increase a bit.
Yeah, it's not weakening. I dare I say that's more organized as to what you're saying, Stephen. It's more organized than it was even a scan ago. And it's exactly where you would expect it. It's where that hook echo is really trying to wrap up. Certainly got some really strong inflow, some really strong rear flank downdraft winds on the back side of it, and that's unfortunate. This thing just won't stop. 3 tornadoes likely already, could be producing another one, could have already as it's moved into parts of northern Madison County. Purdy, not in the warning. It's just off to your north. Berryville's next. I suspect the Weather Service will be issuing a tornado warning for Berryville very soon, not only because of what we've seen over the trends with this specific cell, but just given the fact that it's continuing to strengthen and not showing any signs of weakening. That warning is going to have to be extended further downstream. Stephen, you can zoom us out just a bit. Let's see what's happening on the backside of this storm system. I want to just check in on the folks that may be undertaking some recovery efforts.
Yeah, we're just based off of, we follow our live chats and stuff, seeing multiple people talk about the sirens going back off near Bentonville.
Say that again, Stephen.
The sirens, some people are saying near Bentonville High School, the sirens are going off again.
Yeah.
Alarms, sirens going off, Bentonville, Northeast Rogers again.
Yeah.
So a few people saying that those sirens are refiring back up.
Yeah, I suspect probably when that the new warning was issued, it may have triggered a countywide perhaps, or maybe there's some malfunction there. But right now, there's no immediate threat in Bentonville or Rogers aside from flash flooding, which is concerning in of itself. But the tornado threat has now passed to the east of Benton County. There's parts of Benton County that are still technically in the warning, but once the Weather Service out of Tulsa cleans that up, they're going to trim Benton County out of it, I highly suspect. Here's our area of concern. It's squarely right here It's getting ready to move into parts of Carroll County. It really is kind of riding that Carroll-Madison County line, and it's strengthening. Stephen, if you want to just push me back off towards the west just a little bit. Perfect right there. That's perfect. Got some thunderstorms here in Johnson, in Fayetteville, Springdale. Not severe at the moment, but we'll watch it closely. There's probably going to be some folks with some anxiety tonight, and we understand that. We want to help provide comfort where we can. Getting some more photos sent in. Let's take a look at those while we wait on new radar data. This is the Dixieland area near Rogers. Looks like we've got a fence blown over. You've got numerous pieces of debris scattered along the area. I don't know what that tree looked like before, obviously, but it looks like it may be tethered and tattered there. Seeing a couple of these. We've cycled through them. Got one more. This is going to be near Tiger Stadium, near Bentonville. Looks like we got a tree blown over near Tiger Stadium in Bentonville. Let me be really clear there. It's got some tree damage. I suspect we're going to continue to get more and more of this over the next several hours. Folks are probably picking up the pieces. Got some power issues, I know. We've had tens of thousands of people. I think we're up to 19,000 earlier. Okay, Benton County's been canceled from the warning. I suspected that would happen. So if you're hearing the sirens in Benton County, I can't necessarily explain that, but I can tell you that there's no threat. In fact, the tornado warning, brand new, pulsing, flashing on your screen, still includes Carroll, still includes Madison County, no longer includes Benton. Here's your inflow notch right here. This is going to be where you start to have rotation, and it's been very strong. Okay, that's a significant spike. We're now up to 59,000 customers in Benton County that do not have power. That's a big jump, and I'm not surprised necessarily, just given the fact that we've probably had 3 tornadoes minimally move through the area. Let's look at velocity. Let's see what this thing's doing now. Very strong inflow. And exactly where you see that, you got those really strong winds. Now this is, I can tell, is coming out of the Springfield radar. This one now coming out of the Fort Smith radar. We're looking a ways away from it, right? You get into those higher elevations, you get more distance between the storm and either of the radar sites, and the radar beam is looking a little bit higher up into the sky. With that said, at the higher levels, there's some decent winds still coming up. It's not as organized perhaps from this perspective, and I would consider that somewhat of a good sign, but I'm afraid that we're minimally having some wind damage, if not actual tornado damage, coming out of that. And it's going to get close to Berryville, just to the south side of town, eventually into the Green Forest community. If you're there, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but I suspect you probably will be here real soon. Stephen, back to you.
Yeah, right now just following the strongest sign of rotation. Again, folks who are kind of joining us from wherever, whether you're watching on 5 News, whether you're watching on our live stream, you may not be hearing us talk about your community. Let's take it area-wide right now. We're only focusing on now the tornado warning that's in northern Madison County into southern Carroll County, because that's really all of our system that we have right now. If we take a look area-wide, nobody else is seeing a lot of rainfall even. Just across northwest Arkansas, it's still into Benton County. We have some rainfall. Carroll County and Madison County is where that strongest rotation is right now, and then northern Washington County. And that follows track with what our tornado watch was for. Again, that's going out for at least another 2.5 hours so far. So again, Benton County now taken off of that tornado warning. Again, we do follow our live streaming platforms when people throw in comments and stuff. We can't really explain why the tornado sirens may have gone off briefly in the Bentonville area. Right now, you're definitely seeing some of that heavier rainfall, but no immediate threat right now. That immediate threat still is in right on the county line between northern Madison County into southern Carroll County. If we take another close look at it, try to get, we're going to be, again, we're bouncing between radar sites here between Springfield and into Fort Smith. So here's Fort Smith, here's velocity, still starting to see some signs of that tighter rotation. Bounce between radar sites there. We'll loop this for you so you can kind of see this supercell spinning just a bit. It's really messy. Higher elevation here now. So again, we're not done yet. We still have active tornado warning for the potential of seeing this rotation spin back up. Scott's mentioned it several times. We've already had 3 tornadoes at least Possibly we could have another one if we start to see some signs of this rotation starting to spin back up again. Hail is definitely a concern still. If you're in the tornado warning, again, still please keep precaution. Please be in your safe spot, whether that's in the bathtub, whether if you have a basement. Scott mentioned it, having something on top of your head. Try to protect yourself. We're still looking at signs of some tidal rotation, and we'll continue to see this track at least until we start to see some of that broadening out, Scott.
Getting some reports from the field that multiple entrapments and some ongoing rescues at a campground. And that was my biggest fear going into this evening. Is I just know a lot of folks are going to be out and about, camping, enjoying the holiday weekend with friends and family. And gosh, my thoughts are with those folks and the emergency managers working that scene. Gosh, I just hope for the best right now. Strong rotation continues in northern Madison County. Brand new tornado warning. It does include parts of Madison County that weren't included in the original. Let's center that on the screen. Let's get an idea of where that's going. It's going to be in effect until 3:45. Now it does include Berryville, Cabinal, Green Forest, Carrollton, Osage. Now under this brand new tornado warning. You're looking way too high up in the sky to give us any idea as to if anything's making contact with the ground. But when I see rotation that's that high, it tells me that there's a strong potential that we could get a tornado on the ground at any moment. Not only do you have the tornado potential, I'm confident we're getting some very strong winds mixing to the surface level, and you're going to have probably, looks like the Weather Service is warning for 1.5 inches hail. 1.5 inches hail coming out of this. So if it's not the tornado that's going to cause some problems, it very well could be large hailstones as well. This is going to be squarely right now, northern Madison County. It looks like parts of Carroll were also included that were in the original warning. Looks like Eureka's still in the new warning. Eureka, please stay put in your safe place. But it looks like this is going to be moving to your south. I don't want you to leave your safe place yet, please. But it looks like, folks in Eureka Springs, this is going to be moving just to your south towards Berryville. I'm moving into Green Forest, Carrollton, Osage. Here's your area of concern right here. Very strong Doppler radar indicated rotation. This is looking, I believe, from the Springfield radar. If you'll bump it down, maybe we can get Fort Smith to sample some winds for us. There we go. Boy, that's really digging into Madison County right there. Let's go tight right here, right into that core of that rotation, where that's at. That's fine that we've got, this is going to be just to the north of 412, probably 4, 5, 6 miles to the north of 412. Hinesville, you've got heavy rain. You've probably got some very breezy conditions, but I think the tornado threat's going to pass just off to your north just a bit. Alabama, just to your north as well. Here's your concern right here. It's going to be tracking generally towards the east. At times, it's kind of taking this east-southeast track, and and then it tries to pulse back up and go back towards the north. That's your concern right now, though. Okay, tornado warning, Carroll, Madison, all good information right there. Debris tracker. Let's just check in on the debris. This storm has produced quite a bit of debris over the last couple of hours. Up to 59,000 customers without power in Benton County. 3 Doppler radar indicated. Doppler radar confirmed tornadoes in Benton County, near Gentry, near Decatur, near Gravette and Decatur, and then in Rogers, right? We've got multiple reports of debris. And when I look at rotation, it tells me the storm's not done. It very well is going to be capable of producing an additional tornado or tornadoes. Here's your concern. It's not as tight as it was. Let's push back out just to make sure. Very strong winds minimally coming through that. Very strong winds coming through that. We have news crews that have assembled that are now in the field working to gather more information. We know that you probably have some loved ones in some of those towns that I mentioned. We're going to get you information soon, right? I'm looking off screen. Darren Bob's in. Whole team of reporters, news crews. They're going to be working to get some more information on what's the status of the damage. Was anyone hurt? We're going to get you all that information. We're not going to leave you alone tonight. We're going to get through this with you. That's our job, and we're going to get through it together. Right now, though, we continue to have very strong rotation, moving through parts of northern Madison County, getting ready to move back into Carroll County. Eureka, I think the rotation is going to be staying off just to your south, but you're probably got some gusty winds and a little bit of hail. I've seen some reports of hail out of Eureka Springs as well. Berryville, you're going to have some gusty winds. Alabama, Purdy. Stephen, do you?
Yeah, right now, where you see those brightest colors right now in northern Madison County, that's going to be where our tightest rotation is right now. Again, a significant history with producing some rotation very quickly. So again, especially since they've just extended this tornado warning further into Madison and Decatur County, we still have a high risk of seeing the potential of seeing some rotation tighten back up and potentially drop potentially drop another tornado. Not only the rotation we have to look at, though, I want to look at hail. I want to look at also our reflectivity, showing you where the heaviest rainfall is right now. Good news is, again, we're going to bounce between radar sites here because we're right on the line between Fort Smith and Springfield. We had some very, very large hail. You see that deep purple on your screen right there? That's probably golf ball to hen size hail that fell earlier near the Eureka Springs area, definitely in the War Eagle area, just south of Garfield. Hail is coming down though now as we're pushing closer into Berryville. Still potentially quarter size hail. But it's coming down in its size. You start to see those gray returns. It's a good sign, trending downwards on the hail side. If we take a look at where the rain is, you still see that couplet where that inflow notch is coming in. That warm, moist air is filtering in, still allowing the supercell to spin as it tracks just looks like just towards the northeast corner of Madison County. That latest update there showing that inflow notch still. Let's go ahead and take another look at velocity. It's very messy as we bounce between radar sites here. Northern Madison County, just north of Alabama. Again, that is where you see that deep blue right there. That's where our tightest rotation is right now. So again, if you're in the red polygon, which is our tornado warning, please still stay in your safe spot. We're still watching out for some rotation. We're watching the National Weather Service chat to see if they're confirming anything. Right now, this is just a supercell that's rotating, that's capable of producing a tornado at any time. Right now, current time 2:44, 2:45 now. Again, if you have family, you have friends in the area, go ahead, help us out. Give them a call. Say, hey, we've already had this tornado, this supercell produce tornadoes near us. Now it's pushing into northern Madison County. Now it's pushing into just south of Eureka Springs, still following some of that rotation, Scott.
Yeah, definitely it's rotating, but even more impressive or concerning at this point is just the wind threat that may be coming out of this. Wind and hail more than likely, but the rotation is there and it's enough to warrant that tornado warning that's now moving into parts of Carroll County. Seeing some reports of some power outages in Carroll County, which tells me that there's either wind or a tornado either way. And gosh, when you look at that brand new data, let's pulse back out, zoom back out a little bit further. I think to me that signal, this is coming out of the Fort Smith radar, that to me is some damaging winds pushing out of that.
Definitely.
I'm not seeing a real tight situation, but the tornado potential is occurring. But to me, this is right now likely a damaging wind situation. Honestly, what difference does it make? Is it damaging winds or is it a tornado on the ground? Either way, this is a life-threatening situation here in Carroll County coming out of this storm. You just call it what you want. The end result is the same. There's likely some damage coming out of this. Those really bright blues, that's the Doppler radar saying, hey, those winds at that level are very, very intense. We're talking 60 to 80 mile per hour winds coming out of that storm. And at times this thing is rotating. Let's loop this, if you would, Stephen.
Yep.
I want to just get an idea of the overall trajectory. So you see it was really tightly wound up. Those blues really pick up as that storm pulses back into Carroll County. It's really riding the Madison-Carroll County line. Madison County is not necessarily out of the clear with this specific storm. It's just kind of riding that eastern Madison County line. It's going to move close to Kavanaugh, Berryville. Maybe we're going to avoid a direct issue here, but you probably have every reason to be in your safe place. Minimally the winds, probably the rotation as well. You can see that thing just spin, and this is over the last 15 minutes alone. And even on that short of a span, you're still seeing a very distinct area of rotation with that storm. Tornado warning continues for that storm as well. Flash flooding ongoing in parts of Benton County, in addition to the at least 3 Doppler radar confirmed tornadoes that we have had. So that's going to be a concern for us, a secondary concern as well. Rain continues to move through parts of Benton County, and that's going to hinder rescue and recovery efforts out there, I'm afraid, as well. Strong inflow notch, strong area of rotation, probably right in this general vicinity where we see that hook echo. This supercell, it's just as organized as it was when it was on the ground in Tulsa.
Yep.
This qualifies this definitively as what you call a long track supercell. More often than not in Arkansas, our tornadoes are generally brief spin-ups. This is the opposite of that. This is a true long track supercell. We knew going into this day, there may not be many storms, but those that did get going were going to be a problem for us. And I'm afraid we have had multiple problems tonight with this very single supercell. While we're here, Stephen, let's zoom out while we're waiting on the latest data to come in. Just get an idea all across 5 country. We're quiet for the most part in the River Valley. Got one non-severe shower. Doesn't even look to have much lightning and thunder. Moving near Cass, northern Franklin County. Not a concern for us. We do have some heavy downpours moving towards Hinesville along 412. Not severe. In fact, if anything, well, it's probably displaced from the actual inflow, but it very well could actually help undercut some of this. Right now, though, it's not severe either. Tornado watch in effect for northwest Arkansas until 5 o'clock this morning. Time now 2:49, so we've got a ways to go. I think this is going to be our primary concern. I think this, once this supercell exits Carroll County, we're going to have to pay attention to some of this coming out of northeastern Oklahoma, but the atmosphere is likely going to be worked over to some extent at that point and may not support additional rotation. Big question, may not. There may be enough fuel left up there to support some continued areas of rotation. Right now, this is our concern. Carroll County, very strong winds, very strong hook echo in a cell that has produced numerous tornadoes in Benton County. Numerous, at least 3. Here's your rotation starting to come back together. This is no longer just a damaging wind threat. That rotation starting to spin. It's very easy to see it, very broad mesocyclone, but it is definitively strengthening as it moves back into Carroll County. Very significant inflow right into that system, and you can see those winds just spinning. 15 minutes, the whole storm is spinning, much less what's happening low at the ground. Let's go back in tight. Let's get some communities to pop up. This is going to be just to the south of Berryville. Area of rotation getting ready to move back squarely into Carroll County. Cabinal, I think we had a tornado near Cabinal. It was a weaker one, but it was a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. And I'm afraid this is moving over one of the same areas. Here's Marble along 412, rotation 2 miles north of Marble. Probably getting right into the Cabinal area. This is going to move towards Osage and eventually towards Carrollton. Here's Green Forest, just for some perspective. Area of rotation just to the south of Green Forest, far too close for comfort in Green Forest. Let's be in our safe place, please, if you're in Green Forest. I do think right now it's going to pass barely to your south, but it's far too close for comfort. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Delaware County for a different storm capable of producing, let's see, 1-inch hail, no, 2-inch hail. Lord, 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into Delaware County. That's going to be on the backside of this system. Stephen, let's take a look at that. I want to make sure I know exactly where that Delaware County storm. Okay, so this is going to be for Grove. This is going to be far northern Delaware County. It only clips parts of it. It looks like a lot of that. The bulk of that storm will probably stay in McDonald County. Heads up, though, it may move towards Bella Vista. Let's just check and see if there's any rotation while we're here. Right now the warning is only for wind and hail. There may be a little something trying to...
I'm going to draw out a track in case it starts to turn towards...
My fear right now is for the folks that just had tornado damage. My fear is for the emergency responders
Right.
on the ground trying to help folks. And that storm may cause us some more problems specifically there.
That's moving 45 miles per hour. We're just trying to set the parameters here for this track.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let's get that track pulled up.
While Stephen's doing that, our tornado warning continues for Carroll County. It does include parts of Madison, but it really looks like the bulk of the rotation is now moving into Carroll County. That warning is going to be in effect until 3:45. So we have a little less than an hour to go. It's not moving very fast. This storm not moving very fast either. That'd bring it into Pineville 314, Sulphur Springs 319, Bella Vista at 326. Right now, this specific storm coming out of northeast Oklahoma is capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That storm means business. Not rotating at this point. We'll make sure if that changes, we'll let you know. Control room, go. Okay. Got it. Okay, excellent. Good news there. Rotation continues here in Carroll County. I don't think we did. Stand by. Rotation here continues in parts of Carroll County. Huntsville here, Purdy here. Just to the north is your area of rotation. Stephen, to you.
Yeah, right now still following it. Again, for folks at home who don't really, you may be new here, this is very unusual for Arkansas. Scott's mentioned it several times. Again, we see sometimes some brief spin-ups, but we've had very severe nights tonight producing multiple tornadoes, still capable of seeing the chances for some rotation. But I tell you what, the rotation that we're following right now into Carroll County, while still can spin up, it's a lot more broad right now. But while we're not seeing that direct couplet necessarily, still some very strong winds. Like Scott said, whether it's rotating and producing the capability of seeing a tornado or it's 70-mile-an-hour gusts, that's still going to cause some damage. So you still need to be in that safe spot right now. If you're near Carroll County, northern Madison County, it looks like the greatest threat is leaving Madison County. Still portions of Carroll County still in the area of concern. And I tell you what, Scott mentioned it just a second ago. A couple weeks ago, we had some strong winds, potential tornado, actually confirmed tornado, if I remember correctly, a couple weeks ago. Right. That was Osage, that was Carrollton. These folks have seen this in a short amount of time, and it's potentially happening again as we're tracking that next spot of rotation.
So some good news, a point of clarification. Earlier I reported you some campground rescues. That was actually in Rogers, Oklahoma. There's a Rogers just off to our west, and that is some good news. I'm happy to clear that up. I think I know we definitely have 3 confirmed tornadoes in Benton County. At this point, we know that there are responding to entrapments. Rogers Police is, but when it comes to the campground report, that was actually Rogers, Oklahoma. Sometimes in these situations, they become very fluid. You get a bit of fog of war going on. So what I can tell you, though, is Rogers, Arkansas Police responding to some entrapments, just not necessarily at a campground. So good news for what it's worth. Continuing to see strong rotation here in Carroll County, and that's soon going to get a little bit closer to the county line there, moving into Boone County. If you know someone in Harrison, probably wouldn't hurt to wake them up. It's nearly 3 in the morning. A lot of folks are asleep. It's a holiday weekend. It's easy to check out. Saturday night going into Sunday morning. This is a very strong supercell. Let's look at rain mode. It continues to show me some very concerning structure. Let's zoom out. Very concerning structure. I mean, it's got this classic hook echo on it, and it has had that since Tulsa. Just a remarkable tornado producing severe thunderstorm that just isn't slowing down. And that was the fear going into today, is that there could be some long track tornadoes, and that is exactly what we've seen with this specific storm. Right now, we have flash flooding ongoing in parts of Benton County. Not seeing a lot of activity necessarily, some scattered downpours here and there, but that's only going to make matters worse. We need to be done with the rain. Unfortunately, you can see some more stuff coming at us from up northwest. Minimally, that's going to compound our flash flooding concern while authorities are trying to respond to the damage. We continue to track this supercell, Carroll County. Rotation continues. It is now past Eureka. Eureka is still in the tornado warning, technically speaking, but the area of rotation is squarely off to your south and east. I suspect we'll probably see a new warning in the next few minutes. Going to give us a better idea of who's actually in the threat. Darren Bob, going to bring him in, anchor here, 5 News. Darren, what are you in the newsroom learning? It's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
We know we've had multiple reports of tornadoes. We've seen numerous reports of damage. Are we hearing anything more right now?
What we're getting right now from the Rogers Police Department, they are posting things on Facebook as well, but a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines are down. They're blocking roads in Rogers. He says Dixieland Road is pretty bad right now as far as tree limbs down and debris scattered across the roadway. All of their 911 calls being sent to the Rogers Police Department are now being rerouted to other agencies in order to help them respond to all these calls. Now, we do have Jose Carranza. He is headed to Decatur. He's just about ready to do a report for us, but he was headed to Decatur on Carlton Drive. Apparently that roadway is blocked, power lines are down, trees are down. Crews are out there with chainsaws trying to clear what they can so they can get into what appears to be a lot of damage along Carlton Drive in Decatur. Of course, that's in western Benton County. As far as power outages are concerned, there are now more than 61,000 residents, or at least customers, in Benton County that don't have power right now. And I was just checking Ozarks Electric. They've got power outages in northern Springdale. They've got a lot of power outages in, in the Harp Hill area, in Hinesville area. That's, of course, all along 412, and another big batch of power outages near Hinesville. And that totals nearly 61,000 customers between Carroll Electric and Ozarks Electric. And just to check that number once again, because I want to make sure I get that number right, but that's, more than 61,000 people right now. As far as that campground was concerned, it was in Rogers County, Oklahoma, when that tornado came through the northern part of Tulsa. They are still actively going through that campground right now. Multiple entrapments and rescues are ongoing as well. But as far as damage reports, that's about all we have right now as far as the number of the amount of damage. You can imagine with 3 confirmed tornadoes, there's going to be a lot of trees down, a lot of tree limbs down, uprooted trees from the winds. Power lines are down everywhere. And what we have seen from you, the viewer, there's some pictures that we've had from viewers of what looks like it could have been that tornado that came through that area about an hour or so ago. Jose Carranza and Morgan Wrigley are out in the field right now, looking for a lot of this damage that has been reported to the Rogers Police Department. It seems like that's the one of the towns that was hardest hit as well, including Decatur. And as soon as we get Jose on the phone, Jose, I think we have him on the phone now. Jose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Darren.
Okay, tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
I am in Decatur. So we came through 412, up 59, so that we could miss a storm, and we wouldn't be caught in it. Just so you guys know, it's been blackouts from Siloam Springs all the way up to Decatur. It's a crazy scene out here. There are trees down, blocking many roads. There are many power lines down, blocking roads. I've talked to multiple people already who are just trying to get to their families to help. We're seeing a lot of emergency management, first responders out here trying to help. And
cell service is
is knowing that there are homes out here.
Yeah, cell service is obviously a little shaky right now, but as far as homes are concerned, Jose, what are you seeing as far as damage to homes as you're driving through Decatur?
There have been homes that have wiped out.
Also, all right, and that's what part of Decatur are you in right now?
We are just south of town. what
Okay, yeah. Cell service obviously is
Flowing Springs Road.
okay. We're going to try to get back with Jose. He's breaking up a little bit. You can imagine cell service is not what it should be if power is out. But it seems like Decatur. It seems like Decatur has been hit the hardest with a number of homes that have been damaged. A lot of trees are down. Jose was talking about this is on Carlton Drive, or at least trying to get to Carlton Drive, Scott. And it seems like that's right now the hardest hit part of our area from this tornado from this morning.
You're right, Darren. And at that point, we saw data that indicated that would support minimally an EF2, plausibly an EF3 tornado. EF3 and higher is considered very strong. I'm afraid, Darren, right now our rotation is increasing. It's coming together right near the rural community. This is going to be just south of Green Forest. You're starting to see these colors really come back tightly wound up again. At one point, it was kind of broadening out and becoming more of just a wind potential. But given that they're kind of coming back together real tightly, I think our rotation here, pretty much right on top of rural, is increasing. Brand new tornado warning now issued downstream for Boone County. Boone County is not technically in 5 country, but if you're watching in Boone County, I want you to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions. The area of rotation here in Carroll, just to the south of Green Forest, is increasing. There's no question about that. You have very strong rotation within that specific storm as it now gets ready to cross out of Carroll into Boone County. And it's going to be coming up really pretty much on 412 near Carrollton. Here's Osage. Rural isn't showing up on the map at our current perspective, but it's pretty much right under my hand right here. If we can zoom in, it's going to show up eventually. Okay, right here, rural. Here's Connor, here's Rudd, Middleton, Hugh, Carrollton. Here's your area of rotation. It is coming back together. It is strengthening. And it flows. Okay, just making sure we're in communication with all of our partners, emergency managers, National Weather Service. If you see me looking off screen, that's the information I'm just taking in. They're also seeing this increase in rotation right now, specifically as it gets ready to cross out of Carroll into Boone County. Stephen, if you could back me way up and give me rain mode. I wanted to see if this has still got the same structure that it has had. We're looking out of the Springfield radar, which is fine. Once you get into far northern Arkansas, Springfield, Fort Smith, you're about halfway between the two. You're going to get a pretty similar picture. And what you see is a very strong inflow still into that storm. You see that notch where it comes together? That's really warm, moist air being pulled right into that updraft. And what we're going to see here are these little showers out ahead of it in Newton County are probably going to be ingested up into that. And we saw that happen earlier when it was back towards Benton, Madison, and Carroll County. And that really just enhanced the rotation and the overall structure. So I think in about 15 minutes, when we loop this back, we're going to see those showers just get sucked right up into it as that storm continues to plow closer and closer to Harrison. If you know someone in Harrison, they're under a tornado warning now. Looks like most of Boone County, if not all of Boone County, under that tornado warning. Very dangerous situation getting ready to move towards Harrison, right out of Carroll County. Large area of rotation, strong area of rotation from a supercell that has produced multiple tornadoes in Arkansas overnight into the morning hours, resulting in 61,000 folks without power. Rescues being conducted right now by local authorities, and lots of tree and some structure damage reports continuing to come in to the area. This is the one supercell right now warned. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there is some more severe thunderstorms coming into our neck of the woods. So Stephen, let's back up and let's see what's coming out of Oklahoma and Kansas and see what's going to be impacting us here soon. If you could loop this, maybe even for the last hour, just so I can get an idea of exactly where they're moving towards. Looks like they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for Delaware, which is some good news. That tells me that storm's probably weakening just a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for McDonald County. I see a Boeing feature right here. That tells me there's going to be a lot of damaging winds pushing out of the front of that storm. And that could clip Bella Vista, could clip Pea Ridge, Could. It's going to come really close to it. It's going to come really close to it. So folks that might be trying to respond to help friends and help family there in Benton County, just know that you're going to have a pretty severe thunderstorm getting close to you here shortly. You have this green and maroon polygon. That's a flash flood warning. That tornado, that supercell that was moving so slowly, it dumped a lot of rain at the exact same time the tornado was on the ground. And so we're seeing some water issues there, especially in those common places that often are prone to flash flooding, low-lying areas. So that's just going to complicate matters as we try to respond and help folks out there. The actual tornado threat now getting right on that Carroll, Boone County line. And it continues to show some very strong rotation, very, very healthy inflow into that storm. You see all those lightning bolts? My, oh my, that storm is just electric. The more lightning tells us it's a very strong storm, has a very healthy updraft, and it's not necessarily going to show signs of weakening until we start to see those lightning counts come down. We've not seen the rotation really weaken. At times it becomes a bit more messy. In fact, I would say now is one of those times. Again, we're looking on the fringes of the radar beam, but it's not tightly wound up as it once was. But minimally, it's still there, and it's still really strong right over Rural, Carrollton, Osage. Here's Harrison. We're probably, what do you say, 10, 15 miles just to the west of Harrison, where that rotation is, getting ready to move due east. 10, 12, yep, we're right, about 15 miles, 10 to 15 miles away from Harrison, should that maintain its current strength. Okay, getting more damage pictures, let's go for those. This is going to be Rocky Branch Marina. Boy, I was so nervous going into this weekend because I just knew a lot of folks were going to be out on the lake. I hope folks had warning. Interested to see what daylight brings here at the marina. What else do we have? Looks like we have a tree down. I believe this was going to be near Tiger Stadium in Bentonville, right? I believe that's where that one was specifically from. This one, you got a tree blown over, numerous pieces of debris there on the ground. Looks like the tree had some issues with it as well. I think this picture came from where it was near Decatur. This photo was taken. Lightning on the backside gave us a brief glimpse, really lucky shot there of what's likely that tornado being sent into us. What else do we have? Back to radar. Okay, thank you so much. Strong rotation continuing with this storm in Carroll County, getting ready to move into Boone County. It's pretty much coming right on top of that county line. Carrollton, it's pretty much right on top of you right now. It's not moving very fast. This latest scan telling me that it's not as tightly wound up as it once was. Very damaging winds coming out of it, but at least the core of the rotation a bit more broad than it was. Let's hope it continues with that current trajectory. Stephen, Darren, at any point you guys have something, feel free to just jump in. I'm just going to keep analyzing this in real time. I'm checking my batteries. We've been on air for a long time. I want to make sure no one's lost me. Darren, are you seeing or hearing anything new?
Well, I'm getting some reports of, and I'm guessing we can report this, but there are some rescues going on in Rogers along Patty Lane, which is the Innisfree Senior Living Center. That's right next to Patty Lane in Rogers. We heard Jose a little bit ago that talked about houses that were just destroyed or severely damaged on Carrollton Drive, which is in the western part of Benton County, just outside of Decatur. And I'm wondering if that was that tornado that we just showed the picture of. Haven't gotten any other reports. I can tell you though that the amount of power outages continues to climb. Right now in Benton County, it's up to nearly 70,000 and customers in Benton County, mostly Ozarks Electric and Carroll Electric. And then in Madison County, there are about 1,400 power outages that have been reported, or customers that don't have power there. The majority of the power outages are going to be in Benton County, and it looks like it's right in the center of Benton County, just the northern part of Springdale and parts near Hinesville and Decatur as well from that tornado that came through about a couple of hours ago. We haven't heard if anything has been opened up for shelters just yet for those who don't have power. I'm sure the emergency workers are trying to figure that out now, at least for those who have no power. And then they're out there obviously working, try to find the people who might be trapped inside homes. And if we could get Jose back on the phone sometime soon, we could get with him to see about, it seems like Decatur was hit the hardest, Scott. And I think that's the feeling so far right now, except for this one situation with this Innisfree Senior Living Center on Patty Lane and Rogers. Other than that, there's just trees down, power lines down, pretty much all over the place. Rogers Police Department reporting about 30 minutes ago that Dixieland Road is really bad along in Rogers with power lines down blocking roads. Yeah. They do have some entrapments in different locations. All the 911 calls coming into the Rogers Police Department are being rerouted in order for them to be helped out.
Really good information. And I'm sad to say it, but based off of what we saw on radar and those debris signatures, none of it surprises me, which is concerning. That makes me a bit fearful of what daylight might bring. It's 3:13 right now. Sunrise, I believe, a little after 6 o'clock this morning, so we're only a few hours away from getting a better picture of what's probably happening out there. Still have a tornado warning in effect. It's technically for Carroll and Boone, but I'll tell you the area of rotation almost entirely, not totally, but almost here now in Boone County. We're gonna have another strong thunderstorm clip northern Benton County that I'm keeping my eye on, because I know a lot of folks are either gonna try to go out there and pick up some debris, help our neighbors, help our friends. We've got crews out there. I wanna keep everyone as safe as we can. Even though there might not be a warning on it, it very well could be an impactful storm. Here's Harrison, here's Gaither, here's Carrollton, your area of inflow, Hook Echo right here. Doppler radar indicated rotation continues to warrant this tornado warning, which is set to expire at 3:45. So we have a little bit more than 31 minutes to go before that's allowed to expire. But I'll just tell you, I don't think it's going to be. I think that if anything, it's going to get extended just because it hasn't weakened at all. That's a different Weather Service office. Here's some good news I will tell you. We were able to cancel a few counties out of the tornado watch. Crawford, Franklin, Adair, Cherokee, Muskogee, Rogers, Sequoia, and Washington County cleared from the tornado warning, or watch rather. That would have been Washington County, Oklahoma. Boy, it's confusing when there's multiple of each. Washington County, Arkansas, Benton County, Arkansas, still in the tornado watch. That runs until 5 o'clock this morning. We're just going to have to pay close attention to this stuff coming in out of northeast Oklahoma and southwestern Missouri, just to make sure that it doesn't do anything. Right now, there are no warnings associated with it. I think the bigger problem that might be more immediate is just the amount of water it's going to dump. That gives us some flash flooding concerns with that. Looks like Weather Service, I believe, going to be out of Little Rock, has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern flank of this storm. That's drawn a bit more towards the southeast. Perhaps we might have a bit of a southeasterly track with that.
Yeah, right now. I mean, we're still tracking that rotation, even though that's just outside of, looks to be out of Carroll County. But I was just about to say it, Scott. Even if we don't see any rotation with this cell that's diving out of McDonald County, we're already underneath the flash flood warning. And so we're about to pick up a lot more water. We've been mentioning it. Those crews trying to help out affected areas in the Decatur area, in the Rogers area, probably some damage reports coming out of the Bentonville area. We had a lot of rotation sweep through Benton County. And now everybody who's trying to clean up right now, or at least trying to get to those scenes, we're about to get a lot more water, a lot more of those strong winds.
Speaking of that, Jose Carranza, 5 News reporter and anchor live from Decatur, joining us by telephone this morning. Jose, where are you, and where can you describe what you're seeing to us?
Yeah, Scott, we're here just off Falling Springs Road in Decatur, where this is a scene you're going to see all over Decatur this morning. There are fallen trees just behind me that have been uprooted, power lines down. Right now, as you can see behind me, there are crews trying to clear out so that they can get to help these people. I've already talked to neighbors in this area that have been telling us that they've tried searching for these families. Some people, they've found one person right behind this area. There's a home that was destroyed where they tell me the husband was found. but they're still looking for the wife. I've already seen multiple police departments, fire departments come through, fly through this area trying to help. And the thing is that it is pitch black out here. Whenever we drove up to Decatur, we came through Siloam Springs up 59, and ever since we turned off onto 59, it's been pitch black, and there's been multiple cars just trying to get here, help those families, help those neighbors, and it's hard to see, especially with these trees in the way. It's going to take a while for these emergency management crews to get out here and help everyone as we need. But yeah, of course, again, we've already been told by Faith Job, who's just down the road here on Falling Springs Road. She told me already there have been homes on Highway 59 that have been flattened. Of course, there's this home right behind us where there's that husband looking for his wife. We had some people come through here who are just interested neighbors trying to figure out how to help, and I think that's something that we're going to be seeing all morning long. For now, we're live in Decatur covering news where you live. Jose Carranza, 5 News. Back to y'all.
All right, Jose, if you can hear us, you're on Falling Springs Road. That's just west of Decatur. How far out of Decatur are you on Falling Springs Road?
So it comes out, what would you say, Joel? Maybe about half a mile out of town? Yeah.
Okay.
So just off of 102. We're in the west side of Decatur, and we've got more emergency crews coming through here, more first responders. I think that's an ambulance. But
was there any damage that you saw
yes.
as you drove into
Yeah, so we're on the
Decatur?
west side of Decatur. Yes, as we drove in through Decatur, so we came up through 59, and here comes.
Oh, okay. There's. All right, we'll try to get Jose back here in just a second. It also appears that a lot of the agencies from all over Northwest Arkansas are gathering there where Jose is. You saw the emergency response crews getting there, neighbors helping out. There's Jose's live picture again off Falling Springs Road. It just seems with all of the reports that are coming in Benton County that Decatur has been hit the hardest with a number of homes that have been damaged or destroyed. They are actively doing searches right now through that area, through that neighborhood that Jose was just talking about, with homes destroyed there. All the rescue agencies or the emergency efforts are all gathering now, are going to stage in Decatur to try to help as much as they can, do search and rescue and help clean up as best they can in order to get these ambulances that you're seeing here, try to get them into Decatur. This ambulance obviously can't make it through there because the tree lines or the trees are down. So they're going to have to try to figure out a different way to get into town to help out. They've got neighbors that are out there now trying to get those tree limbs, the trees out of the road so they can get emergency responders into Decatur so they can help out. This again is along Falling Springs Road. And if Jose can hear me, can he hear me at all, I wonder?
Yes.
Okay. What's
yes,
the situation
there?
Is that ambulance can't make it through because the trees are down?
Yes, and I assume they're trying to back up. Yeah, they've backed up and staged behind us because we're just along where all the tree have come down. So I assume they're going to try to bring the people who need help through there. Yeah, this is a scene we're seeing all over the place. There's just trees, multiple trees just blocking roadways, and it would be way too difficult for an ambulance to get in there and to even turn around. So they just backed out. They're right behind us now. So
how far away from
there's those
the
neighbors
damaged
that we were talking
houses
about. There's more
are
neighbors
you?
still down there. I would say we are basically just around the corner. Just behind these trees is where those houses, there's a chicken coop also right here that some neighbors got to, but it's It's just behind these trees.
Okay. All right. All right, Jose, we'll check back in with Jose Carranza here in just a few moments. We could stay on this this picture or this live picture from Falling Springs Road, and just to give you an idea where that is, it comes out of Decatur and goes west into, or as you move closer to Oklahoma. But it seems like, Scott, that's been the hardest hit area so far. We can also say a report that that Rogers Fire is also asking some folks to head out to Beaver Lake as well, and I'm wondering if that has anything to do with some of the damage that has taken place at some of the marinas there on Beaver Lake.
I suspect you're probably exactly right. And what I tell you is we're also getting numerous reports of flooding coming in out of Benton County as well. So a lot of these folks have taken a direct hit, if not from one, multiple tornadoes. And now we have flash flooding ongoing, another storm getting ready to come through. It's not severe at the moment, or is it? Did they issue a new warning while I stepped out? Stephen, can you... Looks like parts of that is under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds, and it's pretty easy to see why. Just coming out, it's got a nice bowing segment, and that's going to make matters worse. So I'm a bit concerned about that. Darren, you asked about that strongest rotation there. We had a debris signature on radar for several consecutive minutes. It was on the ground for a while, and at its peak, it was capable of producing EF2 and or EF3 damage. Basically what we're looking at is we know from the history of all the tornadoes in the book that we have data on, and we can say that anytime debris is lofted to a certain level in the atmosphere and velocity signatures are coming in as high as they were, those wind speeds as high as they were, when those two things match up, it gives us a strong indicator that we're looking at EF2 or EF3 damage. It doesn't matter. Tornado's a tornado. People's lives very disrupted this morning. So we'll get the EF rating in the days to come. Minimally, we've got a very serious situation that just happened here in Benton County. 3 tornadoes likely in the area on a weekend that a lot of folks probably checked out. Right? It's Memorial Day weekend. People head to the lake. They head to the campground. And so I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that we don't hear some bad news. And thus far we haven't. So maybe that's some good signs for us. I'm nervous for the emergency crews and the folks impacted here in Benton County simply because this storm's going to come through. It's not rotating. I'm not, at least in this moment, concerned with an additional tornado. I'm concerned with some stronger straight line winds, number one, maybe a little bit of hail, number two. And then just to make matters worse on top of that, we already have flash flooding that's been ongoing, and now we've got more rain on the way that's going to be occurring right on top of that. Let's check in on Boone County. Boone County is not technically in the 5 News coverage area, but there is a tornado warning continuing for the same supercell that moved through. And this is... county line's covered up there, but it looks like it may be trying to push a little bit even into parts of Newton County as well. It gets kind of messy. Still looking at a very healthy updraft. Still seeing quite a bit of lightning, quite a bit of signals that tells me the supercell is still very strong. Nice inflow into it. Not a lot out ahead of it to cut it off. Unfortunately, very strong rotation moving through Harrison right now with that specific storm. The Springfield television stations are responsible for that. We'll keep providing you updates as we can. Let's take a broader perspective all across 5 country. It's been pretty quiet this evening in the River Valley. We had a couple of storms try to pulse up in far Sequoia County, Haskell, Cherokee. They really fizzled out. And we knew all along that there may only be a few storms. And that's what happened. And unfortunately, it was a strong one. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, Benton County. Pause. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that will impact Bentonville. Very well, if we could take a tighter zoom, let's get some more communities here that's going to be impacted here. Bella Vista, Prairie Creek, Pea Ridge, Sulphur Springs, Gravette. It's the same storm I was just telling you that I was nervous about. We're probably going to have some winds coming out of that storm, minimally some hail. This is going to be a problem for the folks trying to respond to that specific from the tornadoes earlier. I want the folks up in the control room to touch base with each of our field staff right now. make sure they know this is coming and make sure that they take their own safety precautions as needed. There's no rotation with it. This specifically only for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is going to be a big problem for us in these same areas that have already been hard hit this morning. It's crossing out of Missouri into northern Benton County. Bella Vista, the winds are picking up right now. The rain is picking up. The hail starts soon. Same story in Sulphur Springs. Same story in Gravette. It's pretty much just going to clip northern Benton County. Here's Bentonville, also included in this new warning, as is Garfield, Prairie Creek, Rogers, and Lowell, also included in this new severe thunderstorm warning, as well as a good chunk of Carroll County. So Carroll County, you just a few minutes ago were able to leave the storm shelter. Now you're back. Well, you're not back in the shelter. Now you're back under the threat of another severe thunderstorm capable of producing some very damaging winds. I'm told we have a new photo. We can take that whenever you guys are ready to see what's going on. And this is from Jessica Cervantes between New Hope and Walnut Roads. And you can see trees are covering the road. The road's going to be darn near impassable. Looks like some of these are some larger tree limbs too. Houses are flooding, according to Jessica, having trouble getting out. So we can hope emergency crews can make it there here very soon. Unfortunately, we're probably going to see those storms pick back up from the north, which very well could clip Rogers as well.
Yeah, let's take another look at radar real quick, unless we have some more photos there to get to. Like Scott's mentioned, and again, the same areas that were just affected earlier on this evening, early morning from the tornado risk that we had, now we're right back into a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for going to be strong winds up to the size of quarter-size hail. So again, all those responders out there right now, families, if you're still tuning in to us, you may be stepping outside trying to see some of that damage. Got some strong winds coming in right now that you need to be aware of. We're not looking at any signs of rotation right now leading towards hopefully not another tornado, but those strong straight line winds surging on the back half of this storm that's coming right into Benton County right now. Scott, you'll be able to talk more on this, but it looks like those strong winds right about to come into Bentonville right now.
Yeah, you can definitely see very clearly the leading edge of that Boeing segment, and that's where we're going to start to see those straight line winds. It's moving pretty quickly. I had to double check my math. It's moving so quickly, up to about 60 miles per hour. So what we'll do is we'll put a track on the leading edge of those winds pushing east-northeast, east-southeast rather, and that's going to give you some general estimated times of arrival right into Bentonville at 3:32. How about, here, I'll move those times over so we can see those. Prairie Creek, 3:42, Channel Lakes, 3:47, Eureka Springs, 3:50, Berryville, who just had very strong rotation, passed through right at 4 o'clock, Green Forest, 4:08, Coyne, 4:13, Carrollton, 4:21. These are some hard hit areas already, and now we've got another severe thunderstorm getting ready to move in that's likely producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can see just on wind mode alone, the leading edge of those winds pushing out of that storm. You start to see a Boeing segment like that. That's more often than not always going to be associated with damaging straight line winds, and that's what's about to clip northern Benton County. Couple of things to keep in mind, of course, not only the folks that we're about to add insult to injury to, but for folks that maybe didn't have tornado damage earlier, these 60-mile-per-hour winds can cause just as much damage. And especially keep in mind that we've had a decent amount of rain on and off over the last couple of weeks. It doesn't necessarily take a lot of wind to topple over some trees, uproot the trees, and just push them over when the ground is as saturated as it is. And then you consider the fact that we've got flash flooding ongoing. So multi-hazards happening right now simultaneously in the place that's already just taken the brunt of the storms this evening into this morning. Really wish we could avoid this, but unfortunately it doesn't look like we're going to. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect, Stephen, if you know, until 4:30. So we have about an hour to go for that severe thunderstorm warning. Darren, I hear you have new information.
Just Just a power outage update. Right now, Benton County is up to almost 74,000 customers without power. Carroll Electric reporting 45,000 customers without power, and Southwest Electric. SWEPCO is actually reporting almost 16,500. The rest are Bentonville Light and Water and Ozarks Electric. So that totals about 73,200 are without power in Benton County right now. That's the map that we're looking at, that I'm looking at, and it just shows the different. Madison County has 10,000, and Carroll County now up to 18,000. Without power. A couple of other things as well. You almost anticipate this happening, but a lot of folks are out trying to volunteer, and sometimes what happens is folks who just want to go out and see the damage get in the way, and we've had a couple of requests from police departments that if you're not going to be a part of the rescue effort, or at least helping with clearing some of the trees and so forth out of the roadways to get those emergency first responders into where they need to go, that they just ask you to please don't go because it just ties up traffic. We have Jose Carranza, who was in Decatur, who was trying to get into Decatur, or at least the heaviest, the hardest hit part of Decatur. They have now cleared that road, so we should be checking in with him here in just a few moments. Okay, let's do the road conditions and show you what it looks like there. Yeah, that's doesn't surprise me there. That's what is that? Walnut is all backed up and stopped because of trees and power lines that have gone across Walnut. We can tell you that there's some rescues going on in Rogers. They also have a lot of the Rogers. It's pretty much all hands on deck, pretty much like it is here. They have all of their off-duty officers, overnight shift and day shift officers now coming in to help as best they can to try to get as much support out as they can. And on the City of Bentonville's Facebook page, emergency crews, electric and street departments are assessing the damage in the city. Multiple power lines are down in Bentonville. And of course, they do ask you to stay away from the power lines. Crews are working to restore power and clear debris. That is from the City of Bentonville on its Facebook page. Jose and Joel are out in Decatur. We've got Morgan Wrigley that's headed to Rogers to try to find some of the damage there as well. And we also have Zach Scott, meteorologist Zach Scott, who is going to be out and about as well too to try to report on some of the damage that has been reported so far. But it seems like the hardest hit area has been in Decatur. A lot of houses have been damaged, severely damaged or destroyed in Decatur. A lot of trees are down, a lot of power lines are down. And again, that's what's causing nearly 80,000 people to be without, or customers. And if you take a customer, there could be 4 people inside a house. So you multiply 80,000 times 4. That's how many people are without on average. That's how many people are out of power right now. And as Scott said, to add insult to injury, we've got another system coming in to extreme northern Benton County. And it comes with some high winds and a lot of rain, Scott.
60-mile-per-hour winds, large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. A lot of battery issues. We've been on air for a very long time. My apologies. You're right. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter, large hail as well. It's going to be possible with that storm. Here's the latest on it. I'm going to bring this up to speed. It's going to bring this up to speed here in just a few more minutes. What I've been doing has been looping this back to get a better idea of the actual storm track. And so my system is thinking, if you guys want to put something up behind me, maybe we can look at some pictures, something of that nature while this is working itself out. Stephen's bringing me some more batteries. Thank you so much. We continue to see, thank you, this storm moving in. Bella Vista, Bentonville, Sulphur Springs, Gravette, all included in the latest severe thunderstorm warning. And here you can see those winds getting ready to push in. On that leading edge of that Boeing segment, this is where we would expect 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. We'll check the hail. I would suspect most of the hail still in Missouri, still in McDonald County. Maybe we're getting some hail happening right now in parts of Bella Vista. It would likely be slightly smaller in nature, which is, I guess, some good news. Let's back this up. We're going to look at the last 4 hours. I'm going to put this into motion. We're going to see, here's midnight, shortly after, not a lot going on, right? We bring this a little bit more current, and you can see that supercell crossing out of Oklahoma right into Arkansas, gunning down on Decatur. You look at the correlation coefficient, which is our way of seeing debris lofted into the air, and there's was some very strong signals. It's going to load here in just a second. A lot of data pouring into it. Very strong signals at one point of 2 different tornadoes happening within just a few miles of each other. Decatur certainly taking the strongest of which. Looks like that's not going to want to load for us, which is okay. We'll stay on the most pressing storm right now, which is here yet again in Benton County. Carroll County is also included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Look, you got some convection, some thunderstorms moving through right now in Berryville. You've even got some north of Huntsville. You're probably hearing that in Clifty. That's not necessarily what's severe. It's this segment that's getting ready to push out of Missouri that's going to kick up the winds once more. If there was loose debris out there, thinking of limbs that kind of got snapped but hadn't fallen over yet, power lines that may be leaning but hadn't been pushed over completely, this may do the trick. Unfortunately, it's certainly going to be the most pressing hazard with that specific storm. It's going to be the damaging wind potential in addition to the hail, but it looks like most of the hail likely stays just off towards the north. What I'm going to do here is loop this over the last hour, and you can look at the loop and see, one, this storm is moving quickly, 60 miles per hour. The threat's not going to last much longer. It's clipping northern Benton County. I think probably Carroll County gets more of that, especially as that takes a dive. Seeing some bit of an inflow notch on the northern edge of that storm, that could eventually make its way into parts of Carroll or even Boone County. Again, not an impending concern right now. That would probably be more of a brief spin up. Should that develop in that inflow notch right there, not a concern to us right now. It's just the damaging winds coming out of that cell. You got some scattered showers continuing. Any additional rainfall is not helpful. Flash flooding is going to continue. Flash flood warning also in effect for parts of Carroll County. This supercell, one of the reasons it was as problematic or concerning as it was, secondary to the tornado potential, and that did materialize, right? It's how slow it moved, which just allowed more of those winds to cause issues, larger hailstones to fall, and of course the flash flooding. The slower these storms move, the more problems that happen, and that's unfortunately what we've seen, and it continues to have a tornado warning on it. I'm curious here, this thing started near Tulsa, and now 180 miles later, it's still showing enough rotation that it's got a tornado warning on it for Boone County. Multiple tornado warnings on it at this point, 180 miles later. That is a true definition of a long track supercell. Unfortunately, it did cause damage. So it sounds like some serious damage here in northwest Arkansas early this morning. Winds are picking up for us in Bella Vista. There's no rotation right now. Let's just double check. I've been looking off camera, just to make sure. I don't see any rotation coming out of it. I see winds that are getting really breezy. We've lost a lot of our cameras in Bentonville simply because of the power outages. I'm not seeing anything that we could get any insight from other than radar. Here's the leading edge. You see where those bright blues are? That's the wind pushing out the leading Boeing segment of that line. And that's going to continue getting ready to push quickly into Rogers. Winds are going to pick up and eventually into Carroll County. Darren, back to you.
Yeah, we were just looking on Facebook, Rogers Police Department. It seems like Rogers also got hit pretty hard. New Hope Road is blocked. Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, now I bet you can hear me a lot better, can't you? All right, Rogers Police Department is reporting a lot of issues right now. The New Hope Road is blocked. We showed you a moment ago that Walnut is blocked from power lines and from trees down. Oak and Dixieland is blocked. This from about 20 minutes or so ago. At the same time, they are also working about 121 calls right now from different locations around the city of Rogers, including the DoubleTree Apartments on West Easy Street. They're addressing an issue there that deals with the weather. We talked about this a moment ago as well, too, that the Innisfree Retirement Living Center near Patty Lane in Rogers off Innisfree Circle, they're dealing with an issue there, or a situation there that has to do with the weather. And also Southgate Mobile Home Park. They have a call out there. That's on Ulrich Street in Rogers. They've got more than 100 phone calls, or more than 100 calls that they are working right now. As far as power outages are concerned, let me just update this real quick. In Benton County, there are now nearly 74,000 people who are out of power, and that we're looking at SWEPCO. They're reporting out of that 73,000, they're reporting 16,000, a little more than 16,000 customers without power. Carroll Electric has the most right now at 46,000, a little bit more than 46,000 customers are without power. And mostly that is in the central part. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at there too. It's right in the central part of Benton County. We still have not gotten any information from those about any kind of shelters or a place to go if you don't have power. I would imagine that their effort now is to find those who have not been found and to help get roads and streets cleared, get the power lines cleared as well. And then they can get in and try to assist before they open up any shelters. Of course, if that happens, we will definitely pass that along to you. We do have crews out and about. Let me get out of this real quick. Jose was in Decatur and had to actually tear down his equipment and a way to get to Decatur. And he's getting closer to the damage from what we're finding out. Yeah, Carrollton Drive, that's the hardest hit now, dispatching traumatic injuries. We're just not getting this in that on Carrollton Drive, which is, let me see if I can pull this up. This is near where Jose is located right now, where I think most of the severest part of damage is done. This is, let's see, I can't get this to, it looks like it's within the city of Decatur as well. They are dispatching for traumatic injuries in that part of town where that came in. That's just right off Highway 102, excuse me, just off Highway 102. They are getting as many people as they can to the 22,000 block of Carrollton Drive in Decatur to get to help with traumatic injuries, and that just shows you what Jose was talking about. That he had seen quite a few houses, and people still have not been found yet from this tornado that came through about an hour and a half or so ago. We've also got multiple crews heading to Rogers right now to report as much as we can on any damage that has taken place in Rogers. And from what the police department is posting on their Facebook page, that there is quite a bit of damage and some houses that have been damaged, but mostly trees, tree limbs down, trees have been toppled over, power lines down, power poles are down, blocking roads, and it's just a mess. It's a mess in Decatur. And Jose is getting very close to damage there in Decatur, at least the worst part of the damage in Decatur, to at least help you, or at least show you what's happening there. And the effort in Decatur right now that is going on to clear those roads out so they can get those emergency responders into where they need to be. About 15 or so minutes ago, we showed you some pictures live from Decatur that showed that the ambulances couldn't get through because tree limbs were down, blocking the roadways. They do have those roads clear now, and we're trying to find out as much as we can as far as the number of injuries. We haven't gotten any reports of that just yet, and we're waiting to get that from Jose and Scott. I'm going to throw it back to you because I'm wondering what the situation is with this new storm coming in, if it's gotten any worse or if it's gotten any better coming through there.
Look, Darren, the only thing I want to do right now is give good news, and I just can't. It looks like this storm is increasing, the outflow out ahead of it. And what I've done is I'm going to tell the system to show me the actual wind speeds. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And what I'm going to do here is have the radar do a little bit of math for us on live TV. This can be a little bit messy, but we're seeing velocities here outbound up to about 57 miles per hour. We have to keep in mind, though, that this is at the radar beam level, and that certainly could be mixing and increasing as it comes down to the surface. Out ahead of that line is where we're finding, I mean, even right there, I got a 74-mile-per-hour wind speed, Doppler radar estimated. So as that wind increases, it's pushing into eastern Benton right now, soon going to move into Carroll County, and this is straight line winds. I'm not finding any rotation out ahead of that line. I'm only seeing straight line winds and at times a little bit of hail. It's going to be north of Pea Ridge, Garfield. You've probably got maybe some small hail mixing in there. Maybe it stays just off to your north, but the worst of the hail, at least at this point, is in parts of McDonald County. It's the wind that's probably going to be of most concern to us, 70, 75 mile per hour. You can see it right here on the leading edge of this storm. Look, folks, I know this is kind of a messy psychedelic map. Here's Prairie Creek. Here's going to be Rogers. Here's War Eagle. Here's Lowell. Here's Garfield, just for some context. Wind's already come through Garfield, but it's getting ready to blow towards Eureka. Western Carroll County already seeing the leading edge of that line segment. That's going to be where your winds are. We have to pay attention to it to make sure there's not an eddy develop along it, which is where you can get some spin-up rotation. I'm not seeing that right now, though. I'm only seeing just some really strong winds coming out of it, and it really looks like that system's going to continue to dig a little bit further towards the south, which is going to bring more of it into Carroll County. It looks like maybe we avoid the worst in Gravette and Decatur, which is why they're not currently in the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it here in orange. It's a pretty long guy. It includes a large chunk of Benton, a large chunk of Carroll, even northern Madison County yet again. It really looks really similar to the tornado warning polygon that we had in effect earlier in terms of shape and who all is included. It's not a tornado warning. It's simply a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds and large hail. We'll loop this over the last hour, and what you're going to find is it's moving fast, 60 miles per hour. So the storm motion in of itself is moving pretty quick, and the winds coming out of it probably 60 to 70 miles per hour. And it looks like it's certainly going to continue to clip northern Benton, a good chunk of Carroll, and we might even get some of those winds to come out of it into parts of Madison County as well. That's it. That's the concern in terms of severe weather. Flash flooding, which really should be considered severe weather, right, is also going to be an issue for us. We've already seen a decent amount of rain over a very short amount of time in parts of Benton and even Carroll County. That's why flash flood warnings are in effect. And this certainly could dump 1 to 2 more inches on top of that, which is going to really complicate matters for folks trying to respond to that disaster scene. Look, this storm, this same supercell still has a tornado warning on it. Still at any moment, if not now, is producing a tornado literally 190 miles later. This thing got started over in Tulsa, right outside of Tulsa, and it's now made its way towards Yellville. This is in Boone County. Soon getting ready to move into Baxter County. Baxter also included in parts of this tornado warning. Mountain Home is the county seat of Baxter County, right? That's going to be right here. If they do extend that warning out, I suspect Mountain Home, Norfolk will probably be included in that. Parts of Newton County, far northern Newton County also included. And you've got a couple of different inflow notches right here. I think this one's going to be the one that has the rotation with it as of right now, but you of course have to watch the backside. We've seen in Benton County one storm producing multiple tornadoes simultaneously. I don't think that's necessarily happening, but there are 2 distinct areas of rotation. This one near west of Yellville is the strongest, but it looks like there may be some secondary rotation developing there on the backside of that system. That's moving well out of our viewing area. I show it just to tell you, boy, that storm, it really meant business, and it is not letting up. It doesn't appear to be letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, so all we have that storm tracking, again, like Scott mentioned, 190 miles is tracked from the Tulsa area now over to closer towards Harrison. Again, folks, if you're watching us right now on 5 News or if you're watching us on our live streaming platforms, you're trying to step outside, you're trying to see what the damage is. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Benton and Carroll counties right now from the backside of the system that's producing some strong winds, capable of producing those gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and also some very small hail. The hail looks less impressive right now, but the winds are going to be a definite concern, at least over the next 30 minutes to an hour as it continues to push off into the southeastern portion of Benton County and into Carroll County as well. So I'm going to take a little bit closer here. If we can go kind of the split screen here and show you a little bit closer look at Benton County right now. Again, heavy rainfall coming down in the Pea Ridge area, in the Garfield area, Bella Vista area. Again, that's going to continue to push off towards the southeast. If we take a look at velocities, though, Eureka Springs, just a couple of hours ago, we were talking about the potential of some rotation just south of Eureka Springs. That's that strongest wind right there, where you see those blues and those greens combining, that definite line in Carroll County. That's strong straight line winds, most likely gusting up, Scott, anywhere between 40, 50, up to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, potentially. Again, whether it's damaging winds or whether it's rotation, this is still a strong storm coming in on the back half after that tornado threat's already passed. Now straight line winds is the main concern for Carroll County, Eureka Springs, especially with all those folks traveling for the holiday.
You nailed it. What difference does it make? Whether it's straight line winds or whether it's a tornado, it's a technicality at that point. It can still cause the same amount of damage, if not more in some cases. And I see this wind signal coming out of the leading edge of that storm, and it is concerning to me. We saw 70 mile per hour wind speed out of that just a little bit earlier. In fact, I'm going to bump this back up and just see if it's changing. We'll just sample some of these winds together. Looks like that's 65 miles per hour coming out of that storm on the leading edge going into Eureka Springs. You're probably feeling and hearing those winds really pick up. Let's see, back that up. Corey this one more time. 63. So it looks pretty unanimous all on the leading edge of that line. It's going to be winds. I wouldn't rule out some hail, but I really think it's going to be the winds that are going to be most concerning for us. And this is what it looks like on rain mode. This is the picture a lot of folks are going to be most comfortable with, most familiar with seeing. Heavy rain, here's going to be where those darker reds are. It's probably heavy rain mixing in with some hailstones. Question is, how big is the hailstones? The warning says it was for upwards of 1 inch hail. I definitely see large hailstones in Missouri, just north of the state line. I don't necessarily see a lot of hail moving into the Arkansas side of that warning polygon. Not to say there's not some. There's probably a little bit in Bella Vista, maybe some in Garfield, but it's probably on the account of penny, dime-size hail. Just based off of this alone, it's probably more heavy rain than anything else, in addition to the driving wind. Of course, you got Beaver Lake. You can see it right there well on our map. Beaver Lake is in the severe thunderstorm polygon, and that's where we are probably going to be seeing a lot of winds right now, out ahead of it. So if you know someone at Beaver Lake, it's been a rough evening, rough morning, had multiple tornado warnings coming through, and now we're dealing with wind on top of that, and that's certainly not going to help matters any at all.
Right, not only the wind, but also we're getting some more of that rain coming in right now as well. We could see some heavy of the rainfall. Good news is right now tracking more towards the east, so folks that are in Decatur right now, in the Gravette area, you're probably seeing some of that rainfall. The heaviest portion of it, though, remaining in extreme northern Benton County, pushing towards the east into Carroll County, and that's where probably a majority of our strongest damage, at least that we're hearing right now, has been. Several communities across Benton County, though, and even into Madison, Carroll, could have gotten some damage this morning. Now we're taking a closer look. Even though it's not in our area, you might have friends, you might have family that's in further off towards the east. Just moved through the Harrison area, pushing further off east. What do you got, Scott?
A brand new tornado warning as suspected. It does include Mountain Home. That's going to be Baxter County, Bull Shoals. Here's Yellville. A lot of folks, maybe 5 country residents that may be out in parts of this area for the holiday weekend. Brand new tornado warning. Same storm, same exact storm. It has not had a tornado warning on it since Tulsa, and that continues. This one, though, this latest one, it shows that storm might be trying to take a bit of a northeasterly trek which is going to keep it closer to the mountain home area. That area of rotation, which is really right now over Yellville, is on a beeline for mountain home. You can see right here is going to be a very strong pronounced rotation, and it's going to continue tracking towards the north and east. Yellville, Buford, Bull Shoals, Mountain Home, and that new tornado warning, same exact one that moved through northwest Arkansas. Well, I've lost track of time, hour, 2, 3 hours, sometime this morning, right? And now we've got one more severe thunderstorm warning working its way through the area. It's the last batch of storms that we're likely to see. Once we can get rid of this, we're probably going to see some drier weather for at least a few hours. Sunrise this morning, 6:03. I'm afraid we're probably not going to like what we have to see once that sun rises and we start to see the real scope of the damage associated with this storm. Looks like there are some showers maybe out of southeastern Kansas. I'll loop this just to see if maybe they hold together over the last hour. Looks like a lot of that probably just moves into parts of Missouri. We'll have to watch to see if there's any back building off towards the south with those. I wouldn't expect severe weather with those. I would just expect additional rainfall, which is going to make things even more complicated. Darren?
All right, Scott, thanks. We were just, I was just looking over, there we go. I was just looking over some of the reports that we're getting in from reporters who are out in the field, and we're working on getting Jose Carranza set up to where we can actually talk to him just on the outside of Decatur. He was on Falling Springs Road. It was blocked from trees and power lines. They've cleared that area. They've got a response now headed to the 22,000 block of Carlton Drive for catastrophic or for traumatic injury. These are some of the photos that you have taken so far. This is out at Beaver Lake. This is some trees that are down in and around Benton County. We can tell you that power outages have now gone up to, let's just give you a total of 73,000, almost 74,000 in Benton County. Majority of those are from Carroll Electric. Southwestern SWEPCO is actually reporting 16,000, Carroll Electric 46,000, and power outages in Benton County. There are about 2,100 in Madison County and about 1,000 in Carroll County from the storm that came through. This picture you're seeing here, not unlike you will see pretty much everywhere around the area because of the trees down, the power lines down, and a lot of homes that have been damaged. Jose Carranza has been trying to snake his way along the road there on Carrollton Drive in just outside of Decatur, where the storm hit this morning. And Jose, if you can hear me, tell me what you got.
Yeah, Darren. So we're just a little further west from Falling Springs Road. We're at Carrollton Drive now, where you mentioned there might be a catastrophic injury or traumatic injuries right behind me, and it seems like that might be the case. There are multiple ambulances here already. There are multiple police departments, multiple fire departments responding. There have been families that have come through here trying to erratically get to the family that they have behind here, as they've told us that they haven't heard from them, that they know they live right here, but they haven't heard from them yet. And so, but everyone that's gotten to the very end of all this line of emergency vehicles have been told to turn around, as there are power lines and there's emergency crews just simply trying to get a path cut out of all these trees. Because as I tried to walk down this road, there are multiple trees, maybe 100 feet. I would estimate, and that's just the start of it. As you can see, there are still many families just trying to get to their families that are behind these trees. At this moment, I don't know what could be happening back there, but it does not seem good. Definitely, if we can imagine where we were at in Falling Springs Road, where there were homes already torn down, completely just flattened out. We've been hearing right behind here that there have been multiple homes that have been flattened out. I just hope everyone's okay. For now, we're live in Decatur covering news where you live. Jose Carranza, 5 News. Back to y'all.
All right, Jose, if you can hear me, how far out of Decatur are you? And I would imagine the path that got you out there a lot of damage?
It's probably 15 minutes out west of from Decatur, so about, what would you say, Joel? Maybe 3 miles. You had the
Okay.
maps up. 5 or 6 miles out from Decatur. At least the downtown area. We're seeing people start to come out now. But yeah, we're 5 or 6 miles west of Decatur Town Center, where they're still trying to clear out a path.
Are those folks come walking out there, Jose? Are those first responders?
Yes, I'm not hearing the chainsaws anymore, so I'm gonna try to go check that out here in a second, and try to talk to first responders, see what's going on back there. Families have turned around too. I don't know what's going on just yet, but of course I'll get to that. I'll see who I can speak to out here.
Okay.
But yeah, those were some of those first responders. But again, it's a long line of first responders out here.
All right, Jose, I appreciate that. Stay safe, and we'll check back in with Jose in just a minute if we want to keep that shot up, or we can talk about Scott, and maybe you can help us out with this. When you look at this and you hear Jose talk about the damage that was along that road, that Falling Springs Road, and it connects to Carlton Drive, it seems that was the path that came through from Oklahoma into Decatur, and then all parts of Benton County. And it just seems like this, you can't hardly see the damage, but just the description of it, this was a powerful tornado.
The National Weather Service will send field crews. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't send someone today, if not today, certainly by tomorrow, to survey the damage. And they're going to look at a lot of different types of damage indicators. One of the things they look at are types of structures that were impacted. For instance, if a structure was built 50 years ago to a certain set of standards, well, it's only going to hold so much weight in the damage assessment as, say, a newer building that was built to different, more sturdier standards. They're going to look at the debris field. They're going to look at a whole array of different damage indicators and assign it a rating. Preliminarily, we can assess based off of wind speeds from Doppler radar alone and just how high the debris was being lofted. There in Benton County, at one point, it was up to 27,000 feet. So you look at a couple of those things. In the history of tornadoes, you can start to make some comparisons, and the data is generally pretty close to accurate when it comes to those final ratings. EF2, plausibly an EF3. Which is a very strong tornado. Of course, this is on a scale of up to 5 being the absolute worst. And we don't see a lot of EF3s. The Little Rock tornado, March 31st of last year, was an EF3. Altus, way back when, Altus and Denning, I think it was like 2011, I think, that was an EF4. You don't hear of a lot of these stronger tornadoes. But given radar presentation alone, it wouldn't surprise me one bit, I'm afraid to say, that if it's rated an EF3. Much like the difference between damaging winds and in rotation, what difference does it make? A rating's a rating. It's something that goes on paper and that's it. At the end of the day, people's lives are upended. It's scary. And this is going to be, unfortunately, a Memorial Day weekend that a lot of folks are going to remember for all the wrong reasons for a really long time. And sunrise this morning coming up at 6:03. We're going to have a much better idea of the scope of the damage. I've been seeing a lot of photos that have been tweeted and texted in, and it certainly looks very scary. It doesn't look like the home that we all know and love. And the good news is we can rebuild. I've yet to hear of any fatalities or injuries. That's not to say that there aren't. Maybe we have actually anecdotally heard of some injuries. I just don't have a count per se. We'll pass along more information as we get with that. Let's take a look at live radar if we can. We'll keep Jose's shot there up on our screen. The damaging wind threat is almost over for Benton County. Right now, the bulk of those winds are pushing into Carroll County, getting close to Eureka. Heavy rain in Eureka. We already have flash flooding ongoing in Carroll County. We've seen some reports of that from local emergency managers. This rain, this wind's not going to help. But once we get past that thunderstorm, look back off towards the north, there's not a whole lot necessarily out there. I do got to tell you, the cold front isn't going to move through until later this afternoon. And along that cold front, there's going to be a 30% chance, 20 to 30% chance. Bella's crunching numbers over here on the side. I anecdotally looked at some forecast data just a few moments ago while Jose was talking. There's going to be a chance that we see a couple of thunderstorms pulse up along that front. The ingredients that'll be at play this afternoon are primarily only going to support hailstones. Wouldn't rule out rotation or tornadoes, but that chance is relatively low, 2% for 5 country. So I say that all that to say, yeah, we're going to get rid of this storm. It's going to move on out of the area, but we'll have to certainly be mindful of this afternoon as the actual front moves through. And at that point, dry air is going to really funnel in, and Memorial Day is going to feel lovely. It's hard to imagine getting to Memorial Day at this point, given the scope of the nature that we've heard reports of, that we're seeing live pictures of, our crews are seeing all around the area. Darren's here. Meteorologist Zach Scott is going to be live for us here in the field. Bella Grace here, full team coverage from the weather department tracking this. Multiple reporters that are descending on the field, and we're going to be getting some reports here soon with regards to the damage there. Benton County looks to be the worst hit right now. I'm aware of 3 tornadoes confirmed by Doppler radar, confirmed by the damage reports we're seeing. 2 of which were likely high-end EF2s, perhaps even EF3s. Unknown as to what the Rogers tornado would come in at, but definitely hearing substantive reports of damage coming in out of Rogers. There's no question about that. Picking up the pieces, of course, that's going to be tough. Weather could be a problem for us. That 20% chance of additional showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Flash flooding, I think that threat's going to persist for a little bit longer for Benton County, certainly for Carroll County with more rain coming down. But once we can get those showers to finally come to an end, the water's slowly going to recede. It just may be a little bit longer. We'll take a tighter look in. Here's the winds moving through Berryville right now along the leading edge of that system. We'll check rotation just to make sure nothing has occurred. Nothing is, but sure is going to be a big surge of winds. Big surge of winds coming out of the storm system. 60 to 70 miles per hour are going to be possible with the winds coming out of this. Could see some hail. I'm not seeing a lot of signs of the hail core actually making it into Arkansas. That's not to say it won't as it pushes off towards the south. Another thing I'm noticing is we just look back at our same supercell right now moving through Yellville. Really strong rotation on that. Really strong rotation here in Yellville. Now, of course, we're looking pretty far away from the radar site, so this radar beam's pretty high up in the sky, but there's a definitive sign of rotation here in Yellville that's about to move into Flippin and then eventually into Gassville. Brand new tornado warning, looks like it's populating for that. Let's see what the details are. Why did they reissue that? Observe, the reason that new warning was issued, it was confirmed. And honestly, based off rotation there in Yellville alone, I have no reason to doubt that. It's moving towards Mountain Home. It's moving towards Flippin. If you know somebody there, here's the thing. It's the middle of the night. Call them and wake them up. Don't take it for granted. This is the worst possible time for a tornado to happen, to move into Arkansas. It's not only the middle of the night, but it's Saturday night into Sunday morning on a long holiday weekend. You really couldn't draw up a worse timing for storms to move through. Statistics tell us that nocturnal tornadoes, those that move into the area overnight, are 2 times as likely to be deadly as opposed to those that move into the area during the day. So we hope that statistic doesn't pan out to be true in this case. We sure hope not anyways, but we have a tornado on the ground in Yellville. It's moving towards Flippin. It's moving towards Mountain Home. Same one that dropped 3 tornadoes in Benton County. Same one that dropped multiple tornadoes in parts of Oklahoma. Okay, let's go to those pictures. We've got more coming in from you folks. Here's my number here at the station, It's 479-785-5000. If you can safely send us your photos, we would appreciate it. Include the location of where you're at and your name so we can be sure to give you credit. This is coming out of Rogers. It looks like a home here. Looks like that's probably the root ball of a tree. You got some limbs snapped, looks like some pretty large limbs strapped. You've got some ponding of the water there. That's probably the flash flooding. Even just looking at the treetops here, you can see those limbs are just twisted. Twisted to debris there. Man, that's just really concerning. What do we got next? This is from the marina on Beaver Lake. Boy, that looks like one of those houseboats. Gosh, I really hope no one was staying in that tonight. I just think about all the people that were outside camping, you know, the whatnot for the Memorial Day weekend out on the lake. I don't know that this is actually from Beaver Lake, but I suspect it is. Is that right? Rocky Branch Marina is where this picture's from. Thank you, Danny. What's next? Looks like some more tree damage. You know, it's hard to tell, but those tree limbs look pretty large. Tree down on a car. I suspect we'll see many more of those pictures come in. Looking at the size of that branch, the tree itself, you got the big root ball, but look at the tree itself. You know, perspective can be lost, especially at night and through photos and through television, but to me, that looks like a really large tree. 12, 18 inches in diameter, perhaps, just toppled over from that tornado. Looks like this is perhaps from the marina again, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, marina, probably again. Certainly going to be a sizable amount of damage out there. Looks like we had some lightning help us illuminate some of the damage here. More tree damage. Where's this one from? This is from Rogers again. Starting to hear a lot more reports out of Rogers. Another big tree here. Looks like they're using some lights to get that lit up. That's toppled over as well. We're going to see numerous trees. It's hard to make out what that is, but it is structure damage. We've got some roof damage. Looks like we've got some siding peeling off there as well. What's next? Looks like a tree down on a home. I'm seeing numerous reports come in about trees down on homes. That's scary. You know, think about folks sleeping at night, seemingly unaware of the impending threat, and you get trees toppling over on homes like that. Boy, that's just really scary. This coming in again. This one, we saw this one a little bit earlier, and you just see the magnitude of the damage. All those trees toppled over onto the roadway. We heard some reports of flooding, inundating homes, and folks weren't able to get out from this neighborhood here. I think this was Rogers as well, right? Yeah, Rogers as well for that specific storm. Yeah, Decatur certainly seems to have taken a big hit, but Rogers, I think, also is certainly looking pretty good. Okay, all right. Darren, are you hearing anything new?
Well, I can tell you that.
I think your mic's off, Darren. I've done it tonight too.
I know,
it's okay.
I sit here off camera. I can tell you that Carroll Electric, with more than 40,000 customers are without power. They have initiated emergency restoration plan, which means the utility is utilizing every resource available to restore power safely in the shortest time possible, which means they are pulling in resources from all over the area as fast as they can in order to get the power restored back again. We did have the live picture from Jose up a moment ago. He actually sent some video back showing first responders working. The live pic is okay. Yeah, there it is. Working to clear the road. This is one of the hardest hit areas of Benton County. This is just 2 or 3 miles to the west of Decatur. It is along Carlton Drive. It's about 3 miles or so west of Decatur along Carlton Drive. And when Jose was driving from Highway 102 in Decatur to get out to that location, he noticed all kinds of trees down, power lines down, houses damaged or destroyed. But it seems that this is the hardest hit area. This is where they have first responders going for traumatic injuries along the 22,000 block, if you will, Carlton Drive, which comes off Falling Springs Road, where Jose was, saw a number of trees that were down, a number of houses that were damaged or destroyed. There's also a lot of reports of damage and street closures in Rogers. Walton is closed. Oak Street is backed up, is closed as well too. Dixieland is not where you need to be as well because of tree limbs down. We have not heard of any confirmed. There are some reports coming in, but we're not going to report on that yet. But we have not heard of any confirmed injuries or fatalities. Now, that's not to say that there aren't going to be some. This has been definitely a traumatic and devastating tornado that came through, 3 of them in fact, that came through about 3 hours or so ago through Benton County. What is to say is that responders simply have not been able to get to those locations, to get inside these houses or these neighborhoods or wherever there are people who need help. They've not been able to get to them just yet because of the amount of tree limbs that have been cut down or knocked down because of this storm. They're working feverishly right now to try to get the roads cleared. I see Jose there. I wonder if he's ready to give an update. But they just can't get to those houses just yet in order to see if those folks are alive or not inside these houses. From the description that Jose gave us, it appears that this storm did a lot of damage to these houses, flattening them, and for that matter, a lot of businesses as well too, it looked like, in certain parts of Rogers and different locations in Rogers. And as Scott has been talking about the whole morning, as soon as we get daylight, we're going to get a really good picture of how bad this was, not only in Decatur, but it seems that various parts of Rogers various parts of Rogers have also been damaged from this storm. All right, Jose is back with us again there in about just west of Decatur. Jose, give us an update as to what's happening out there right now.
Yeah, it's still very dark out here, but first responders are doing everything they can to get to these families. It's probably half a mile down this road from where I'm at. They have maybe a football field of trees that they've already gone through and cleared some of those limbs so that they can get a lane cleared. But I've been talking to families that have come from the damaged homes and have come for the damaged homes. People have finally been able to connect to those families, and they're telling me that there's at least injuries. I've already gotten some details on some of those injuries, something I don't want to share on TV. But thankfully there are EMT and first responders already on the other side of those trees. They went directly to those families. They're checking everyone out at this moment. But I've been told that there are homes, there are barns that have been just flattened out, completely destroyed. Again, right now, first responders are doing everything they can. As I said, and I sent that video a little bit earlier, there are first responders and families, friends, neighbors out there just with chainsaws trying to get those trees cleared, and they're coming back and forth. There's still more people coming around, but yeah, at the moment we still have not been able to get to those families completely through these trees. The road's still blocked, and so it's going to be a while before we really truly know what's happening on the other side of this damage. But then again, like I said, there's a football field of trees that they've already cleared. Hopefully we can get to those families soon enough. But yeah, Darren, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Jose, thanks. We'll check back in with Jose in a little bit. We've got a number of reporters who are out. Morgan Wrigley is out. Zach is out as well too. We're going to check in with them here in just a little bit to find out more about some damage in Rogers. A lot of places in Rogers reporting damage. Excuse me. The police department is reporting that a heavily damaged building at 13th and Ulrich. It's a coin laundry, structural damage major there, and a major gas leak. And that's been, in fact, that's Rogers Police Department's been reporting gas leaks pretty much all over town. And obviously they're telling you if you have a gas leak to get away from that area and do the best you can to report it. These pictures are coming in now from you, the viewer, and we appreciate that. You kind of are our eyes out there as best as we can get out. We do rely on you guys to help us out with this. If you can safely send in video or pictures, you can send them in to our number 479-785-5000. That looks like that's inside of a house. It's roof, or at least the ceiling has come in. This you'll see pretty much everywhere, and that's just the nature of this area. Heavy with trees, and it is going to be a long time before we can get this mess cleaned up along these roads. But this is pretty much what you're going to see all over Decatur, outside of Decatur, all over Rogers, and all over Benton County. I'm going to update you on the power outages, and we're still waiting to hear maybe if there are some places where folks can go if you don't have power. We're up to nearly 74,000 people in Benton County, 74,000 customers, that is, in Benton County that don't have power. Carroll Electric reporting 46,000. They are now under their emergency response effort, which means they are going to draw in as many people as they can to get the power back on as quickly as they can. Southwest SWEPCO has about 16,000, almost 16,400 customers without power. That totals up to nearly 74,000 people, customers in Benton County that don't have power right now. Rogers Police Department, they are doing an extremely good job in updating the situation on their Facebook page. They've got a number of businesses that have been damaged. A number of streets are closed in Rogers, or at least blocked from trees that are down and power lines that are down. Morgan Wrigley is out there as well too. She sent in a picture or two of some trees that were knocked down along a roadway in Rogers. Couldn't get around it, had to turn around and come back, so, or at least find a different way. This, again, some damage of trees being knocked over. You can see that root bulb right there next to the house. A lot of damage being reported, and it seems mostly, Stephen, that it was in the Decatur area as far as structural damage is concerned, and everything that you guys saw with the debris ball and everything else that came through with this, it seems that makes sense as to where Jose is. That's where the majority of the, not to say that Rogers doesn't have a lot of damage, because the city does. We're just trying to find all the locations that we can, but it seems that Decatur got hit pretty hard, and that area got hit pretty hard.
Decatur definitely got hit pretty hard. Again, the National Weather Service out of Tulsa is going to come out maybe today, maybe tomorrow, and rate these tornadoes, but they were strong. Anywhere, estimations between EF2 on the strong side and potentially EF3, not only in Decatur, but also close to the Rogers area as well. We're starting to hear more and more of those reports. We still do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's in portions of Benton County and into Carroll County as well. Again, we're not seeing any rotation out of this, but we're still in the active portion of seeing some severe weather. So let's go ahead and take chroma full again so we can show radar real quick. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to go out until, let's see here, that's going out until 4:30 a.m. It's only 6 more minutes here. We're going to fall below the severe limits, hopefully. Still lots of rainfall coming in, especially into the Carroll County area. Right now, only a portion of Benton County, extreme northeastern Benton County, is included in that warning still. The Garfield area seeing some of those heavier downpours as well. But Eureka Springs still seeing some of that heavy rainfall. Berryville up to Blue Eye Beaver area. That's where we're going to see a majority of that rainfall. This is tracking eastward. If we take a second and just kind of collect ourselves and look area wide, this is the last of our cell that we're looking at right now. Again, some strong winds incorporated in it. That's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning right now. The strongest winds are going to be on that leading edge that are just outside of Carroll County now, but still some heavy rainfall. We are almost clearing this system out. Still some of those heavier downpours right now. mainly isolated to Carroll County. Stronger winds pushing off towards the southeast. The stronger winds are going to be incorporated right on that leading edge. Good news is that's pushed off further towards the east. Now our attention's turning back again to that flash flooding concern. We might have mentioned it earlier, start to lose track of things here. Of course, we had the flash flooding concern that was in portions of Benton County, but we also had that flash flooding concern issued for Carroll County as well that's still seeing some of that heavier rainfall. Again, hopefully we're getting close to the end here where we're going to see those storms continue to push off towards the east. Good thing to know right now is, though, again, we still have these showers, still some lightning in the area. Still want to be cautious, still severely warned, but it only lasts for another 4 minutes. And Scott, I haven't looked at chat here in a minute. I don't know if there's any signs of them continuing that in Lease into Carroll or Benton County.
I muted my mic again. I'm having a lot of conversations offhand with our crews, getting them positioned in the right spots. No, I've not seen any reports of that offhand. I do have a report from meteorologist Zach Scott. He has arrived at the Harps in Rogers. Was that 4th Street? Highway 12. Significant tornado damage being reported by meteorologist Zach Scott. We're going to be getting a shot from him here real soon. Seeing some imagery coming in. Benton County Sheriff's Office looks like they've actually using some inmates.
I was just about to report that they've got not only do they have about, I was just about to. Okay, now I can talk. Just about to report that not only did they have about every emergency responder in Benton County out in Decatur, west of Decatur, they have got inmates from the Benton County Sheriff's Office. As you can see her walking into where Jose is, there in Decatur off Carlton Drive or Carlton Road. They are trying to clear these trees out so they can get into where these homes have been heavily damaged or destroyed and where people still are, and emergency responders have not been able to get into them, at least with their vehicles. Now, they may have been able to walk in there and check out with families, and as families walk in and families walk back out, but they have not been able to get any vehicles in there just yet, according to what we have been given to Jose, or by Jose, that they've got to clear out this area first. And so now they brought out some inmates from the Benton County Detention Center to help with the effort to get things cleared out. Got a couple of pictures that Morgan Wrigley sent in on Walnut and Rogers. Power lines down. They've got the road completely blocked there on Walnut in Rogers. So Rogers obviously got hit pretty hard as well too. Do we want to do Zach? Do we want to get where Zach is now?
Not ready yet.
He's not. Okay, we're working on getting. You can see Jose. Okay.
Morgan's setting up right now.
Okay, and Morgan's getting set up, Morgan Wrigley. We've got crews out pretty much everywhere. Zach is at the grocery store, a grocery store. Is it in Rogers is where he is? Highway 12, where there was some damage there at the Harps location in Rogers off Highway 12. And then we'll check in with him just a moment. You can see the effort that is being put into getting to where these folks are, and obviously live TV, Joel's going to move his camera around a little bit so we can get a better view of what's happening. Yeah, he's trying to get the best shot as he can to help us out. Power outages keep climbing. We're up to near almost 74,000 now in Benton County. We're up to 2,100 in Madison County. We're up to 4,200 in Carroll County. And as we saw that funnel cloud or that twist, the storm go through Marion County, they've now got about 5,000. Of course, that's in north central Arkansas, but it just shows you how strong this system is. There's that camera shot again from Jose that shows a lot of the first responders who are out there trying to get that road cleared. A lot of damage around the area. This, 3 tornadoes come through. There's going to be a lot of damage here. And Decatur was hit hard. Various parts of the city of Rogers has been hit pretty hard. And it's going to take a while to get to where we can see this and responders can get to where they need to be because of tree limbs down. This effort here along this road where Jose is has been going on now for about 2 hours, hour and a half to 2 hours. In order for the first responders to get to where these homes are, they've got to get this road cleared out. And right now they're working to do that. And Scott, I'm assuming that we are through with anything major coming through now, other than just some rainfall or.
Yeah, I taking a live look at radar, Benton County is done. If we want to, okay, all right. We're going to go to Morgan Wrigley.
I think Morgan Wrigley is in Rogers along Walnut. Is that right? Can she hear us? Can she? Yeah, there's Morgan. Go ahead and tell us where you are,
Yes.
Morgan, and what you're seeing.
Hey Darren, yeah, we're here on Walnut and Rogers. We're right across the street from Buster's Liquor right here. And if you can see behind me, there's significant damage, especially to our power lines here. They've had crews out here trying to clear this off and redirecting traffic. Obviously not safe at all to drive through here. And on our drive up here from Fayetteville to Rogers, we've seen lots of broken glass in the road, lots of trees down everywhere, power lines. So again, just being really careful with people on the roads here. We've seen ambulances and police cars all along everywhere in Rogers. So that's mainly what we're seeing for right now.
All right, so Morgan, as you were driving around, I know you sent a couple of pictures here and there. What are you seeing in different parts of Rogers, and maybe where in Rogers are you seeing this?
Yeah, we were driving around. Well, first, when we came up on exit 85, that's when we really started seeing damage. Again, trees down, businesses, signs damaged and torn. We drove through some residential neighborhoods around Sunset and Mazard area, and there we saw, again, mostly trees down and power lines down. We were driving into one neighborhood. I don't remember which one it was now, but there were power lines completely blocking the entrance, so we had to go around. That's mainly what we've been seeing.
Okay. All right, Morgan, thanks. Be safe. We'll check in with Morgan in just a little bit with more damage reports from around Rogers. We're also getting some reports of some damage, and we've seen some damage. Scott showed this a minute ago from some of the marinas on Beaver Lake that were hit hard as well. And we're working to get some more information, to confirm some information there about damage at some of those locations as well. Before we went to Morgan, I think Scott was given an update on where we stand with the system, or Stephen coming as it's coming through the area.
You know, while Scott's getting set up right there, it is impressive that Morgan pointed out exactly exit 85, because earlier on this evening, we had a spotter from the National Weather Service, or at least a message was coming in from the National Weather Service of seeing a large tornado near exit 85, near I-49 in Rogers. So that makes a lot of sense that when Morgan was driving around this morning, where she's seen the most of that damage is in and around exit 85. Because early this morning, the time stamp on that was 1:59 a.m. We got a message from the National Weather Service that a spotter had reported a large tornado in Rogers near exit 85. So it's making a lot of sense that we're seeing some of that damage there right now. Want to give a quick update right now on radar, if we can pull that up real quick. Again, while there's still some rainfall, now that's exited Benton County, still some rainfall in Carroll County. Good news is, finally, Northwest Arkansas and the River Valley, outside of our flash flood warnings, we are severe thunderstorm warning free. We are tornado warning free. We have been for a while now, but finally we're just clearing out the rest of this rainfall. If I loop this and show you this track that it's taken, pushing off towards the southeast, really just seeing a few heavy downpours right now, isolated to Carroll County, still some lightning in the area, so not given the complete all clear yet against some strong storms that have dropped below the severe limits now. And last time we talked about radar, that warning did expire on time at 4:30. The National Weather Service out of Tulsa is not extending it. So those strong storms pushing finally out towards the east. If we take another area-wide look, Benton County, obviously when the sunlight comes out today, that's where we're going to see the most damage, right? And we also have that flash flood warning right now. We picked up a lot of water. Scott mentioned it earlier. We have a slight storm risk for tonight. We used up a lot of energy for today, so we'll be watching the potential for maybe some storm system providing some hailstones later on this evening. But overall, right now, severe warning free across northwest Arkansas. Obviously, tornado warning free. Finally, we're just clearing out this rain out of 5 country.
All right, Stephen, thanks. I'm going to just do an update on the power outages. Right now, there are 46,000 for Carroll Electric. They have started and initiated their emergency response effort, which means they are going to bring in as many people outside of this area, as many resources as they can within and outside of this area to get power back on as soon as possible. It may take a while. You can see there in the picture to the left as Scott comes back in. This is along Carrollton Drive, just west of Decatur. It seems like that area was hit very hard. A lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down, and Jose has been reporting pretty much all morning long for the last couple of hours that there are a number of houses along that road and along Falling Springs Road as you head outside of Decatur to the west that have been damaged or just destroyed. We still have not gotten any official confirmation of injuries, although Jose reported about a half hour or so ago in talking with family members that have gone in to check their loved ones in that area and have come back out, that they reported injuries, but would not say to what extent those injuries are or were. But we have not gotten any official word just yet on any injuries or any fatalities. We've gotten some reports of unconfirmed reports of that, but nothing official yet from any emergency manager. I believe we're about to get. Is Zach ready to go? Okay, Zach, if you can hear me, tell us where you are and what you're looking at here.
Yeah, this is what used to be Suzy Q, and this is North 2nd Street. This is just on the north side of downtown Rogers. So again, a lot of people would be familiar with this place that has been around for so long. It looks like a total loss. The roof is gone. There's water shooting out of the top here. Even the structure here behind it, heavily damaged. It's very clear that the tornado came right through this area. Harp's here behind me. It's not lit up very well, but it looks like it's a command center right now for emergency management. Several ambulances here and a lot of officials standing out in the parking lot. And I was over there briefly for a little bit, and I could hear them talking and just coordinating on where they were going to go. Several police vehicles have been in and out of the area. Harps does have some damage, especially where you get gas. That looks like that is completely damaged there. And again, the neighborhoods around here, you can see the roads are just completely cluttered with tree debris. The lights are out here, and with what little light is now shining with the moon here, you can see that there's a lot of damage. It's not just going to be, unfortunately, Suzy Q, but even the neighborhoods around Suzy Q, I do fear, are going to be heavily damaged. It was difficult just to get to here from Pea Ridge. I was turned around many times just going from Pea Ridge to Bentonville because of large trees across the road, and that's not even where we had the tornado. That was just the downdraft of the storm. So this storm, wherever you were in Benton County, there's a good chance you're going to have tree debris just from the strong winds that were coming out. Even if you were north of the circulation that came through parts of the county, there's still a good chance that you were able to sustain at least some sort of tree damage because the powerful winds. There were trees down across the road that had already been cleared, some power lines barely hanging down just above the road. I was able to get under those to get south of Pea Ridge, to get here into downtown Rogers. And again, standing here in the parking lot of what was Suzy Q, I've heard people stopping. There are people here very upset, distraught, and it's a really sad situation here.
Hey, Zach, looking around that area, you associate tornadoes and damage with things that are wrapped around poles and trees and so forth. Is there any of that happening right now?
It's hard to see, but I can tell you this. I've been out there. I've surveyed tornado damage. I'm trying to focus in on the street lights kind of dangling there. I've surveyed straight line wind damage, and straight line winds, it'll send it all out in the same direction. And the mess that we have here with windows busted out, I don't know if it'll light up here, this shopping center right here, heavily damaged. Windows busted out. There's debris everywhere, pieces of metal, pieces of wood, street signs, building signs. I don't even know what this is. This looks like the square malt. So this is the Suzy Q sign. I don't know if I can get it lit up. I'll try to do that. But this is the Suzy Q sign laying here in the parking lot. There is, to answer your question, there's metal, there's wood, there's pieces of structures everywhere in every direction, wrapped around fences and poles. Yes.
Hey, real quick, Rogers police have been reporting pretty much all over the city the smell of gas, natural gas. Are you smelling that out there right now?
Absolutely. It was very heavy when I got here. First thing I did when I opened the door, I was greeted with a very heavy, thick smell of gas, and I can still smell it. If anything, I've just become a little more accustomed to smelling it, and it doesn't smell as strong, but it is absolutely here. And with the kind of structure damage we're seeing, I would absolutely expect it.
Yeah. All right, Zach. We'll check back in with Zach here in just a little bit with more damage. Just real quick again, Zach, where are you located?
This is North 2nd Street. This is just on the north side of downtown Rogers.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that, Zach. We'll get back with him in just a little bit as he surveys more damage. And I was checking on the camera shot. It looks like if we can take Jose's or Joel's shot just for a second. Oh, did it go down? Oh, well, they were just showing some of the first responders going into, yeah, there it is. First responders. It looks like they're able to get vehicles back in there now. This is a live look from west of Decatur along Carlton Drive, just off of Falling Springs Road. That looks like they started to get some first responders through there. They got the trees finally cleared out of the way, and they can now get into where these folks are and check to see how bad injuries are and how bad the damage is. And once Jose gets past this line of trees, we'll try to get to him in just a few moments. But it looks to me like they were showing some of the first responder vehicles, ambulances and so forth, to try to get back into that area. Looks like they've stopped now, but there were a few of them that had moved in at least a little closer. So hopefully they are getting closer to where those folks are that need the help. Morgan Wrigley is still in Rogers, is that right? If she can hear me now, Morgan, where did you find another location, or where are you now and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Darren, we're still here on Walnut and Rogers. We're right across again from Buster's Liquor. We're also near Turtle Creek Place right here in Rogers. And again, what we're looking at here is this power line damage, and they're rerouting traffic here. There have been quite a few close calls since we've been standing here. It's very hard to see this, even when the crews are out here in the darkness. So there have been a few scary close calls. I also heard you asking Zach if he's smelling any natural gas. We have been smelling gas here, pretty strong. And then also, another thing I would mention is that, as you might be able to tell, it's very, very dark everywhere. As we know, there's so many people without power, and we can tell that driving all along here. It's very hard to see. So if you're out on the road, be extra mindful that there are a lot of power lines down, and it's extra hard to see them because it's so dark out here.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, we had a request from some of the police departments that if you're not part of helping to try to get these tree limbs cleared from a road, that you probably shouldn't even be out there as well. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. We'll check back in with Morgan just a little bit. We're starting to get more information from outside of Rogers and the eastern part of Benton County. We'll try to get more information on some of these reports that are coming in. But Scott, we're looking at, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so while you were talking to Morgan and Zach, I told the radar, I went back in the data, the archive, and I said, show me where the rotation track was. So entertain me here. Let's walk through where the rotation was the strongest. And you can see crossing the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line shortly after 1 a.m. And you can see a pretty strong signal of some rotation right there. That's just the early signs just to the southwest of Decatur. Now watch what happens when we take it a little bit further in time. We start to see a couple of different things. There were two simultaneous tornadoes, two vortexes or vortices at the same time. One went a little bit further towards the south, the stronger of which went just to the west of Decatur. You can see that as indicated there. That's around 1:22 this morning, so only a little bit ago. You saw a weakening as it moves halfway between Gentry and Decatur, but you notice it starts to pick back up. That rotation increases, and we likely have tornado damage there as well at that point. So this thing's probably hopping, right? It may not have been on the ground from starting to an ending point all the time. It may have lifted and dropped and lifted and dropped. Based off of the data I'm seeing, I think that may have been the case. But notice we get back into Rogers. How about that really strong bright blue once more, indicating to us high degree of rotation, high degree of something actually on the ground. Now this is not debris tracker. This is just where was the strong rotation. And boy, oh boy, look at how broad that swath is. Now I don't think the tornado was necessarily that wide, but we certainly had a lot of area, a lot of territory in play. That's when it's crossing 49 right here, right? And that's where Zach is, I think, is in that general vicinity right there. You take it a little bit further. I'm going to move over. We track that right into Beaver Lake. Really bright greens here, so we have even stronger of a signal. I remember calling out Highway 71 when we were live for this coverage. Now looking at the data on the backside, certainly there was definitely something there, getting close to some of those branches of Beaver Lake, and really looks to pulse up again just to the north of War Eagle, right on top of the lake. We probably can attribute a lot of those damage photos that we did see coming out of Beaver Lake and the marina there to probably right around that time, 2:14 this morning, middle of the night, worst possible time for a tornado. And then you notice this, we get into parts of southeastern Benton County and we start to notice a subtle shift towards the southeast. You find those brighter colors there starting to bend a little bit as that storm has a bit of a deviant motion, tries to pull off to the right just a bit, and we start to see some tornado tracks or rotation tracks in northern Madison County. A lot of this stayed north of 412, but it got close to Hinesville at times. Hinesville was never in the warning, and it looks like that rotation likely did stay off just to your north, but certainly too close for comfort. The data gets a little bit messy the further we get out here, but certainly very strong rotation all the way through northern Madison County into Carroll County. And believe it or not, tornado warnings still in effect for that exact same supercell in north central Arkansas. Three different tornado warnings for this specific supercell as it gets closer and closer to that Missouri-Arkansas state line. The latest track on this taking it a little bit towards the north and east. Likely it's going to pass just to the north of Horseshoe Bend. Mountain Home likely just took a close, if not a direct hit from that specific storm. And that is going to continue pushing off towards the northeast. At this point, it's gone at least 200 miles with a tornado warning on it. That's a true long track supercell. Control room has photos for us. Let's see them. This is in Horseshoe Bend, but we are told that the people that were in this structure are okay. Boy, that's some good news, isn't it? Looks like, I can't tell if that was an RV or perhaps a mobile home, but either way, not a place you want to be in during high winds or a tornado. Happy to hear that they are okay. No question that it was probably a very scary situation. Things are a bit quieter right now. We maintained flash flood warnings. Rain's tapering off in Carroll County. That's likely it for tonight. Now, there is a cold front that's going to move through later this afternoon. And that cold front very well could kick up a few thunderstorms. So you can see the bulk of those thunderstorms get going 8:30 Sunday evening. This is late in the day, late at the night. Maybe initially in parts of the river valley, getting close. Those are probably going to be scattered, hit or miss. Our chance of that, 20 to 30%. Looks like more coverage as it pushes into the Little Rock area, eventually into eastern Arkansas. The primary threat with those is going to be large hail. Could see a couple of supercells. Look, this is just model run information. Models haven't been great lately, although they did a pretty good job with tonight's storms. But we'll have to be mindful, right? I think most of our Sunday is going to be okay. It's just that when that cold front comes through, if there is any available moisture left, and there probably will be some, we're going to see a decent amount of sunshine today, so the atmosphere may try to destabilize again, could pull us up and produce some hail. That's with regards to today. Okay, I'm hearing we got another photo. Let's take a look at what we've got here. This is in Rogers from West Ash Street. Looks like this is from inside a home. Wow, that's a lot of damage. You got some roof damage, but they are okay, we're told. I sure hope they were in the most interior room of their home. Obviously, you got some windows here. Look how close that that roof damage, that ceiling damage, comes to that exterior wall. One of the reasons why we tell you go inside as much as you can. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. If you got photos, we'd love to see them. We're getting a lot in. We thank you for that. We'll get to those, if not throughout this broadcast. 5 News this morning starts, I don't even know when, at this point, 6 a.m. But we anticipate being on for at least 8 a.m. Yeah, it's already started. That's right. Our number here, 479-785-5000. Again, I'll say that slower for you, 479-785-5000. If you can include your name so we can give you proper credit and your location as well.
I do want to just real quick give an update. We've heard Morgan and we've heard Zach, and we've gotten a number of reports in about the smelling of natural gas. And what I can tell you is that Black Hills Energy Techs, as many as they can, have been mobilized. They are responding to leaks in Benton County pretty much throughout the entire county. If you smell natural gas, you should leave your home immediately and call 911, although you may not get through or get backed up, and then call Black Hills emergency line. It's an 800 number. If you're a customer of Black Hills, you may have that number already, but give them a call from a neighbor's house or go to use your cell phone away from the home. Black Hills is very well aware of the situation going on right now. They've got leaks pretty much everywhere. There is a huge, a horrible smell of natural gas pretty much all over Rogers. We heard Morgan talk about that, and we heard Zach talk about that. Just wanted to give that update that they have brought in all hands on deck, as well as all the electric companies, all hands on deck to try to get this fixed as soon as possible, as soon as they can get power lines removed and tree limbs removed, and that's the biggest effort right now. Oh, I was going to look to see if Joel's camera was still up, but it's not up now. That's the effort now, is to get a lot of this removed so they can get people where they need to go, not only to get the power back on and the gas turned off and the gas fixed, but to get folks who are injured to get them the emergency care that they need, and that's not happened just yet in some of these locations, especially where Jose is. Is this video from Zach? Okay, this is that downtown Rogers? Okay, yeah, you can see, yeah, he's still down there by the Suzy Q on North 2nd Street on the north part of downtown Rogers. Obviously, you can see that there's no power. Damage to a lot of the businesses down there, whether it's signs blown down. There's the Harps. It's gotten some damage there as well. It's also become a command center. There's the gas station there at Harps. Right there at the end, you could tell where Harps has where you can fill up your tank there to the side of the store at many of their locations. It looks like that has been destroyed by this tornado, and who knows what kind of damage has been done to the actual store itself. There on Highway 12 or North 2nd Street, there's the Harps, and you can see emergency responders there as well. They've kind of made that a command, and there's the gas where you get, there's the pumps right there that damaged. It's become that Harps parking lot, as Zach was talking about, has become a command center of sorts to get folks together, get them together. Morgan. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm being told is where Morgan is now, she's actually had to turn off her camera and move away from where she is there on Walnut because of the natural gas smell. There is a massive leak right now, we're being told, at that location there at Walnut. And so she has actually had to move to a different location. She's also telling us that people are crashing through or driving over power lines. That is the last thing you need to do. And I'm being told that Morgan is reporting to us now. She can't tell us this because she's actually had to turn everything off. She can hear the gas hissing from the broken lines, the broken natural gas lines. And so they are clearing out that area in order to get Black Hills in there to get that gas turned off. To make that area safe. So we'll check in with Morgan in just a little bit more once she gets into a new location. But Black Hills is very well aware of it. They are getting as many people out as they can to get the gas, number one, shut off, and then fix those gas leaks. They're mainly coming from the damaged businesses. You heard what Scott reported a moment ago, that Suzy Q was pretty much destroyed and the gas line was destroyed. And it's obviously spewing natural gas, and Morgan is having to move now because of that. Power outages, again, are increasing. They are still going up. Benton County is up near 74,000. Carroll County is up near 19,000 customers. Madison County is near 2,200 customers. And it gets worse as it goes to the north central part of the state as far as power outages are concerned. But as far as in Benton County, Carroll Electric reporting 46,000 customers, and that's just one customer, and that's like a house. So if you're in a house with 4 people, you take that 46,000 on average and multiply it by 4. That's how many people are without power. And that's mainly going to be out near the Decatur area. Well, it's pretty much all over Benton County, but Decatur hit pretty hard as well. We had Jose out on Carlton Drive there near Decatur to try to help or to tell us if those first responders have gotten into where the most damage has been reported and where people still are that folks that the responders have not gotten to yet. And so we'll do that as well. All right, Zach is out as well too, and it looks like Zach has found more of what is pretty much predominant all over the county. A lot of trees down, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just in areas north of the circulation, lots of tree and limb and debris across roads and trees down. But these are significant trees. This is a very large tree. I'm in the neighborhood that would be just to the west of the Suzy Q, again, just off of North 2nd Street. I believe this is Woodway. Forgive me, but it's Wood Road. It's right off of 2nd Street. It's just a football field away from Harps. I can't even get back into these neighborhoods. This is what I spoke about the last time I was on, is that I fear these neighborhoods with these large trees right behind Suzy Q are really in bad shape. I mean, that is a very large tree. I tried to get back into a couple of these other roads back here, and I couldn't even do it because power lines are down. Very scary situation, especially being at night when I can't tell, are you walking into something? If you're not walking directly in the light, I could easily walk into a power line. I could walk into something very dangerous. Lots of debris on the road. You asked me last time, had I found metal and things wrapped around poles. I drove around downtown Rogers and especially again around the Harps, the Suzy Q area, from what I could get into. Absolutely debris wrapped around street signs knocked over, power line poles damaged. Again, you've got debris wrapped around those, street lights hanging, significant damage to the Casey's gas station. Again, area people familiar with the Suzy Q area here, North 2nd Street, just north of downtown Rogers will know exactly what I'm talking about. Again, significant damage here. And these neighborhoods are full of these very large old trees. And thankfully, this one has fallen into the street. But I believe if we were able to get back in here, you can see the root ball of another tree there. If we were able to get back in here, and once the sun comes up and we are able to do that safely, I fear that there are going to be some trees on some homes. And that's very, very dangerous. And again, sirens, emergency personnel up and down the roads. there's a lot of folks that are hurting here this morning. A lot of folks need help and going to need our support here. It's going to take a while to clean up. I mean, there's some big damage here, and this is just one spot that I'm standing in. And you've been talking to crews all across Benton County. This is spread so far. It's going to take the help of all of Northwest Arkansas to get all of our neighbors across the county cleaned up here.
You know, that's a good point. Give us a sense as to exactly where you are. If you're in a neighborhood, as it relates to maybe downtown Rogers, and how many, you know, how far away you are from. Everybody knows where downtown Rogers is, but these neighborhoods, or the neighborhood where you are now, how far away is it from there?
I would say I got in my truck, I left Susie Q's, and I would say maybe a couple hundred yards.
Okay.
Maybe a couple hundred yards at most. From what I could see, I mean, there's definitely some wind damage, you know, with the actual downtown Rogers. But it looks like the main circulation maybe just missed it to the north.
And that's where
that's
we're
where I
seeing
see
this
a little
damage
bit
here.
Absolutely. I'm standing right in the path where I believe the tornado came right over. If you were able to zoom out on a map, I would be directly in line. Behind me would be the Susie Q. Across the road would be the Harps. And I would be clearly in that path where I'm seeing the heaviest of structure damage, windows blown out, awnings ripped off. So I'm definitely right here in the path. And again, a couple hundred yards, 200-300 yards at most north of downtown Rogers. When the sun comes up, maybe there's some structure damage there too. And Scott and the other meteorologists there, they can talk about this. When you have strong tornadoes, you think about just your main cone, but often these tornadoes have multiple vortices that kind of dance around. And so you could have maybe another 100 yards from here, there could have been a little vortice that touched down briefly for 100 yards or so. And so the damage can be very sporadic, but it certainly looks like it's pretty widespread this morning.
Are there people walking around out there? If you're in a neighborhood, are most folks staying in their homes, or can you even tell?
I haven't gone on the other side of this tree, but I have seen a few people walk by. There was somebody here in this house, and they were standing here on the porch, and I think they're outside maybe surveying a little bit. It's so dark. I think there's probably a lot of people still in shock. On North 2nd Street, it's a main road. There's definitely more people kind of parked on the sides of the road, coming and going, walking around a little bit, stopping, looking at Susie Q's, a place that they've been to maybe many times over the years. Lots of memories there. But now back here in the neighborhood, it's a little quieter. And I think, too, because a lot of us can't get back here. Emergency personnel can't get back here. I can't see lights. This road's blocked by trees. I was able to get this close. The road over, just a block over, there's some debris blowing there in the, I don't know if you can hear that sheet metal there blowing in the distance. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. But just a road over, I couldn't even get 20 yards into the neighborhood because the power lines were down. And it's a real eerie feeling out here. I think there's a few folks kind of walking around a little bit, but I think maybe a lot of people are just staying indoors. If they've made it this far, they're just staying indoors waiting for the light to come out so they don't accidentally have any accidents, out walking around.
Right. All right, Zach, thanks. I appreciate that. We'll check back in with Zach here in just a little bit, and as he travels around parts of Rogers that surround the downtown part of Rogers. It seems that's also where this tornado took a direct hit, not only in west of Decatur and through Decatur, but a good part of Rogers has been hit pretty hard as well too. And once daylight hits here in about an hour or so, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more of what took place this morning, about 4 hours or so ago, as this storm came through. We can tell you that the Arkansas Department of Transportation, RDOT, has closed off a section of Highway 340 because of a landslide. Now, it doesn't say, it just says from mile 2.4 to 2. So it's about a tenth of a mile section. All lanes, this is in Benton County, this is all lanes of Highway 340. I'm not sure exactly where in Benton County. but it says that it's been closed down because of a landslide, and that's from all the rainfall that we have had over the last 3 or 4 hours, and over the last 3 or 4 weeks, really. It all piles up, and you start getting this situation happening as well. We got a lot of pictures that have come in. That's a picture of some sort of vehicle or a motorhome, mobile home that was overturned. We were told that those who were in that are okay. We've got a lot of pictures that have come in. You guys are our eyes and ears in a lot of these things. We can do as much as we can to cover as much as we can, but you guys are out doing this for us, and we appreciate that. So if you can safely send us your video or your pictures, so you can do that on your cell phone, your smartphone, 479-785-5000. If you can safely do that, please do so. We've got a lot of pictures that we have been showing in and around not only Decatur, but really around Rogers and the Montenay area. There's some reports of some damage out in the Montenay area as well on the east side of Rogers as you head out of town on the east part of town. That is heavily damaged as well too. Back to the power outages, we can tell you that Carroll Electric has the most power outages right now in Benton County at 46,000 customers. They have initiated their emergency response plan, which means they are going to draw in as many people as they can from not only within their company, but from outside of this area as well, to help not only clear the trees away and the power lines down, but get that power restored as quickly as they can. And that is going to take a while. Now, as far as the natural gas smell is concerned, a lot of people who have gone out in their neighborhoods and in locations where there are businesses, they're smelling natural gas. That's because those businesses have been heavily damaged or destroyed, which means the gas line has been broken, and that's what's happening, especially there on Walnut. We had Morgan Wrigley out reporting as well too that she had to move because it was so bad there. That was a massive natural gas leak there on Walnut in Rogers that she had to move, and then she could hear the gas actually hissing from a pipe. So she had to move. This is where we've been concentrating on in Decatur. This is along Carlton Drive. This is where Jose Carranza has been for the last 3 hours or 2.5 to 3 hours or so. It seems this was hit very hard. Jose has reported as he left Highway 102 there in Decatur to head out to Carlton Drive, that there was a lot of damage. Of course, a lot of tree damage along Falling Springs Road, a lot of homes that were damaged or destroyed. And it got to this point where these emergency responders couldn't get to a group of houses. And this is what they're trying to get to now. They're trying to get these tree limbs, these trees down out of the way. They brought in the Benton County inmates from the Benton County Jail to help with the effort to clear this out. Jose has reported there was a good 100 yards of trees and tree debris and tree limbs that needed to be moved out of the way so they could get emergency vehicles in there. That's not to say that emergency responders have not gotten into where those houses are on foot. I'm sure they've done the best they could to do that. It's just getting an ambulance in there or a fire truck in there or an electric repair truck in there or something to get them in there to be able to assess the situation and help with those who are still in there, who may be trapped, who may be injured. And that's another point there, that we have not gotten any reports of any confirmed reports. Let me just check real quick. We have not gotten any confirmed reports of any injuries just yet or any fatalities. That's good news, but the effort to reach some of these folks is still ongoing. And that's to say that there could be. And just the magnitude of this of the storms that came through that Scott and Bella and Stephen reported on pretty much all morning long. These were very powerful tornadoes. There were 3 of them that came through Benton County. They lasted a long time, all the way from Tulsa, and they're still going through the northern part of Arkansas into Missouri, and it's had a tornado warning on him from Tulsa all the way to here, all the way past here. These were very powerful storms, and so with this amount of damage, it may take a while to get to where these folks need to go. And Scott's walking over here, is going to sit down and take a load off and talk about some stuff.
Yeah, boy, there's lots to talk about. You know, Darren, I think back at the forecast the last couple of days. It may be me. I probably muted myself.
My silly thing here went off. No, you're good.
You know, we knew that going into today, the ceiling was going to be high for severe weather. It may only be 1 or 2 storms, but that they would be really strong. And unfortunately, that's what's happened. Sometimes you see these outlooks, and it's level 4 and level 5, and you think, oh my gosh, there's going to be a ton of tornadoes and a ton of supercells, but that's not actually what that means. It just means that the potential for even one of those to get going and cause some destruction and cause someone to have a really bad day is there. And that's what happened. That's what materialized overnight. Even I think about where that supercell is right now, north central Arkansas. I need to fact check myself on this, but at most it was a level 1 out of 5 risk. It perhaps may even not even have been that. So this just goes to show you how unordinary this setup is.
Right.
I'm looking over at radar and I can see that same supercell now has traveled. Earlier when I measured it was 180 miles, but that was probably about 2 hours ago. It's got to be close to 250 miles, maintaining a tornado warning, maintaining a significant amount of rotation, dropping multiple tornadoes along its path. This is just not something we deal with a lot here in Arkansas. Most recent, of course, would have been the Little Rock tornado last year, March 31st. Prior to that, you start thinking strong, long track tornadoes, and the list gets pretty small. I think back to the Altus Denning Etna tornado back in 2011, I think is when that was. That one comes to mind. We have lots of small tornadoes that generally are on the lower end of the scale, and that generally they're only on the ground a few seconds, a minute or two at the tops. Not something like what we've had to endure tanight.
It's very similar. For those who were around for the 1996 tornado that came through Fort Smith and Van Buren. That was back then. It was rated as an F3. Now the EF part hadn't gotten there.
Right,
the E part hadn't gotten there yet, but it was an F3 that came through there and just caused a bunch of damage. And so this is eerily similar to that one and the one that you mentioned from the Altus Denning. Gosh, what was that? 10 years or so ago. It seems like it's been a while back, but.
Yeah.
All right, Morgan Wrigley had to move because of the natural gas that was, it was just a massive natural gas leak where she was to start with. Morgan, where are you now, and what are we seeing out there?
Hey Darren, we're now in a neighborhood in Rogers. This is near the intersection of South 28th and Oak and Rogers, and Oak Hill Drive is right here behind me. And I don't know, it's so dark, but you can see this police vehicle here. They're blocking off the road because there's also a power line down here. There's one at the end of the road completely blocking it, and then there's also one all along the side right here, actually in front of a home here. You can't see it, but it's on the ground and up in the air right in front of this home. We've seen people checking on their neighbors, lots of people actually out and about. We have seen a lot of people, I heard you mention earlier when we were driving, that have been driving through the power lines. Some people not seeing them, some people just driving through them. And so we've noticed that the police are trying to block those off as much as possible, but they are hard to see. When we were driving down this road, we didn't even notice that there was a power line all the way down it. So again, as I said before, just be very careful as you're driving in this complete darkness when there are so many power lines down.
Morgan, are you seeing people walking about? If you're in the neighborhood there, are they getting out and about and just surveying the damage in their own house? What are they doing?
Yeah, we have seen some people. I actually see someone walking right now. To me, it looks like people are trying to check on their neighbors mostly and out and about looking at the damage at their houses. And then we've also seen people driving around looking at the damage too.
Okay, all right. Morgan, thank you so much. We'll check back in with Morgan here in just a little bit. We've got Zach Scott out also as well. His camera's down. I was looking over here to see his camera's down. Morgan, thank you. We'll check back in just a little bit. We're looking also, I'm trying to keep tabs on the situation there in Decatur where Joel is, Joel and Jose, and it looks like they haven't moved a lot yet, but we'll check back in with Jose in just a little bit to see if he's been able to at least get past where this line is here of emergency vehicles trying to get into Decatur. But as we were talking about this, the situation now is going to be the National Weather Service is going to solely focus. Well, they've got a lot to focus on,
right?
From just north of Tulsa all the way, and their coverage is Tulsa all the way to Benton County or Carroll County.
Carroll County, right?
So they're gonna be busy for the next several days trying to figure out where this thing was or the tornadoes were, because it's plural now.
That's right.
And what sort of damage, and then to rate one. Not sure that rating one means a lot. It's just a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. It's going to be a very meticulous process. I don't believe we will have a definitive rating for probably several days. Maybe we get a preliminary rating. They might go to what the data will say might have been the hardest hit area, and then do some preliminary surveys, and they'll be sure to notate, hey, this is preliminary, subject to change.
Yes.
It's very common for a rating to change as the post-storm analysis goes on.
Based on this damage, though, you could look the size of the trees that were just knocked over. It's amazing. We have been told that there will be a news conference. I'm not sure where just yet, but Benton County, at the administration building at the Benton County Courthouse at 7 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And so I would assume that they will gather as many people as they can and we'll hear different aspects of what is being taken care of. We'll have emergency management, police, sheriff, county judge, mayors all there just to give us an update as to what they've seen. And by then, it'll be daylight, and we'll may be able to see a little bit more of the damage that took place here. Although I just can't imagine now with with the size of these tornadoes that came through, and we're looking at the damage here, and the tree damage is just going to be awful, and we know it is.
I'm afraid so, based off the pictures alone that we've seen. Sunrise this morning, 6:03, so we're probably only a matter of minutes before we start to see first light there on the eastern horizon, and that's going to give us a first glimpse of just how damaging this supercell was. And we talk about multiple tornadoes. Radar confirmed 3. But the thing is, it was not 3 separate storms. It was one supercell. One.
Yeah.
And at one point, it had simultaneous tornadoes that, based off of radar velocities and just how high the debris was lofted into the air, very well could have been a strong EF2, perhaps even an EF3 tornado, mere miles from each other. So, boy, it just goes to show one storm is all it takes. Even though there wasn't much coverage, even though geographically not a lot of area was covered, certainly a lot of folks in Benton, perhaps even Carroll and Madison counties, certainly impacted. The most damage reports we're hearing and seeing is out of Benton County.
Yeah.
That's not to say that there might not be some in Carroll and Madison. We just haven't received many of those reports yet as of right now.
Yeah, we're seeing these emergency vehicles now. It looks like there's some movement happening. This has been pretty much the story that we've been following, at least this aspect of the story so far. This is where Jose has been for the last several hours. This is along Carlton Drive. It's about 3 miles or so west of Decatur. It seems this was hit very hard. There are some homes that are back behind where you're seeing here that were blocked by hundreds of yards of trees. They brought in a countless number of folks to clear the path, to clear that road, so they could get emergency responders into where those houses are, and to make sure that those who were in those houses are okay, and if they need any kind of emergency help or medical help. We're just now starting to see, and this is good 2.5 hours in the making. We're now starting to see these emergency vehicles and response teams heading back into that area, and that's some good news right there. At least the start of an effort to figure out how bad it is in that one particular neighborhood.
And, you know, Darren, I noticed the hustle with those guys. I hate to speculate, but it would almost appear as if they had been trying to forge a path. They finally were able to, and now they're responding with some degree of urgency.
Yes.
And so it makes me wonder how bad was the tree damage that it took as long as it did with all those people and all those resources to cut a path.
And they finally got it cut through there. Jose was reporting it was a couple of 100 yards. He said at one point it was a football field.
Wow.
And it was just nothing but tree limbs and huge tree limbs blocking the road. And now we can see an ambulance heading back in there. And again, this is not to say that EMS and first responders couldn't walk through there or get through there to get to where they just couldn't get these vehicles back there.
Right.
And it looks like they're doing that now. And I'm hoping that Jose can be a part of that as well too, so we can get a glimpse of the situation there. But the damage is pretty much everywhere. Not only is it just west of Decatur is what we've been reporting, but a number of locations in Rogers. And Zach has shown us it seems to be centered or at least close to the downtown area of Rogers. Just north of Rogers, Zach was just in the neighborhood a moment ago where it looked like that was the actual path of the tornado that went through this particular neighborhood. One of a number of neighborhoods that was hit by this tornado. And okay, so we got more video of. So this is actually in Decatur. And yeah, right. And what we saw a moment ago, about 30 minutes or so ago, part of the effort to get that road cleared came from inmates from the Benton County Detention Center. And there was probably a good 10 or 12 that came walking through our camera shot there a moment ago that helped clear this area. So when you talk about all hands on deck, they really took that to heart and there they are. They got everybody out there as fast as they could. All these, of course, all the chainsaws, these inmates from the Benton County Detention Center. And my battery just went dead back here.
I got you. I'll get you some.
And anyway, and so they've been able to at least clear that area as well and get that through there. But we do want to remind you that there is, and we will obviously cover this and have this live. Thank you so much. They will obviously have this live at 7 o'clock today. Now I can hear. The news conference from Benton County. It's going to be at the administration building there at the Benton County Courthouse, where they will update us on everything that has happened in Benton County, and not only in Decatur, but Rogers and elsewhere. They will update us on the situation that took place as these 3 tornadoes came through the area, confirmed tornadoes came through the area. Again, we have not gotten any word on any injuries, the extent of injuries, or any fatalities. And Scott, if we make it through this without any fatalities, that would be one of the biggest miracles to start with. There will be some injuries, and Jose reported on that just a little bit ago. Family who have walked past this line, and to get back out, they said, yeah, there's been some injuries. Wouldn't say to what extent.
Sure.
But if we can make it through this without any fatalities, that would just be a blessing.
I'm certainly praying that that's the case. I think back at my time in Little Rock for the March 31st tornado. It was during the middle of the day, right? So a lot of folks had plenty of advance warning. It wasn't the holiday weekend. It wasn't at 1 a.m. On a Sunday morning. And so my fear is that there is perhaps folks were just checked out. So I sure hope folks got enough warning and enough lead time.
Morgan Wrigley has been out and about as well in the town of Rogers and scoping out some of the damage there. Morgan, what can you tell us now?
Same location as last time we checked in, which is here in this neighborhood, about on South 28th Street, and then Oak Hill Drive is down here. Oak Street is just right up there, right in between those two. And we're looking at this extensive power line damage here. Since we last spoke in just the last few minutes, there have been a bunch of cars coming up here. Someone's parked there. I think, again, just people checking on their neighbors, checking on their homes. There's a fire truck down here right now. So we're seeing lots of emergency vehicles in this area, partially blocking off the roads, and I think also checking on people, of course, helping clear the trees. Just up the road is where we were when there was that natural gas leak, and we had to relocate. When we were there, someone did come up to us, and he said that there was extensive damage also to the businesses there. He said Quick Car, Sally's Beauty, and he said the flea market, that's on West Walnut Street there, was completely destroyed. So we're going to try to look over there in just a few minutes, but that's what we're seeing right now in this neighborhood.
Okay. All right, Morgan, thanks. Stay safe, or be safe. We'll check back in with Morgan in just a little bit to find out about some more damage reports. There's going to be countless neighborhoods that will have damage, countless houses because of the long track of these tornadoes that came through. We're looking at some of that damage now, and of course the trees have been. We've been talking about that for the last 3 or 4 hours. That there's going to be trees everywhere down, and I think that's going to be the biggest cleanup effort, will be to get that and the power back on again.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They're going to have some work cut out for them just to clear the roadways, just so those power crews can get to work. We were looking at Jose's shot there near Decatur, and it took a couple of hours before emergency crews with all those chainsaws available to them were able to cut a path, and it looks like they have. And we saw a surge in the last few minutes, probably 15 to 20 emergency vehicles making their way. Only
there
one.
It is there. There's the that's live from just outside of Decatur. 10 minutes ago, there was all kinds of vehicles out there.
Just as you were talking, I watched probably 15, 20 more go through, all with emergency lights telling me they're of some official capacity and have a reason to be out there, not just looky-loos trying to get an idea of what happened, which from our reporting, we know that is occurring out there. It often does occur, unfortunately. But it really just clogs up the roads, clogs up the ability for folks that need to be there to render aid to actually do their job.
Yeah, we've had a lot of police departments and law enforcement agencies message us and give us a call saying, look, if you're not part of the rescue effort, if you're not part of the effort to clear a roadway or a street or a neighborhood, just don't do it. This is not, and it's going to get worse, I'm afraid, when the sun comes up, when folks want to go out and see what kind of damage has been reported. This is also very similar to, and of course the one in Springdale from 2 or 3 years ago wasn't as big as this, but it did happen at night. You couldn't see a lot of it until the next day, and you saw exactly the homes in that area near the elementary school and the junior high there in Springdale that were damaged, and the school gymnasium blown apart.
Right.
You didn't see a lot of that until the next day. And we're going to see that here. This is going to be, though, I fear this is going to be a whole lot more widespread damage-wise with this one than it was in Springdale.
I definitively, just looking at the rotation tracks alone, I feel confident in saying as such. One supercell, but at one point near Decatur, it had 2 different vortices, 2 different tornadoes within one supercell in a mere matter of miles from each other. So you just double the amount of damage with that alone, and that was in the Decatur area. One of them made a run for Gravett. It may have fallen apart just to the south of town. We're going to have to check in on that. I've not seen any reports that made it into Gravett there yet. I don't think it was on the ground the whole time. I think this thing may have lifted at times, but only for a matter of seconds before dropping back again. It was moving slowly, which, that's just more damage for it to incur.
That map we were just showing was the SWEPCO power outage map. They're reporting still 16,400 customers without power. Carroll Electric is at, there's the SWEPCO map. Carroll Electric was at 44,173 customers. And we've been talking about this throughout the morning, that's a customer. That's a house. You got 4 or 5 people in a house on average, multiply 44,000. Or in this case, total 70 some odd thousand, 71,000 by 4. That's how many people have been affected by this storm as far as power outages are concerned. It remains to be seen, obviously. It's going to take a while for us to figure out, and for emergency responders and those who in Benton County leadership there. It's going to take a while to figure out all of the damage from this storm that came through. Not only business-wise, and we've heard Zach talk about this, and I was checking his camera to see if he was back up yet, and we've heard Morgan talk about this as well, that centered around the downtown Rogers Square, it seems like the neighborhoods that surround there got hit pretty hard.
I think so.
And the businesses in downtown Rogers on the square got hit pretty hard as well. That's the assessment. That's what's going to take place now for the next several days. Initially, though, it's an effort to. Okay, Zach is. What, you want to get to him now? We can go to Zach. I believe he is live back there at the Suzy Q, not far from the downtown area. Zach.
Yeah, Darren, Bob, we're starting to get some light up here, and that's certainly helping us. I tell you, we had just been walking around the parking lot here next to Suzy Q right here behind me, and there were power lines down that we didn't even see before. You really have to be careful, and I know there's folks that are tuning in on the live streams, and this is why we tell you to download those apps for moments like this. When the power goes out, you have to have these apps and ways to follow our live stream on social media. If you're trying to walk around your neighborhood, and we've seen a few folks back here with flashlights trying to do so, be careful. The power lines are number one the number one threat I would start to warn you with, because they're down, they're black cords, you don't see them. There's so much other things distracting your vision. Just keep that in mind when you're walking around. And then there are cars that have been driving by, and there's so much debris scattered around, they're grabbing pieces of sheet metal and dragging it along with their vehicles. Right here is the Suzy Q sign. This is the Suzy Q malt shop sign. So many people have seen this. We're just north of downtown Rogers, couple hundred yards right down there is downtown Rogers. About 100 yards from me is the Casey's gas station. And look at this, right here, we have some of the Casey's gas station sign. That's the kind of damage that we're seeing, that we're looking at debris being scattered around. So you drive into a parking lot and you think that might be debris from that building. It could be debris from a house a few hundred yards away. It could be debris from a building a few hundred yards away. There's just so much stuff thrown everywhere. The Suzy Q here, water shooting out of the tops. Again, this is where even being here 2 years now, this is a place that I knew right away. I was told, hey, you need to check out. And I've been here with my family. I've been here with friends. And it's a special place. And people have stopped by, and it's been emotional for them to see this like this. The roof is torn off. We can look in the windows and see that the roof has caved in there, complete destruction. This building looks like a total loss. The building behind it, total loss. We've been trying to get into these neighborhoods right here behind the Suzy Q. Trees are down, power lines are down. The only way to get back in there is to walk. Again, North 2nd Street is where Suzy Q sits. A couple hundred yards from downtown Rogers. You can see the water tower over there next to Railway Park. Across from me, behind our camera here, that's the Harps. It does have structure damage. At least where you get gas, that awning is tore up, and there's some damage to the outside of it. I can't get in there to see, and haven't been able to get confirmation what kind of extent the damage goes on further inside the building. But this is a clear area where likely the tornado came through. And I know we've been talking about this. This storm going way back towards Claremore and northeast Oklahoma was probably up and down, producing tornadoes. But at the same time, it was producing damaging straight line winds too. So we're gonna have a mix of that. We're gonna have a mix of straight line wind damage and a mix of tornado damage across Benton County. We're getting reports that, again, on Walnut, Highway 12 there are some buildings that are even worse than this, almost completely collapsed. So guys, we're going to try to work over there if we can. I think we do have a route going into downtown to try to get on Walnut, and then we're going to try to get back into some of these neighborhoods too. Still very eerie. Can still smell a little bit of that gas, but it doesn't smell as strong as what it did when we got here an hour or so ago. But you got to be careful with these power lines out here for sure.
All right. Zach, thanks. And we'll check back in with Zach here in just a little bit more. And it's hard to see at night the damage that, or at least with you guys, you guys are trained to be able to spot or not spot, but at least recognize the damage and maybe how severe this thing was, and was going to ask Zach that if he could even see some of that, but it may still be too dark for that. Once light hits, though, they're really going to get a really good idea and a better picture of how widespread this was.
I think we're probably less than an hour away from having a better perspective. Darren, I'm trying to think of the impact on a lot of folks that may not have tornado damage but are without power. Today's high temperatures in the upper 80s. Yeah. There's quite a bit of humidity as well. So look, that's nothing we're necessarily unaccustomed to, but given it might be early on in the season, we might not necessarily be acclimated to that type of heat. Yes. I suspect at that press conference, they're going to, I presume, announce someplace where folks can go and stay cool. Given the widespread nature of that damage, knowing it may take a few days to get the power restored, that's going to be a concern. Maybe you didn't take a direct hit, maybe you didn't have damage, but
you don't have power.
You don't have power, and it's going to be approaching dangerous levels for some folks.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Jose Carranza has been out west of Decatur pretty much all morning long. I was making sure he was out there. Looks like we're starting to get some first light out there, Jose. What's the situation as far as those responders getting to that one particular neighborhood?
Yeah, Darren. So I've been going back and forth down Carlton Road this entire morning and trying to see where the progress was. And just about 5:20, maybe about 10-15 minutes ago, they finally cleared out the road to at least one lane where we could get trucks and first responders through. Just a moment ago, we had a bulldozer come through, clearing out the last little bit, and behind that, we had about 6 vehicles. I walked up to one of the vehicles, and the man told me he did not want to speak on camera. It was a very somber mood, very sad mood, and he was headed back there, and he told me that he does have family back there, so we can only imagine what's going on back there. I did go through, and there is a couple that was actually driving on their way home whenever they got caught in the storm, and they were towing their son's truck from Siloam Springs, or their son's, it was a Honda Civic. They were towing their son's Honda Civic from Siloam Springs when that storm came through, and by some sort of miracle, 2 trees fell just in front and behind those 2 vehicles, missing them. But yeah, now those inmates have left the front of this brigade, trying to clear this road. They're now off to the side behind us, and we've seen family now head to the main area of destruction. And just to give you an idea of how immense this is, we're on maybe, I've been told that from where we're starting to see all these trees down, it's maybe half a mile all the way to the homes. That's what we've been walking. That's what we've been trying to clear with all these trees and trying to get to those families that were on the other side of this. And then we were told still by other family members that even past that, there's still much, much more damage. And so it's thankfully, now that light's out, we're finally getting to those families and getting some sort of idea of what's going on at this. But of course, no official has yet confirmed with us how many have been injured, how many have, if there are any fatalities. But you can only get an idea from all the family that has come through, some of them not wanting to talk on camera, others telling us Earlier, I did mention that there was a family member who, it was actually a teenager who told me that his girlfriend was in one of those homes and that something had come through and impaled her side and she had lost feelings down her leg. So there are definitely some injuries here. Don't know to the extent of how many people have yet been impacted here, but we'll go ahead and send it back to you, Darren.
All right, Jose, appreciate that. And we'll check back in with him here in just a little bit once we get back into where those homes are and try to get a better idea as to the damage that in that area that these emergency responders spent a good 2 or 3 hours clearing that area so they could get back in there. And as you heard Jose say, it looks like, or it appears that there is going to be even more damage further down the road there on Carlton Drive, just west or 2 or 3 miles west of Decatur on Carlton Drive where these homes are. And as you heard Jose say, and again, we haven't gotten any kind of an official confirmation yet throughout Benton County on the number of injuries, if how many they are, what the extent of those injuries are, and if there are any fatalities. And again, just a reminder, at 7 o'clock this morning, Benton County is those leaders in Benton County, I'm assuming with EMS and fire and police and road department and county judge and mayors from the different towns will all gather at the Benton County Courthouse in the administration building and have a news conference. That'll be at 7 o'clock this morning. And at that time, of course, we'll get an update on the damage and power outages and where people can go if they need a place to go, if they're without power, and we'll hopefully have that at 7 o'clock this morning. But Scott, for the rest of the day today, it looks like the worst part of it is gone. The cold front, though, has not made its way through, and that still could bring something in.
It sure could. We could see 1, 2, 3 supercells, pretty some hail around here. That's going to be. My apologies, I muted my mic. Yeah, you're right. Cold front moves in later this afternoon, and there could be a couple of thunderstorms develop along that front. Most likely hazards with those are going to be large hail. We're expecting, once that front moves into central Arkansas, to see more coverage, more thunderstorms go up along that front. And then it continues as it pushes off towards the east to grow in coverage. Once that front moves through late this afternoon into this evening, we're going to see humidity levels come down. It's actually going to feel pretty nice out there late tonight, really into tomorrow morning. Bella Grace is going to have the forecast. I'm going to have your forecast. We're going to work on that together for 5 News this morning, coming up at 6 o'clock. Maybe you're just waking up and you have no clue what happened overnight. We had one supercell move from Tulsa, and it is still likely producing very strong rotation in northeast Arkansas. Let's walk through the timeline here. This is going to be 1245. We have strong Doppler radar indicated rotation moving through Delaware County. Tornado warning is in effect. The warning was in effect really from when it touched down first outside of Claremore. That's near Tulsa, just for some context. You can see this is 1245. Those colors are where the shear tracks are. It's the technical term, but that's just really where the strong rotation was. And we walk forward, we play this out, you'll notice it really strengthens here as it moves into Decatur, may have lifted before dropping again near Rogers, again near Lowell, and then pushing into eastern Benton County. Of course, that went by pretty quick, so we'll back this up. You'll notice a couple of things here. As that single supercell, we're talking one storm, moved through parts of Decatur, it actually produced 2 tornadoes, at least according to Doppler radar debris signatures. One which was towards the north and east that went this specific track, the stronger of which very well could be a strong EF3 tornado. Of course, we don't know that until the Weather Service comes out and they're going to look at the debris, they're going to look at the damage, and then they're going to assess that rating on the backside. But we have a pretty good indication simply based on how strong the winds were and how high the debris was lofted into the atmosphere that it takes a certain level of a tornado to lift debris that high. And that tells us, based off of that data alone, minimally an EF2, very likely perhaps an EF3 tornado. That's the northern one. But then we had this second track come through to the south side of town, and you can see that track gets a little bit closer to Bentonville. That's at 1:35 this morning. We fast forward, we'll pause this 20 minutes later at 1:55. Strong rotation moving near Rogers, between Bentonville and Rogers. You see those blues there along 49. That's Walnut. That's exit 85, right? That's there in Rogers. It continues off towards the east. We'll even zoom in. You can see Beaver Lake here. It's getting close. Right on top of Beaver Lake. We've seen numerous reports of damage along the lake, especially at the marinas, those structures there. And you can see at times it was definitely stronger. So this may not have been consistently an EF3 from start to finish. Often tornadoes aren't a singular rating. They're known by their highest rating. For instance, a tornado even that we saw a couple of weeks ago, you know, we had those 7 tornadoes, largely in Crawford, a couple in Washington, Adair County I think also had one, Franklin County had a couple. They're known or they're classified by their higher end rating. So for instance, there was an EF2, right, that went through Crawford County, but it wasn't an EF2 the whole time. I think that's what we're going to find with this one specifically. You find where it has some stronger areas of rotation, and perhaps it lifted a time or two as well. The tornado is only a tornado if it's in contact with the ground. Otherwise, it's just a funnel. It was probably a funnel the whole time, that's for sure. Things got a little bit more messy once this storm moved out of southeastern Benton County. Here's Madison, here's Carroll County. At a couple different areas of concern. The tornado warning was in effect for northern Madison County. Largely all of the areas of concern stayed north of 412. Continued. It didn't stop. In fact, if we take a broader perspective, it's been a minute since I've done it. I'm just curious where this storm is right now based off of the warning. Still got tornado warnings on it. Still. And that's Cherokee Village. That's way northeast Arkansas. This is Missouri right here. So it looks like that one single supercell still causing issues for us. You put a track on that, you measure it out. You find Tulsa, put a ruler. About 240 miles. Can you believe that? One supercell, not necessarily producing a tornado for that long, but strong enough rotation that for 240 miles, we're talking time now is 5:46. That warning was initially issued around 1. For about 4.5 hours. Boy, that's a pretty strong supercell. And that was really the only major supercell that moved through. And we kind of knew that was going to be the case, that there may not be a lot of storms, but if any did develop, they would certainly mean business. On top of the actual rotation and the likely tornadoes that we saw, there was a lot of wind with this system, probably resulted in some damage from just the straight line winds alone. And then to make matters worse, and we still have one flash flood warning, there was some flash flooding with this specific storm as it moved through. You can see, looking at just the rainfall measurements alone, we can get some data coming from some of these. About 3.5 inches of rain where those oranges are, 4 inches there near Decatur. About 3, so we got about 3 to 4 inches within this swath of northern Benton County that extended into parts of Carroll County, northern Madison as well. And so as the damage reports started to come in, so did the flash flooding reports. A lot of folks that were dealing with damage, their roofs had damage, the roofs were gone in some cases. Now we've got flash flooding, inundating homes, and that was just adding insult to injury. Okay, that's an update on the storm track, on the flash flooding. Morgan Wrigley live for us this morning. Morgan, what can you tell us there in Rogers?
Scott, we just drove down here. We went on West Olive Street, 13th Street, and now we're here, residential area at the intersection of 14th Street and Persimmon Street here. And as you can see, the main thing we're looking at is this power line just dangling here, tree also just hanging over the road there. I mean, you can just see the damage, the trees in this neighborhood as the sun has come up. We've really started to see that. And I will say along 13th Street, we saw a lot more damage than we've seen other places so far. We saw trampolines blown into stop signs. Again, just trees and power lines down everywhere. So that's mainly what we're looking at. Down here we've had some people trying to clear this area. We've seen some residents here walking around looking at the damage. But yeah, again, you can just see how many trees are down here.
Morgan, can you? We're trying to look as well with you on if there's the damage to these houses. We can see the tree damage, but what have you seen as far as maybe some damage to houses along the way?
Yeah, I will say that the houses here, we're not noticing, from what I can see, as much damage to the houses as there is to the trees and power lines. But I have noticed a lot of damage to businesses, especially on 13th Street. A lot of those businesses had roof damage, especially signs blown over, things like that. But in this area, which this is again 14th Street and Persimmon Street, I'm mostly noticing trees down in the road, power lines down in the road. I'm not seeing a lot of damage to houses here.
Okay, all right, Morgan, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Look, the car's going by to maybe check on a house or or a neighbor. But that's going to be the situation. Some neighborhoods, and it's really interesting how tornadoes work. A house gets destroyed, right next to it, nothing. And so maybe some of these neighborhoods where Morgan and Zach have gone, and it seems again to surround the Rogers downtown square, that some neighborhoods were spared and some weren't.
Yeah, so you often get, you hear of that in these larger tornadoes, that why in the world was one house not touched, but the one next to it was nearly leveled in some cases? Zach alluded to it earlier. You may have heard him mention it. Sometimes these tornadoes can have multiple vortices. So essentially, the tornado didn't necessarily skip one house. It may not have been built better than the neighboring home. It's just that it had two different funnels, two different vortices. Who knows if that actually happened with this specific storm or not, but oftentimes that's the answer to that age-old question of why in the world was one house unscathed while the other one suffered severe damage.
Zach just sent some video in to us, and if we can effort to get this on the air. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but that is extensive. So we're going to try to get this on as quickly as we can. Maybe we can get him on with us as well. But it looks like there is a business, I'm not sure where this is, that has just destroyed. There is water that's shooting out of the roof of this building. Whatever this was, it is leveled. Well, not leveled, but it is pretty much destroyed.
It's totaled.
And we're going to try to work on getting that on the air here in just a second. I know the worst TV ever is listening to me talk about a piece of video that you can't see yet, but we're working on getting that. And my fear is that we're going to see a lot of this once we see it on air. We're going to see a lot of these businesses that are going to be in this condition. And we heard Zach talk about it. We heard Morgan talk. Is this it? Oh no, this is earlier. So. Okay, this is earlier from Zach in the downtown Rogers area as well. We're going to start seeing a lot of this happen. Where these businesses, and we heard Zach talk about it, and we heard Morgan talk about it. It seems that more businesses than homes, at least in the Rogers Square area, downtown area, were hit hardest. But we haven't been able to see a lot of these neighborhoods yet. So there's still that anticipation, or there's still that. We're still waiting to see what the situation is, and I'm looking over at Jose's camera too. It looks like
they're pulling in some pretty heavy construction equipment, heavy road crew equipment to get through.
We're actually getting a pretty good idea of this shot that Joel has up of how dense the trees were when they covered this road. There it is now, and a moment ago Joel had that zoomed in on past where that vehicle is, and you could really see how thick and dense the trees were,
Some large trees
and
too.
why it took so long to get that cleared out, and that's what we're looking at here, and they've got that cleared. And just for those who may be just joining us, we've been following this since about 2:30 this morning. This is an area west of Decatur on Carlton Drive where they've had a number of homes damaged, a number of homes destroyed. They got to this part of the highway or of the road and couldn't go any farther. There are houses on the other side of this where people are. And at the time we didn't know, we still don't really know, the situation with the injuries there, although Jose reported some extensive injuries. And we'll hopefully hear from him. I'm sure he's back in there now to try to get more information about the situation there. And there goes another vehicle as well to get back in there. I can also tell you that the Rogers Police Department, and we saw Morgan or heard Morgan talk about this as well, they are now putting up orange traffic barrels in the city of Rogers, blocking streets where there are power lines down because they simply don't want you to be driving through these. Oh, this is the video. And you can see right there is the start of this business.
Castle Rental in Rogers.
Is that what it is?
Castle Rental.
There is water pouring out of that. You can tell a whole wall has been knocked down. That business is just not there anymore. And that's how strong this was. We may hear from Zach here in a little bit as well.
Look at that exterior wall. If you want a case example of why we tell you to put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible, look deep inside that building. Perhaps it was survivable if you were in the far interior, but next to that wall, look at it. It's just toppled over.
Yeah.
Even the second story of that building, it's just gone.
And this is again. Tell me. Oh,
Castle Rental in Rogers.
This is okay, and just you can see the magnitude of this storm that came in, and we'll hopefully hear from Zach here in a little bit about what he saw here and the situation with that. Now, again, the traffic barrels going up in the city of Rogers, in areas where there are power lines down and the roads are blocked. This is an effort to keep you safe. They don't want you to be driving over these power lines. They don't want you to be in the way of emergency vehicles or crews trying to get the power back on again. And speaking of that, I was just noticing, looking at the outage map, that the number in Benton County has gone from 73,000 down to 70,000.
Okay.
So they're on their way. It's still obviously a long way, and there will be businesses and homes pretty much like this that won't have power for quite a while.
I think so.
And that's going to be that'll be the thing for the next 2 or 3 days. One, assessing the damage, and then getting the power back on as quickly as possible, and getting the natural gas back on as well too. To some locations, these businesses that were destroyed had gas lines broken, and with the gas still on, you could hear it, you could smell it. It's dangerous. Black Hills is out right now with as many people as they have. They've brought in extra crews as well, and they're trying to get that situation taken care of as far as getting gas turned off in some of these locations to make it less dangerous.
That video where Zach's at, Castle Rental and Pawn, folks might not be familiar where that is. It's right on Walnut Street, about a block from the intersection of North Dixieland and Walnut, just for some perspective as to exactly where he's at with that video. This is it right here. Again, that's going to be right on Walnut. It's technically at Walnut and 13th Street, the intersection of Walnut and 13th Street.
You're quicker at the maps than I am.
Had some time to study it for sure.
That's right.
But that's, Darren, one of the common myths about tornadoes is that they don't strike populated areas.
Yes.
And not only do we just know that's not true, but this morning, as the sun is rising and we're getting a first-hand view of the destruction, it's another reminder that they do in fact strike cities. And we've had a very strong tornado and multiple tornadoes through one of the most populated counties in the state of Arkansas. And it happened in the middle of the night on a holiday weekend, which is really just a recipe for disaster. And as you've said, we've not heard any confirmed reports, but we're going to be getting some more information coming up about 7 o'clock. Is that right?
In about an hour from now, and give or take a few minutes here and there, but it's supposed to be right at 7 o'clock. Okay, before we talk about that, we're going to go to Zach. He is actually at Castle Rental to give us a little bit better of a view and perspective as to the we could see it already. The damage that's out there. Zach, tell us what you're looking at here.
Guys, this is some of the worst damage we've seen. Now, I will say, working from Susie Q's, again on North 2nd Street, just north of downtown Rogers, we came into downtown. It looked like, from what I could see, going through, downtown Rogers, there was a lot of tree debris and there was debris from these storms that had been picked up and thrown around, but I didn't see structure damage. Now, as soon as you start to get south of downtown again and we came down Walton, we were in and out of more substantial damage. There was a business, I think it's called All Things Kindred. It's right there, right before you come into downtown Rogers on Walnut. That was a total loss. And then as we came further down, we got to 13th Street in Walnut here. This is some of the worst damage we've seen. A lot of tree damage around. Even parts of Walnut right now are closed. You have to kind of come into the parking lot. That's why there's so much traffic right here through this parking lot, is because there's multiple trees and power lines down. And so police officials have blocked off the road, and so people are kind of cutting in and out. We even had one guy just stop and ask, I'm trying to get to 49. He had somewhere he really was trying to get to help some folks out, and he just couldn't even get there. And he's like, will Walnut get me there? And a bunch of people coming together try to give him directions of a route that they knew could get him to 49, but it's hard to get around. Not just Rogers, but all of Benton County. It's hard to get around this morning. And again, this is some of the worst damage that we've seen. You can see this goes back. I mean, you're talking about the entire building, a loss here. The whole front wall knocked down, the roof caved in, you've got water coming out. There's a lot of water in the parking lot here. You can tell that there's other areas where some of the water lines, the water mains have busted and water is just flowing through the parking lot. I can see damage every way I turn here. All these buildings impacted, some of them more than others. Again, this building completely knocked down, but this one right here behind, if we can turn, it's got some roof damage, but it's still standing. And that's what you get. That's what you get with these tornadoes. This one's tore down. This one's still standing. That one looks better than all the other buildings around here. The Federal Credit Union. Sometimes it's hit or miss. I will say, going back to the northeast, I think you can tell that the tornado was coming down Walnut, and then continued. Instead of going straight down Walnut and taking a direct hit with downtown Rogers, it starts to cut through the neighborhoods over here. It's very hard to get back in there. We still haven't found a way in. You have to walk in with the amount of tree damage and the amount of power lines that are down in those neighborhoods. But you can see this here. I mean, this is a total loss. The owner of this building is just right over here, and we were talking to him for a little bit, and he's shaken up, not in a place where ready to talk, and we understand that. He's just here making sure that nobody gets hurt, and that make sure nothing else happens. Kind of keep a watch on what's going on. Vehicles are overturned. Can we get a shot of this, Josh, over here? One of the vehicles overturned right here, just on its side, and that shows you the winds. The winds were coming in all different directions. We've got branches down going that way. The gas station over there's got debris going all different directions. Vehicle turned over in this parking lot. So the winds came and flipped it towards us, but then you had the tornado come, and then you had the winds going back to the west and flipped that vehicle over. I mean, we know we had a tornado. We know we had damaging winds, but this is a clear sign of a tornado coming through a very populated area, and it happened at night. I mean, how scary is that? And it didn't just happen in the evening or the early morning hours. I mean, it was in the dead of night. And I said it earlier, and I'll continue to say it. From what we can see and all of our crews are seeing, this damage is like this for a long ways. And it's going to take a lot of folks really coming together and scattering out. We're getting reports of just go east, further east of Rogers, and there's neighborhoods where folks are trapped. We've had people stop and say there's veterans in these neighborhoods, there's elderly in these neighborhoods, they need help. And that's everywhere. That's what we're hearing everywhere. But yeah, this is Castle Rental. We're on Walnut, just west of downtown Rogers, and this is one of the worst structures that we've seen damaged here this morning. Just catastrophic, but unfortunately we're seeing a lot of other buildings like this.
Zach, I know you go out and you and Scott both, and for that matter, a lot of meteorologists are out as well. That when you go out and see these things and you're looking at this, can you tell right away the strength of a system or a tornado that has come through?
Yeah, and I'll start off by saying, the National Weather Service survey teams that go out, I mean, they're trained. And when they go out, they're looking for how the building was built, how old is the building, because you got to determine, is this a brand new with new regulations, new codes? Is this a brand new built building, a home, structure, whatever is it? Was it a metal building? Is it a brick building? Because that's all going to play into it. If you've got a brick building and there's nothing left on the foundation and it was built in the last couple of years, you've got a pretty strong storm. This is an older office building here, but looking at it, this isn't going to be EF0. I can't say for certain, and the team will be out here. And again, they're well trained on how to look at these buildings and then also use radar as the storm was passing over, put all that information together and come up with the rating. But yes, you can come out here and you can tell that I think we have at least EF2 damage, and maybe not the whole way. These storms, they strengthen, they weaken, they're up, they're down, but easily EF1 to EF2 damage. I see a lot of that. Possibly some EF3 damage mixed in. And the National Weather Service has such a path to survey here. Some of our stronger tornadoes that have hit our neighboring states or our own state at times, those long paths, those long track tornadoes, they pulse up and down. So you can have a tornado on the ground for 10, 15, 20 miles, and it can go from EF1 to EF2, back to EF1, up to EF3, back down to EF1. So I think we've seen some spots of EF2, maybe a little bit greater than that.
All right, Zach, thanks. And again, that's probably the most damage, or the biggest building that we have seen that has been damaged so far. And all right, Zach, thanks. We'll check back in with him in just a little bit. But that scene, my fear is we're going to see a lot of that. Maybe that's a large building. No matter what size building it is, if it's damaged or if it's destroyed, then it impacts a lot of people.
Sure.
But that's a large building, and when you see, and again, it goes back to how was it built, how old is it? But when you see something like that, this was a powerful storm.
No question about it. And gosh, you see that damage alone, and you see some buildings nearby it that may very well have structural integrity issues themselves that may not just be as obvious. So, we see this, and obviously, yes, strong tornado, but how about the buildings nearby or a block away? Very well could have issues as well. Roof damage is going to be a real possibility, especially surrounding where that tornado likely moved through. Obviously, you're going to have some water damage there. Flash flooding happened right as the tornado was moving through, and that's just going to add insult to injury on top of an already really just unfortunate situation.
Looking at the Rogers Police Department Facebook, they've been tremendous in updating throughout the morning this morning, and they're now posting that there is a lot of structural damage to buildings around 24th and Walnut, which we've been reporting pretty much all morning long. They don't have a list of the streets that are closed just yet, but they say it's a lot. And so that number is obviously extensive, and they've got those orange barrels out now on the streets that are closed so you don't drive down them. And they're working on at least 100 calls, if not more, of power lines down, of people in homes, of I can't get out of my house. And so that's what they're working on now. This is video from this morning from west of Decatur when they were trying to clear a path along Carlton Drive to try to get to a group of houses and some neighborhoods out there. They finally got that several hundred yards of trees cleared out in order to get emergency crews back in there. We heard from Jose Carranza, who has been there since 2 o'clock this morning, to try to give us an update as to how things are. We'll hopefully hear from him in just a little bit to get an update on the situation. There it is. That's the live. That's what it looks like now, and you can see the thickness of the trees. You can't even tell where the road is because of the debris from the trees that came down from there. And as soon as we get Jose back in contact with him, we'll update you on that situation. We still have not heard of any confirmed injuries or fatalities. We know there are injuries based on reporting from Jose, at least in this neighborhood or at least along this road there west of Decatur. Some pretty extensive injuries, in fact, and at least based on what Jose found out from different family members and different neighbors of those who live in this area. You can see still cars heading back in there to try to help out as best they can. So as soon as we hear from Jose, we'll hopefully have an update on that coming up here in just a little bit on the situation there. And again, a reminder, in about 50 minutes, give or take, there will be a news conference at the Benton County Courthouse involving pretty much everybody that's been involved with this. I would assume power companies will be there, energy companies will be there, every aspect of county government will be there, along with the sheriff, police chiefs, mayors, will give us an update as to the extent of damage in Benton County. Now, we've heard a lot of damage that has taken place in Rogers. I've not heard of anything yet, I don't know if you have either, Scott, or anybody else, about Bentonville or anywhere in Bentonville just yet. If that path came across north part of Bentonville into Rogers, I don't know. I'm just guessing here that if that's the case, that's phenomenal that Bentonville may have gotten spared from this.
I sure hope so. The rotation was definitely on top of Bentonville at one point. I think the wind potential in Bentonville was also there, damaging wind potential. So I suspect we probably will hear something about some damage. The question is, to what extent is it in Bentonville? Now that we're going to get some sunlight, I think we're going to have a better idea here real soon. The extent, not just in Rogers and Bentonville, but Decatur. Do we have any damage in Lowell? And of course, we got the reports from Beaver Lake, and as in the storm tracked into Carroll and Madison counties as well, exhibiting very strong signs of rotation. No tornado debris signature in the radar data at that point that it went into Carroll and Madison County. That's not to say that there wasn't actually debris. Radar just couldn't see it at that point.
So the effort now is going to be obviously getting into these neighborhoods as quickly as they can to assess damage there, to assess the damage that has taken place to businesses in Rogers. And we've heard Zach report a number of businesses, and we've seen reports from the Rogers Police Department on Facebook. A number of businesses have been damaged or destroyed near and around the Rogers Square, near and around downtown Rogers. And I'll be anxious to hear, and I think a lot of people will be anxious to hear what is going to be said and what information is going to be released from the officials there in Benton County, the city of Rogers, especially the city of Rogers. Mayor Greg Hines, I'm sure he has been out and about pretty much all morning. He'll be there as well to let us know what the situation there is. The thing we're still waiting on, and we may hear more about this coming up at 7 o'clock this morning. And we've talked about this. If you weren't hit by the actual tornado itself, you don't have power. Who knows when that power is going to come back on? It's going to be 80 some odd degrees today.
Upper 80s.
Maybe not as much humidity. Well, who knows?
No, I think so, that cold front doesn't come through till this afternoon. So I think we're going to have the humidity through at least the hottest part of the day. Heat index values in the 90s.
So hopefully we'll hear from these officials at 7 o'clock on where you can go if you choose to go, maybe as a cooling center or somewhere to go to meet up with friends and make sure they're okay. Just a shelter of some kind. And so far we have not heard yet. I'm 100% sure that effort is being formulated right now, or that plan is being formulated right now in order to get help to those who need it the most right now. The focus is going to be on making sure that the homes that were destroyed or damaged, heavily damaged, that the folks who were in there are okay.
That's right. And you know, there's actually already a plan in place. These local emergency managers don't just work when there's a disaster or an emergency. They spend the rest of the time actually planning and formulating plans. So I suspect what we're going to hear come 7 o'clock this morning. Robert McGowan is the Emergency Management or Public Safety Director there in Benton County. I actually served with him on the Arkansas 911 board.
Yes.
I know how detailed he is, and I'm pretty confident he's already going to have some contingencies in place, some arrangements with whether it's a church, a school, Red Cross facilities, Salvation Army facilities, whatever it is. I don't know the details yet, but I suspect we're going to hear some details with regards to where people can go to escape the heat of the day, or perhaps they just don't have a viable shelter at all. And that's certainly something we're going to see a need for, at least for several days, if not weeks, perhaps even months. If the damage is as bad as it is here, this is on Walnut here in Rogers, where meteorologist Zach Scott is. If we're seeing that level of damage in neighborhoods and homes, residential areas, a need for short-term housing is going to be there.
Exactly.
That's where state and federal assistance comes into play. And those are things that we might not know details on this morning, but maybe as early as this afternoon into the coming days, we'll have more details on that.
You know, and we've seen this happen throughout the state when there's been natural disasters like this, that the National Guard will be brought in. We are right now making an effort to get a hold of somebody within the governor's office to see if that will be the case. Obviously there will be some sort of a disaster declaration at any moment now. The governor will give that proclamation, which starts the process in getting not only state funds but federal funds and FEMA and so forth all in this area to help out. But we're making that effort now to find out if she will mobilize some National Guard members to help out with not only policing but recovery and repair and so forth in the most heavily damaged areas. That may actually be addressed at that news conference in about 45 minutes or so. What sort of help is being brought in? I know the electric companies, Carroll Electric and SWEPCO, you know, you drive down the highway after a natural disaster that's in another state, and you got a convoy of repair trucks heading that way. Carroll Electric put that into motion about 2 or 3 hours ago. They've got the help that they need on the way here to not only to get power back on, but you saw Morgan's live shot there a little bit ago. Power poles have been snapped, and that takes a monumental effort to get those replaced.
That's right.
And that's what is heading this way. Exactly, yes. And that is what's headed this way. You may be without power for several days.
I'm afraid so.
And I know a lot of the businesses that were heavily damaged, they may not get back up again, and so we'll see how that plays out.
I'm curious to see at this press conference what resources are needed. At this point, you have to imagine, given the widespread swath of damage, that local Benton County resources at this moment are probably taxed they're probably maxed out. A lot of these local emergency management agencies, police, fire, EMS, they have prearranged memorandums of understanding or mutual aid agreements that say essentially, hey, if something bad happens in your jurisdiction, we're going to be there to help you, and vice versa. Are there agencies from other counties responding? I assume state police is probably mobilizing some troopers from different troops to come into the area to offer some assistance as well. Those are answers that I think we're going to get here coming up at 7 o'clock this morning from local officials, elected officials, as well as civilians that are maybe responding, providing some aid, faith-based aid perhaps. We're thinking Salvation Army, Red Cross, things like that, as well as the emergency management officials themselves.
It's interesting. I was looking at RDOT just to see, what's happening on I-49, and of course it shows all the different roads in Rogers that are closed down and blocked. There is a situation between mile marker 88 and 87 in the northbound lane where water has ponded. Now they had a camera shot. One of the RDOT cameras was showing. It's not showing it now, but the inside lane is that's what I'm looking at here. Just right above where that camera is, you can see right where the AR is. You can see the flashing lights. That's where the water has ponded. Now there's not a lot of traffic, thankfully, on I-49 right now. It's 20 after 6 in the morning. And so there's not a lot of traffic on I-49 going north. But with all the rainfall we've had, there is a good bit amount of water that's standing on the shoulder and on the third passing lane as you go north. And so they've got that blocked off between mile marker 87. There's a truck driver going by there. Mile marker 87 and 88 going north on I-49. Very minor, I get it. But it just shows you again how much rainfall there has been, and it has got one lane of I-49 flooded right now.
Yeah,
because
no
of
question.
Because of that. Okay. Yeah, and that's the one you guys that we're being told that we do have a camera in Benton County. In fact, it's right there at Jack Link's. And it shows Walton, and it's down right now because there's no power there.
It was on up in
Bentonville Square. I'm sorry. Yeah, Bentonville Square.
They were both working until that storm came through, and we lost them in the middle of that storm.
Yeah.
And that was a moment where I realized, well, there's minimally some very strong winds coming through. Darren, it's dawned on me that we only had one storm overnight. It impacted a small portion of the viewing area. So there are probably a lot of folks that are waking up this morning, they're getting ready for church perhaps, and they're turning on 5 News and they don't exactly know what happened.
Yeah.
So it might be worth some time here just to recap what happened overnight, where we're at now, and what answers we're looking for in the next few hours.
And we'll start with at 7 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, there will be a news conference, give or take 7 o'clock. You know how those things are when they're trying to organize and on a short notice. We'll find out at 7 o'clock from the Benton County Administration Building, the courthouse. All the leaders and experts and officials and so forth will be all gathered there to tell us exactly what happened. But this actually, and I watched this last night. I watched you guys last night. I watched it come just north of Tulsa, and it stayed all the way through us to the other side of the state.
It's still got a tornado warning on it right now. It is still one single supercell has a tornado warning on it right now, nearly 5 hours later. Can you believe that? 5 hours later. I'm looking at some radar data offhand over there. It's north of Jonesboro now. This supercell dropped a tornado outside of Tulsa, and at multiple junctures between Tulsa and now nearly just to the north of Jonesboro continues to produce at least rotation strong enough to warrant a tornado warning, probably tornadoes at multiple points. It was just one supercell that moved through. We know of at least 3 tornadoes in Benton County based off of debris signatures being lofted into the radar. Whenever you see debris up in the air, whenever radar detects that, the Weather Service will consider that confirmation enough to say, yep, likely a tornado. And we know we've had 3. A couple near Decatur, that's right, 2 actually different different tornadoes. Another in the Rogers area. That same storm, as you see on live radar right now, moving north of Jonesboro, still causing a lot of problems. I just don't, it's on the southern flank there. There's not a lot to undercut it. I just don't see a weakening just yet. That thing may move over into Tennessee before it finally decides to weaken and die out, but it has not done so yet, and we are going on 5 hours.
And it actually came into Benton County a little after midnight, 1 o'clock this morning. And it caused, it started obviously with what we've been showing west of Decatur, went through Decatur, and then it proceeded to Rogers, and that's where we've seen over the last over the last 5 hours, these damage reports from these 3 tornadoes that, and obviously we'll have a path later on once we figure out where they started and if they ever lifted. I'm assuming they did once or twice, but it actually started west of Decatur and continued all the way through Rogers.
Yeah, all the way through Rogers. Beaver Lake has some damage.
Beaver Lake, yes. Montanay, I think there was a couple of places there in Montanay that got destroyed.
We haven't forgotten about folks in Carroll or Madison County. We're just not getting a lot of reports of damage out of that area right now. 479-785-5000. That's our number here as the sun rises, and you might look out your front porch, back door maybe, and see something. Feel free to send us a photo. We would love to see that. I'm afraid of what we're going to continue to receive. We've been receiving hundreds of photos since the storm first moved through, and now that folks are waking up, the sun has risen. We're starting to see some light out there. I think we're probably a matter of minutes from getting a really good idea of just how bad this was.
And it happening at night obviously is not the ideal, well, never it is ideal time, but it's even worse at night. Now this is from XNA. These are some of the some flight delays, departures that are at XNA this morning from this storm. A lot of them obviously involve American Airlines. So if you're on one of these flights and you were supposed to head out soon, it looks like they're being delayed at least 2 or 3 hours. I'm assuming that's what this is, that these flights that are leaving from XNA to DFW and Phoenix, and not sure what is that.
DCA is Dallas. Washington, D.C.
D.C., yeah, okay. All right, now this is this Jose's live? This is in Decatur. All right, this is what we have been kind of waiting for to see the situation that has taken place west of Decatur. And I'm assuming, Scott, from all indication, this is where this is the first place that got hit. But then Jose actually said that beyond here as well, from this location, that there's even more damage. It seems these are the first folks that got hit by this tornado.
Yeah, obviously we're not zoomed in too tightly there, but you can see those trees just twisted, those tree tops, trees pushed over, roof damage, structure damage. You know, and at this point, not knowing exactly where he is at on the map, you have to wonder, did this tornado strengthen as it moved here? Is damage worse past this point? I mean, that's bad enough damage. That home right now is not livable. And so unfortunately for those folks and a lot of folks, I'm afraid, they're going to be displaced.
Yeah.
They are displaced now and don't have a place to go.
This from the map, excuse me, from the map that, or from the address that Jose gave us while he was out there, if you go out Carlton Road, you go past Chestnut Hill Farm. It's about a half mile to a mile past that is where we are with this. But as Jose had reported earlier, that there's even damage even farther west on Carlton Road than this, and this is enough to look at here. You can see the roof damage. That house is obviously not going to be livable for a while. And this is just one of a number of houses along this road, this Carlton Road, west of 2 or 3 miles or so west of Decatur, that got hit by this tornado. and homes have been damaged throughout that area as well. Not only in Rogers and downtown Rogers, but around Rogers Square. Neighborhoods there have been impacted. We saw Zach's video of the huge building there in near downtown Rogers that destroyed basically with the wall caved in, the roof collapsing. But you can see here, this is what these emergency responders had been working on all morning long to get to. They had to clear out a couple hundred yards of trees, thick trees, in order to get back into these houses. Jose's been out there all morning long. He saw neighbors walking in and out, checking on their neighbors, checking on family members. He was reported that there have been some injuries and some extensive injuries, although there has been nothing official yet. Looks like we're about to do something with, all right, Jose, if you can hear me, you are, let's go ahead and go out to Jose and get an update here. Go ahead, Jose.
Mic check. Our mic check. Is your mic going through? Okay. Yeah. Hey, Darren. Good morning. We're here with someone that was actually in one of these homes during the storm last night. Miss Patsy, could you go ahead and tell us your name and do you live here?
Yes, my name is Patsy Allman Hickson, and I actually live in the trailer home right back there, and it was pretty scary.
Tell me about this morning last night. What happened?
Well, usually during thunderstorms, it's like, oh, they come and they go, you know. I wasn't too worried, and then I was like, I told my husband, I was like, the house is shaking, you know, maybe we should go to your parents' house, which they weren't home, but his brother was. Mm-hmm. And I was like, let's go to that house because it's an actual house. And he was getting his shoes on, and then the house just started to shake violently. And I was like, nope, let's go to the laundry room. And his dad had always told me, if you can't get to the house, go to the laundry room. And that's the only room that didn't take damage. And like, we got one of our cats. The other one ran away. We're still looking for her. I got my other one in here in his cat bag. But like, it was just, my husband peeked out the laundry room door, and was like, our roof is gone. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, and all our windows. And I was just like, okay, get back in here and shut the door. And it was, everything's gone. All of our stuff is gone.
I can tell you've got a lot of emotion right now. What are you feeling?
I'm worried. I'm also very thankful because my husband, my brother-in-law, you know, they were all safe. My in-laws, they were safe because they weren't actually here. I'm relieved, but I'm also still in kind of shock, like, and I really would like to find my cat alive, but her favorite hiding spot is completely crushed. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
I'm sorry. We've been here since 2 a.m, and we've been with the crews that have been trying to clear this half a mile of trees. Tell us about what happened this morning when that storm finally started to clear. What was happening with your family, and when did the first responders finally get to you?
So, like, when it was still storming a little bit, my friend who lives in town called me, and she was like, we've just talked to the chief, and they said they're sending emergency services out there. And I want to say it was a good 20 minutes before they could get through, like, the stuff, because they had to cut everything, and there was power lines down and stuff. Like, it was 10 times worse than right now, and it's pretty bad right now. So, like, but they got here, made sure everybody was, you know, safe and everything here, which we were. The neighbors down the street were on vacation, but they had somebody watching their house, and he's okay. So, and all their pets are okay, as far as I know. So, it didn't take them too long, I would say, but it would have probably seemed longer if we actually, like, needed their help. So
Tell me, you're the first person that we're actually talking to on the ground here. Tell us about how many people are in this general area. I've seen maybe about 4 or 5 homes, but with the tornado coming through here, it's hard to tell.
yeah, well, we have a couple neighbors over that way, a couple over that way, one back there, and that's the ones that were on vacation. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got a few more out that way, probably about 3 to 5. Like, there's not a whole lot, and you can see how spaced they are.
Yeah, and for it to, every home out here looks like it's been hit, and like you said, it's all spaced out. So that's a lot of damage from a storm that came through here. Do you know if I've seen ambulances coming through here. Do you know if there's been anything else happened? I talked to someone who said their girlfriend was down here, said that she had been impaled and she couldn't feel her legs. Do you know of any of the other families out here? What's going on?
I did hear somebody got injured, but there was power lines down and stuff, so we couldn't get to them. But I know that they said that they think they broke a bone, and all I could say is, like, are they conscious? And they said yes, so I don't really know exactly what happened to them. I do know that I'm pretty sure they got taken by emergency services because they're not over there anymore, but I know that there has been injuries.
Well, it's good to hear that we've had emergency services out here then. And now, tell us about what's next for y'all. I mean, you've called people, I assume, at this point, and your home, all but the laundry room has been taken apart. Tell me what's next.
I mean, probably contact, any resources we can to try to find, make sure we have vehicles, make sure we have places to stay, make sure that we have, like, all the medical stuff we need. I mean, I think that's my first, thought. And then we're going to see what we can do and how long we can, how long it's going to be until we can get something done so we can get our houses back up and going,
Have you heard of the rest of the damage that's gone through here? No?
I've just seen this general area, and then, well, what's funny is all around here, there was nothing but trees yesterday, and now there's no trees. It's like it took off the top of the hill. It's like that, I mean, you could not see through the trees, and now there's no trees. Like, that's a lot of damage. So I can just imagine everywhere else is just as bad.
Anything else you would like to say?
No.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Patsy, for giving us your time. And hopefully our community can come on top of this. Well, thanks so much, Darren. Thank you so much for your time again. Darren, we're going to go ahead and send it back to you.
Okay, Jose, thanks. And praying for her family and all the families out there as well, too. And we've just got a report in, and we're going to go to Morgan Wrigley now because there is some extensive damage to the Benton County Courthouse itself. So Morgan, tell us what's going on there.
Well, Darren, I'm actually here kind of on top of the courthouse right now. Officials here tell me that they think what happened is they took a straight line wind, hit them very hard, and this is actually the roof of the courthouse peeled off here. You can see the gutter right here on this side, and then if you look down here on the other side, that's the gutter from the other end of the roof. So extensive damage to the roof here. That's causing some water damage inside the courthouse and some of the courtrooms. But the facilities manager tells me that there's no other facilities in Benton County that sustained this kind of damage. Of course, this is very major damage to the courthouse. The mainly other damage that we've seen around the Bentonville Square is trees down. But again, this is the main damage that we're really seeing here.
So is the building's not going to be open, or will it be open, or do they know just yet?
Do we know if the building will be open just yet? We don't know yet, but we are going to the presser at 7 this morning, so we might learn more details then. But right now, they did let us up here to see this damage, and this is what we're looking at.
Wow. Okay, Morgan, thanks. And what what we're looking at here is either straight line or tornado. It's, you know, we were just mentioning, was there any damage in Bentonville? Well, now we're seeing it.
And hearing some unconfirmed reports elsewhere there in downtown Bentonville as well. Just trying to remember what radar looked like at the time this storm was passing through Bentonville. There was some strong rotation, but there very well could have been simultaneous straight line winds on that side of the storm as well. As we've said, what difference does it make?
Right, there's damage.
Like, damage is damage,
right,
and
yes.
people's lives are
Yes.
affected and minimally inconvenienced. And certainly this is evidence of that.
Yeah, in this case, it's it may postpone some activities that go on inside the Benton County Courthouse there on the Bentonville Square. And I also wonder, we're seeing this kind of straight line video or damage on the Bentonville Square. We've been reporting a lot of damage, extensive damage to the businesses on the Rogers Square and surrounding areas of the Rogers Square. We're now seeing damage from the Bentonville Square. And I wonder if this is the only thing that's damaged there or if there is some others. And that will be what we'll try to assess as well with our crews out and about, if this is the only thing that was damaged. All right, so what's...
We've got a picture of the tornado in
Okay.
Decatur. It looks like this is from Michael Campbell, Peterson Road. This was taken near Gentry. Can't really see much there. What you're going to be looking for is the lightning on the backside of that storm, and you can see definitive signs of a funnel. The question is, was that funnel making contact with the ground when that photo was taken? If it wasn't, it did shortly thereafter. Getting a couple different good pictures from Michael Campbell there near Gentry taken. I can't remember exactly when that moved through. At this point, time has escaped me.
Yes.
1, 2 o'clock this morning, likely right around there.
You know, that's, again, we talk about it being at night. The only time you can really see this, unless you're a trained spotter, is with lightning behind it.
Yeah.
And it's very reminiscent of, again, the 96 tornado in Fort Smith, where the picture that we got at that time, or video that we got from that time, you could only see that funnel cloud just as this, with lightning illuminating it.
Right.
And that makes it even worse in my mind.
I absolutely agree. And at this point, obviously it wasn't rain wrapped. I do know that as it came into Bentonville and Rogers, it definitively was. And even though it was moving towards a more populated area, you would think, oh, well, that's going to lend itself to being photographed more. Well, given the rain shield around it, likely not the case. So probably one of the few pictures of the actual tornado that we'll actually get out of this event is the ones that are on your screen right now, just given that the trajectory of it did take it into a very high precipitation mode.
It's interesting. I'm looking at the map of where Gentry is, and as it relates to where the damage, or a lot of the damage is that Jose has been reporting on. It looks like this picture was taken to the south and to the east of the of where it came through. Look at the map. It came through here. Here's Gentry, so he's looking back this way.
That's right.
And that's a long way, and to be able to see it like that. Now I don't know where in Gentry that was,
Sure.
but it just says near Gentry, and so he's looking a long way to see that thing, and it looks small in the picture, but it's probably a huge funnel cloud.
Yeah, likely so. And I'm guessing, as you've alluded to, don't know exactly where that photo was taken from. I'm guessing that may have been the northern tornado. There was 2 impacting the Decatur area simultaneously. And my guess is that was probably the northern one.
Okay, and again, that's what remains to be seen, and we'll have a better picture of this in the coming days. The path of these 3. And how long were they on the ground? And I know you guys use that, or I know the Weather Service uses that for research, obviously, to be able to determine how long a certain size of a tornado stays on the ground and how much damage it produces. And so, again, damage is damage, but in a situation like this, you all want to see where this goes, so you can learn from it.
Oh my goodness, there's going to be an abundant amount of research done into this specific storm. You don't get long track tornadoes that I'm glancing over into the Weather Center looking at live radar that still has a tornado warning on it as it moves into the Boot Hill of Missouri. So Bella, if you could measure that out for me from Tulsa to where it's at now, that's probably got to be pushing almost 300 miles, getting pretty close to it.
Poor Bella's been over there taking orders from both of us. They're going, okay, do this.
She's doing some great calculations over there for us.
She's the math wizard, so we're going to let her take care of that. That's for sure.
But to your point, Darren, there will be a lot of research into this specific storm in hopes that, one, can we continue to provide lead time for the next time this happens? What can we learn so that we can do something better next time and keep people safe? I will tell you anecdotally, there is some experimental data that we can't put on air, but we were looking at, and it had this storm coming through, which is quite remarkable that it was able to pick up on that. And there's the track. That tornado started near Tulsa. Claremore, right? Is that
Claremore,
Claremore,
yes.
yeah.
I heard Claremore got hit pretty hard, along with Owasso, I think, got hit hard.
I think that's right. I think that's right. Same storm, and now moving into northeast Arkansas, the Boot Hill of Missouri, getting ready to move into Tennessee. It continues to have multiple tornado warnings on it, which is just really, really rare that a tornado, a supercell, can sustain itself that long.
Yeah. Just real quick, we got about 15 minutes or so before this news conference starts at the Benton County Courthouse. Power outages, I was just looking at that. At one point it was 73,000, it's now down to 67,000. Carroll Electric still has 40,000, that's dropped a little bit. SWEPCO, which is, I believe, the map we're looking at now, still has about the same amount, 16,407 customers that are without power. And let me see here. Ozark Electric Cooperative has 700 some odd. So the primary is going to be Carroll Electric at 40,000, but that number has dropped. That number actually has dropped quite a bit over the last few hours. Now, having said all that, you're not going to get your power back probably until sometime, it'll be a couple of days. All right, now, Scott, I want you to look at this as well too. I'm assuming this is was a house that is west of Decatur. This is what Jose has been reporting on pretty much all morning. We're now starting to finally see some of the damage to these houses in this area along Carlton Drive, west of Decatur. This is the first, now that sunlight's come up, and the first thing I see obviously is all that damage. But I'm looking at the tree line back there. You can see the tree line. It just looks like someone took a weed eater.
That's exactly
and took off the top of those trees.
That's exactly right. Now, a couple of things. As a human, I see this picture, and I know that that's someone's lives. That's their belongings. That's everything that they'd worked for. It's family mementos, and so I reflect on that and know that no matter what type of structure it was, no matter how new or old or well built or not well built it was, it's somebody's house. It's their lives, and they went into the Memorial Day weekend thinking they were going to have a fun time with family, but now on this Sunday morning, the sun's rising on everything that they owned and worked for, scattered in bits and pieces, and that's just really sombering to see. My fear that I'm confident to be true is this is the first of many pictures that are going to look just like this, if not worse. And I think we'll be seeing more of that in the coming minutes.
It's you watch national news and you watch other reports, and we report on them as well when tornadoes come through and destroy neighborhoods like this and destroy businesses like in Rogers and surrounding the square. That'll never happen here. And I've lived through 4 of these now in the last 30, 40 some odd years, and with extensive damage like this, and it's just heartbreaking every time something like this happens. And so now, and you brought this point up as well too, that obviously there is going to be an incredible need for resources, not only for the business owners, but really for these homeowners to be able to put their lives back together again. And that's going to take weeks. And you know, in the short term, it's obviously let's salvage, because we've done stories where you go through and salvage as much as you can. But in the long term, yeah, this is going to take a while.
You know, folks probably were just waking up this morning, and the folks that live around here are good people, and I'm confident people that are feeling an urge to go help. Here's the thing, emergency crews are asking folks to stay home, no matter how good your intentions may be. The recovery process is really, really long. So while it's not wise for you to self-deploy right now to go try to help, there will likely be a need and ways to meet the needs of those victims, perhaps as early as this morning. Once we get more information from this press conference, certainly in the days to come, there will be ways to help. One of the things people often do is they start going through their closet and finding clothes to go donate. And what happens almost every single time is it becomes more of a task to manage those actual donations, which sometimes aren't even useful, than it is a benefit. So if you're feeling that tug at your heart this morning, you're thinking, I need to go help my neighbor in need, let's just wait. Let's just give it a few minutes and find out exactly the best way to help, which I suspect local officials are going to be able to give us some guidance
in about 10 minutes or so. And that's a good point, because you know your help is definitely needed, but it becomes even more, it becomes better later.
Yes.
Basically, let's wait to see what the resources are needed. Wait to see where your donation and your help can best be put to good use. And we're seeing a lot of video from all around the area this morning. I saw Susie Q's a moment ago. It was pretty much destroyed there.
Really sad.
It looks like that's the Casey's. That looks like more homes in some neighborhoods. And again, now that the sun has come up, we've gotten a better idea as to the amount of damage. My goodness, that used to be a business of some kind there. And now that the sun has come up, we are getting a better idea of the amount of damage that has taken place throughout Benton County. And when we say throughout, there's Susie Q Malt Shop. That sign, by the way, was found quite a ways away from where the actual shop was. When we say Benton County, we're talking all of Benton County.
Yeah.
And this is going to take a monumental effort in order to repair all of this damage and all these houses and all the power lines. And this isn't going to be done this isn't an overnight thing. This is going to take a while. And I imagine we'll hear a lot of that at this news conference that'll start here, give or take 10 minutes or so.
Given the swath of the damage and how widespread it is, and I'm speculating, it's plausible that there is still door-to-door search and rescue taking place.
Going on right now.
And that's the immediate pressing concern, is just checking on folks and their physical well-being. In terms of responding to their other needs, whether that's shelter, whether that's clothing, monetary donations, those things will come. Right now, we are still in a rapidly unfolding situation. The immediate threat is past, but given how widespread it is, it's going to take emergency responders a while to totally make sure that everyone is accounted for and is safe and sound. So, maybe we'll hear more updates on that at this press conference. I suspect we'll have some status updates as to how many doors are left or what neighborhoods are left, things of that nature coming from officials.
And that brings up an interesting point too, is you're obviously as good as your staff and how much staff you have. And now the effort is how quickly can they get through these neighborhoods and these businesses to assess the damage. My goodness, there's what used to be a house. Is that live from Decatur? That's a live picture from Decatur. That's the house, I believe, of the woman we just listened to describe how they survived this storm. Just by looking at this, one side of the house is damaged, destroyed. The other, it's still there. It's damaged, but it's just fascinating to me to see how these things work.
And as great as our technology is that a cicada? What is it?
Yeah,
What is
cicada
that?
on the camera.
As great as our technology is, as great as the science is, there are still microphysics elements that we don't actually know and that are going to have to continue to be studied. And as you can see here, it looks like officials are gathering around. Press conference technically supposed to start at 7 o'clock this morning. Looks like they're just preparing.
Yeah, this obviously this is right outside the administration building there at Benton County Courthouse. And that's on the square, if I'm not mistaken. And there's Morgan getting a lot of all the other reporters there as well too, getting ready, getting set up. I imagine we're going to hear from a lot of people. Mayor Greg Hines, County Judge Mooring,
McGowan.
All the emergency response effort managers will be there. Just to give us an update as to injuries, fatalities, if there are any. We talked about this a little bit ago too. If we could, if we got through this without any fatalities, that is a major blessing.
Our data says that nocturnal tornadoes are 2 times as likely to be deadly than daytime tornadoes, and that's on a regular run-of-the-mill day. That's not on a holiday weekend. Look, I'm praying we have no fatalities, but just given how terrible this damage is and the time of night that it came through, you're exactly right. It will be a blessing if that's the case.
Look, he had zoomed in on that structure right there, that piece of structure, and it looked like it was a part of a kitchen.
Oh my word.
Or a bathroom.
Oh,
and I wonder if that was part of the house that got pulled away from the tornado and
also what's the smoke
left there, yeah,
on the side of the screen.
I wonder if that didn't come off that top part of the, if he tilted up just a little, if that came off that top part and was set down in the yard. I still look at this damage, and this is going to be probably 80% or 70-80% of the damage that we'll see, not only in this area, in this neighborhood along Carlton Street or Carlton Road west of Decatur, but as in neighborhoods in and around the city of Rogers. It seems like Rogers got hit pretty hard.
Sure does.
We saw a moment ago that the Benton County Courthouse actually had the roof peeled back, part of the roof peeled back. It's got some water damage inside the courthouse now, inside some of the courtrooms, and so we'll have to assess that damage as well too. But this by far, what we've seen is the most severe severe damage that we have seen so far, and we're still trying to get into some of these other neighborhoods that Zach was in, and Morgan has now obviously gotten down to the Benton County Courthouse to be a part of this news conference here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. Of course, we'll have it right here on 5 News once we hear about that. Oh, they are about to start. Okay, maybe they're going to start a little bit early for us. If we could put them. Okay. We can't hear anything just yet. That's Judge Mooring, by the way. That's the Benton County Sheriff. There's Robert McGowan,
Public Safety Director for Benton County.
I wonder if we can
actual confirmation of that yet, because the National Weather Service is the agency that determines whether or not we actually had a tornado here last night, but we certainly had a violent weather event. At this time, we have several injuries, and tragically, we have 1 confirmed fatality on the east side of the county. We also have multiple law enforcement, fire, and EMS agencies responding across the county on search and rescue and other life safety missions. This is our top priority right now. We still have people who are in need from first responders, and we're making sure that that's what's happening right now. Early this morning, in the 2 o'clock time frame, it's a little fuzzy for me, I contacted the Arkansas Department of Emergency Management and verbally declared a disaster for Benton County. That's important as we go forward, particularly for damage assessments. We've also reached out to all of our mayors and let them know we have activated our emergency operations center to help coordinate regional response. We reached out to a variety of other agencies and entities for support, including the Arkansas Task Force 1 for Urban Search and Rescue, Washington County, Carroll Electric, Black Hills Energy. We've also been in touch with the Red Cross, who is going to help us in setting up shelters for those who need assistance. We don't have too much more. The sun has just come up. We will start doing a lot more work on determining the extent of the damage, but suffice it to say, we had extensive damage to our facilities here in Benton County, including the courthouse right behind you. And we know that there are a lot of our citizens who are hurting today and this morning, and they've also had a lot of damage, and some are actually hurting physically. So with that, we'll take any questions you have.
Is anybody trapped right now in homes? Do you guys know that?
I don't know that for sure. We do have some areas that we're still trying to get to, but we don't have any calls of someone trapped where we're trying to reach. But active power lines have caused us delaying our response in certain areas of the county. But now that it's daylight, we should be able to make much more progress with that.
Any more info on the fatality on the east side?
I don't think we have any information we can release at this point.
Do we know how many people are injured? Is there a count on that?
No, sir.
Just
Multiple.
Multiple. And we expect that will probably go up as we can get out into the areas that we have not been able to access yet. Mainly out east is where our problem area is as far as access due to heavy trees being down and power lines. So.
Are you going to ask for assistance from
National Guard?
I don't think we've determined that yet, but we have been in touch with the Arkansas Department of Emergency Management, and we'll coordinate closely with them. And if that's a step that we feel is necessary, then we'll take that step. It's just too early to know.
I know you guys have just started looking, but what are the most hard-hit parts of the county so far?
I would say the Decatur area was one area that is as well on the east side as the Rocky Branch area. Those are the two that we know the most about at the moment.
How long could you guys see this search going on for? Is it a day thing? Is it a week thing? What's the timeline like?
There's no way to make a time determination at this point.
I feel like bringing in Task Force 1, you still have some areas, or is that mainly for a secondary search of everything?
No, there's actually two separate entities of Task Force 1. One's in Little Rock and one's out of Fayetteville. And actually, the one from Fayetteville was up within a couple of hours and was in the Gentry area. And now we're getting to go them to respond on the east side as well.
What do you feel like? Obviously, in any situation like this, immediately the community wants to help. What do you want to tell those people? What can they do? Are you at a point yet to know to coordinate that or to do anything?
I think at this point we really don't know. At some point, I believe there will probably be some need. We're going to have some people that obviously have lost their homes or have damage to their homes from the roof being taken off. Sun's coming up now. We're just now assessing how big this is going to be. Hopefully we'll be able to get some aerial views here soon to know just what we're looking at.
Well, for those people that want to help, though, do you have a centralized web page or any place so that they can know what they can do and how that's going to be coordinated?
No, sir, we don't have anything at this point. We're still very early. We're more worried about the initial response because we haven't got to all of those areas yet. We want to cover those areas first before we proceed with anything that we might need.
But when we have that information, we'll certainly post that on our webpage. We'll make sure that you guys are updated on it. This is going to go from a search and rescue kind of situation to a damage assessment, and we'll work closely again with Adam. We'll make sure that we're partnered up with the Red Cross, and if necessary, if we need to take the declaration higher to a federal level, we'll be sure to do that as well, so that we can assist citizens with their damage assessments as well.
What would be that webpage address?
Well, when we get there, it'll be on our bentoncountyar.gov. You'll be able to go to our county website, and you'll be able to see that right there.
Do you guys remember the last time there was a death in Benton County because of severe weather?
I do not have that information with me right now.
But definitely something rare that we don't see every year, right?
Correct.
Good? Okay, good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I didn't want to tell you.
All right, that's wrapping up the news conference there. Very short. Obviously, not a lot to talk about yet because they're still in the very early stage of the assessment of the situation of these tornadoes that came through. You heard him say many injuries, and they're still trying to assess a number of injuries. There is one fatality, excuse me, to report, and that was in the east part of the county. The Red Cross, when we've been talking about this too pretty much all morning, the Red Cross has been contacted and they will be brought in to help set up shelters for those who don't have power and need a place. Oh, thanks. Yeah, need a place to go in order to get out of the heat because it will be a little warmish today. Because it's still in the early stages of this assessment, the Red Cross has not set up any of those shelters just yet. Once we find out those, though, we will pass that along. You heard Judge Mooring say that emergency disaster declarations have been declared on the county level. That's a start now. They have made contact with Little Rock to get it on a state level, and that will move it on to a federal level. But declaring it on a county level actually gets the process started to get funds and resources into this area to be able to help out those who are in need. You heard Robert McGowan say that the worst hit areas as far as damage is concerned, although it's going to be widespread, is Decatur and the Rocky Branch area. We have shown you that video out of Decatur, west of Decatur, that these homes were hit very hard. This is in downtown Rogers, around the square that was hit as well this morning. A lot of damage there. Susie Q was wiped out. A Casey's down the street wiped out. A number of homes were damaged. A lot of businesses have a lot of damage. And you heard him say at the end, and Scott, you and I talked about this as well, we know you want to help. We know that this area has always been a place when something happens that you want to help out. In this case, there's not. It makes it there. That's the Decatur. I believe that's live, right, from Decatur. That is a live picture from that neighborhood. Trees sheared off, cars flipped over, houses that are damaged. You can see off in the distance even more houses and structures wiped out or heavily damaged. And when you see cars flipped over like this, you know this was a powerful storm. But just to get back, we know you want to help. They are in the process of getting a method and a system for you to help, which in a way that'll make it a lot easier than doing it now. You do it now, it makes it worse. If you wait, they're basically saying, if you just be patient, we will have a system set up that will be beneficial to everybody.
You're exactly right. They're saying, we know we are going to need help, but right now we don't know the best way for you to help. They are still in active search and rescue.
Right.
What we heard Robert McGowan say is they've not made it to every location impacted by this storm. We watched them spend about 2 hours with numerous crew, including they even brought inmates from the Benton County jail to come work chainsaws. It still took about 2 hours just to get emergency crews into the area we're looking at live now. So knowing that not everyone's been checked in on yet is a little concerning. To be honest, we have one confirmed fatality, multiple injuries cited by the county judge there, and we've still not checked in on everyone just yet. There will be a way to help. We just don't know the best way at this time.
Part of that damage we've been reporting on all morning long has been in neighborhoods, and Zach Scott is actually in one of the neighborhoods as well. Zach, if you can hear me, tell us where you are in relation to the downtown area and what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, guys, we are just east of downtown Rogers. We're about 0.7 miles from downtown, so we're pretty close here. We're basically in between. We showed you this morning Susie Q, significant damage there. Looks like the building's a total loss. And then the rental company on Walnut, that was some of the worst damage we've seen here. We're in between that. It looks like the tornado, the strong winds, all of it mixed together. I mean, it certainly looks like tornado damage, right? And we can put that right with radar and feel confident that at times we at least had a tornado on the ground with damaging winds coming through. There's debris kind of wrapped everywhere. We've got trees going in this direction, trees going in that direction, trees going in that direction. It's quiet in here too, though. There are some folks kind of walking around, but they're a little stunned. There are some folks just checking on some people. We're here at Maple and 10th Street. So again, about 7.7 miles away from downtown. Just spoke with a woman. She's inside this house here behind me. She got over here as fast as she could. She was checking on her grandmother, 81 years old, lives here by herself. She has a massive oak tree that's down across the back of the, not on the house, but in the backyard. And then you can see here, we can get a little bit closer, Josh, massive tree here, at least about a 3-4 foot hole there with the root ball coming out, tree going across the road. They were grateful, didn't want to talk, but we're super grateful here. If that tree would have fallen the other way, her grandmother was in that back closet there, and the tree would have been right in line for that. And we can't really get back in there. You see these lines coming down. There's trees everywhere. We're here in that Maple from east to west here is one of the harder hit streets. There are some trees on some homes. We are getting reports of that a little bit. We haven't made our way back in there yet, and we're just hoping that that these trees, maybe they were close enough to the home where they kind of fall on the home a little bit. They're not able to really do a lot of damage, go into the home. But these are large trees. These are heavy trees, and they do a lot of damage. And we do know that there are some on top of these homes. This tree right here, you can't see it. There's so much debris there, but there is a house on the backside here. We spoke with the gentleman that lives in this house. He's kind of going around checking on his neighbors here. He hasn't been able to get back there yet to check on that neighbor, and that neighbor does have trees on their house. So he's a little concerned there. Again, extensive damage here. And we can see and hear fire trucks driving by, police vehicles driving by, but we're just on the edges of some of these neighborhoods. And I know you guys have been talking about that. The damage is so extensive in some communities here in Benton County. It's hard. You can just get to the edge of these neighborhoods, and then you got to park your car, you got to get out, and you got to get on foot to get in there. But also the folks in there, they're trapped. They can't get out either. And so there's a lot of stunned folks. There's a lot of concerned people. But as of right now, we're hearing some good stories. Everybody here on this block that we can tell is okay. And I know she was very excited to know that her grandmother's okay, and she's in there with her, comforting her. She said she never even heard the storm. So, I mean, it came in quick. Everybody wants to know, was it a tornado? How strong was it? We're going to find out. National Weather Service will be here, but the National Weather Service in Tulsa, this wasn't the only area that they were covering that was hit hard last night. So they've got their teams out in full force, and they'll be here as soon as they can, and we'll get that information out there. But we know there were some tornadoes in the county, and there were some damaging winds for sure.
Hey, Zach, as you were walking around or getting to that neighborhood, obviously you're seeing a lot. Is this pretty much what we're seeing around that whole area?
Yes. Now there's still, if we could get a drone up, we could get an aerial shot. I mean, there's a path there. When we're kind of in and out of it, there's a clear path that's the worst, okay? But you can tell that the winds extended out a large area. And this might be one of those situations where sometimes they come back and there's the tornado path, or the width of it was 400 yards wide. The main cone, if the tornado was on the ground, the main cone may have come through a specific localized area. But you can still get little vortices that can reach out, and the damaging winds that come in on the backsides of these storms, they can still reach out for a ways. So yes, when we leave this neighborhood, there's damage scattered over there. Not this bad, but you can still see that those areas were impacted. We're not far from, if you're familiar with this area, you come down Walnut, right before you get to downtown Rogers, there's a Walmart right there. We saw the Walmart crews are out, and they're collecting the carts. The carts have been blown away, the buggies that were out there. The little stalls that when you take your cart to your car and then you're done unloading it and you put it in the stalls, those stalls were taken out of the Walmart parking lot, blown across Walnut into the businesses and the parking lots of the businesses across Walnut. And that just shows you, I think, that as you're getting that counterclockwise flow, you're getting that tornado coming this way, the force was grabbing things from across Walnut and bringing them to this side of Walnut, the north side of Walnut. And then as you get closer this way, the trees are snapped more. The tops of these trees are broken off and they're stripped and they're bare. So you can tell, I think the center of circulation came right where we're standing. But you can see that the impacts of it were felt for a couple hundred yards out in each direction. And I'll tell you this, we still smell gas. We smell heavy pockets of gas sometimes, if you will. And we've had some of these, the people here have come out and asked us, what should we do? Is this bad? And I told them, I was like, I don't know. But what I would guess is if you know that there's a leak around you, you're checking on a business that you own, or you're walking around your house checking out your property, if you smell or hear the gas very strong there, I would get away from that. But I think there's just so much gas in the air here in Rogers that everyone can smell it, and it's stressing a lot of people out because they don't know what to do. And again, we talk about these emergency crews just trying to get all around the area. There's nobody here to tell them what to do. So that's something that they're also having to deal with.
All right, Zach, thanks. Appreciate that. Continue to be safe out there when you're going around those power lines that are down. We'll check in with Zach here in just a little bit from some other neighborhoods. This another live picture coming in from near Decatur, west of Decatur. This has been in that neighborhood that Jose Carranza has been trying to get to and finally got to, which is off Carlton Drive, west of Decatur. And all indications are, from what we heard in the news conference, that this was one of the hardest hit areas as far as homes that were damaged. Although I think once they get done with all of the assessment throughout the entire of Benton County, or throughout all of Benton County, that they will see a lot of this spread out all around the county, and this won't be an isolated thing. This is going to be what we see based on the strength of these 3 tornadoes that came through. We're going to be seeing a lot more of this throughout the rest of the day.
It's just a matter of time. Getting crews and cameras to these locations is taking a lot of time, just given the extent of tree damage that's blocking a lot of the roadways. It took first responders nearly 2 hours to make it to some of these areas. And as we just heard from that press conference from local emergency officials, they've still not been able to make it to everybody to check in on them. And so, if it's taken those folks some time, it's going to take us some time as well to get those pictures and damage assessments done. Earlier this morning, our own Jose Carranza was able to speak with one of the residents that was in her home in this exact neighborhood. If at any point we can play what she had to say and her takeaway, I'd love to hear from her.
Good morning. We're here with someone that was actually in one of these homes during the storm last night. Miss Patsy, could you go ahead and tell us your name, and do you live here?
Yes, my name is Patsy Allman Hickson, and I actually live in the trailer home right back there, and it was pretty scary.
Tell me about this morning last night. What happened?
Well, usually during thunderstorms, it's like, oh, they come and they go, I wasn't too worried, and then I told my husband, I was like, the house is shaking, maybe we should go to your parents' house, which they weren't home, but his brother was. Mm-hmm. And I was like, let's go to that house because it's an actual house. And he was getting his shoes on, and then the house just started to shake violently. And I was like, nope, let's go to the laundry room. And his dad had always told me, if you can't get to the house, go to the laundry room. And that's the only room that didn't take damage. And we got one of our cats. The other one ran away. We're still looking for her. I got my other one in here in his cat bag. But it was just, my husband peeked out the door, the laundry room door, and was like, our roof is gone. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, and all our windows. And I was just like, okay, get back in here and shut the door. And everything's gone. All of our stuff is gone.
I can tell you've got a lot of emotion right now. What are you feeling?
I'm worried. I'm also very thankful because my husband, my brother-in-law, they were all safe. My in-laws, they were safe because they weren't actually here. I'm relieved, but I'm also still in kind of shock, and I really would like to find my cat alive, but her favorite hiding spot is completely crushed. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
We've been here since 2 a.m, and we've been with the crews that have been trying to clear this half a mile of trees. Tell us about what happened this morning when that storm finally started to clear. What was happening with your family, and when did the first responders finally get to you?
So when it was still storming a little bit, my friend who lives in town called me, and she was like, we've just talked to the chief and they said they're sending emergency services out there. And I want to say it was a good 20 minutes before they could get through the stuff, because they had to cut everything and there was power lines down and stuff. It was 10 times worse than right now, and it's pretty bad right now. So but they got here, made sure everybody was, safe and everything here, which we were. The neighbors down the street were on vacation, but they had somebody watching their house, and he's okay. So, and all their pets are okay, as far as I know. So, it didn't take them too long, I would say, but it would have probably seemed longer if we actually needed their help. So.
Tell me, you're the first person that we're actually talking to on the ground here. Tell us about how many people are in this general area. I've seen maybe about 4 or 5 homes, but with the tornado coming through here, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. Well, we have a couple neighbors over that way, a couple over that way, one back there, and that's the ones that were on vacation. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got a few more out that way, probably about 3 to 5. There's not a whole lot, and you can see how spaced they are.
Yeah, and for it to, every home out here looks like it's been hit, and that's, like you said, it's all spaced out. So that's a lot of damage from a storm that came through here. Do you know if I've seen ambulances coming through here. Do you know if there's been anything else happened? I talked to someone who said their girlfriend was down here, said that she had been impaled and she couldn't feel her legs. Do you know of any of the other families out here? What's going on?
I did hear somebody got injured, but there was power lines down and stuff, so we couldn't get to them. But I know that they said that they think they broke a bone, and all I could say is are they conscious? And they said yes. So I don't really know exactly what happened to them. I do know that I'm pretty sure they got taken by emergency services because they're not over there anymore. But I know that there has been injuries.
Well, it's good to hear that we've had emergency services out here then. And now, tell us about what's next for y'all. I mean, you've called people, I assume, at this point, and your home, all but the laundry room has been taken apart. Tell me what's next.
I mean, probably contact, any resources we can to try to find, make sure we have vehicles, make sure we have places to stay, make sure that we have all the medical stuff we need. I mean, I think that's my first, thought. And then we're going to see what we can do and how long we can, how long it's going to be until we can get something done so we can get our houses back up and going,
Have you heard of the rest of the damage that's gone through here?
down, about 10,000 probably out with power. We've got trees across roads. We're really encouraging individuals to stay off the roads as we try to clean up those road systems. We also have signals down. So again, trying to keep, our message this morning is really to try to keep people safe and off the roads as we try to go through and clean up.
Do you guys have any injuries or fatalities in the city?
Not in the city. We have had over 20 EMS calls, and so those are currently being worked.
What is search and rescue looking like in the city?
So right now, each of our different teams, from electric to streets to our police and fire, our water crew, we've got water leaks, we've got gas leaks, so each of those crews are now being mobilized in the city. Well over 100 calls. So Bentonville, along with all of the cities in the surrounding area, have been hit very hard with this storm. So each city team is mobilized, and you're here in the EOC with the Bentonville team.
When those power lines are down, just talking about electric stuff, how does that affect power in the area? Is it kind of something that can be fixed in a day? Is it a week? Do you know?
It really depends on where and what went down. We are currently getting eyes on everything that we have to see if there are ways to switch the power around to be able to do that. Like the mayor said, we have approximately 10,000 customers out. There may be some more that will go out as we try to switch them around to get as many people back on as we can quickly, while we then go evaluate the broken poles and the down lines.
Can you talk to me about what areas of the city have seen the most extensive damage?
I believe electric-wise, it's more from the northwest kind of down in the more heavily tree-covered area. The whole north side of town should be out of power right now.
Obviously a busy night for police, and an early day for police. Kind of tell us what the strategy's been so far and kind of what you guys are doing.
Yeah, our priority's been checking on our citizens first and checking their welfare, finding out if they need anything, getting them out of their homes if they need to. And then we're working with all the other city crews right now, trying to get access into certain neighborhoods that we haven't been able to check on those individuals as well. We'll continue to work with all of our city departments throughout the next few days to continue with this process.
If someone in the city needs help right now, what resources are there for them to reach out?
If it is a true emergency, they can call 911, and that's important. So if they are just waking up, or if there's something that goes on throughout the day, they can call us anytime. If it's a non-emergency, we ask that they call our non-emergency number, 479-271-3170.
For the fire department, what's going on with you guys? What's going on?
So yeah, we were responding to the emergencies throughout the night. At this point, we're doing a grid search through the city. All of our units are out, checking all the neighborhoods, trying to see basically every single house or business in the city. And especially as the light, the daylight comes in. And just to make sure, some people may not be home, or somebody may be hurt, so we're checking those. They may not be able to call. So we're just getting eyes on every street, every house that we possibly can, and doing it by grid system, so we we shouldn't miss anybody.
I know it's still a little early, but anything yet of people that are trapped? Has there been anything significant?
We've had some people trapped in their homes. We've had people trapped due to water, and we've transported a few people to the hospital based on that. But most of them, we're just able to get them out, and they're not injured. They just aren't able. Trees are blocking doors or driveways and things like that. So,
what's the best advice for people that are maybe still trapped in their homes from extensive damage?
If they're trapped in their homes, we want them to go ahead and call 911 so we can help get them out. But if they can go out the back door or whatever, then but they're going to just be a lot of cleanup that's going to have to happen at those residents. But as far as staying safe, we just want to make sure as people get up that they don't go walking out around where all these down power lines are, or getting into the high water areas at all. And also, if they do have damage, and it's structurally unsound, we want to make sure people aren't getting around any of those kind of dangers either.
Gotcha. Mayor, I got one more question for you. Seeing this happen so close to home here in Bentonville, we saw it in Little Rock last year, Wynn last year. When it hits close to home, kind of what is that like to see that in the city?
Well, what I can say is that we have amazing teams that mobilize everybody from the county as well down to each city. And so what you will see is, we followed you guys driving down here because you were doing it with your cam. There were actually trees in those roadways. We were driving them this morning, and they had already been cleared that you came down through. So that's just how quickly that our teams react. But there is a lot of damage out there, and there is a lot of work to be done.
Gotcha. And for the roads, get one more up. You know, roads are the biggest thing when people are waking up in the morning. Everybody's trying to go somewhere. How do you make sure that those roads are clear, and how do you what's the strategy there?
Well, we had a couple of step process there. We worked with EMS for the emergency calls to make sure they had access. Then we started working on the calls that we were receiving on our main roads, and we called in extra support from other departments, water, sewer, parks, and so everybody's kind of pulling together to try to remove the trees from the road. We'll come back and clean up later. Right now the priority is just getting access through the roadways.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the mayor, Stephanie Orman, and her city staff from the city of Bentonville. We're just getting a first inclination or first idea of the damage that took place in Bentonville now. We've been talking about Rogers pretty much all morning long. We can tell you that numerous injuries in Bentonville, power lines and trees down. That seems to be the biggest concern that they have. Or the biggest amount of work that they have are the power lines and the trees.
Right.
Not so much homes being damaged as in Rogers, but they still have people that needed to be gotten out of their homes because of tree limbs blocking driveways or doorways. But it doesn't seem that there was as much home damage in Bentonville as there were, at least listening to them talk, that as there was in Rogers.
Reading between the lines with what the
Yes.
mayor said there, or maybe it was the fire official, they're still doing a grid search.
Right.
A grid search is a methodical way of checking on everyone, search and rescue, if you will. And we heard the same exact thing from Benton County officials. So you just given the widespread nature of the damage, here we are now 6 hours later, and we've still not touched base with everybody potentially
Exactly,
impacted. So while we know of one fatality, we know of multiple injuries, and that's the word that officials are using, multiple. We don't know an exact number, although it sounded like Bentonville has responded to 20 EMS calls, is what the fire official said.
Right, they had a few that had to be transported or taken to the hospital. Not seriously injured, but at least taken to the hospital. So again, the injury part, or the injury aspect of this, doesn't seem as much in Benton County, thankfully, or Bentonville, thankfully, as it does outside of Bentonville outside in the county, including in Rogers. And you mentioned that there has been many injuries, one fatality. That took place, that was reported on the east part of Benton County, out toward the Montenay area. Red Cross has been contacted. They will be in and help set up shelters for those who don't have power, for those who may not have a home to go to because of the damage that has taken place there. The Red Cross will be setting up shelters at some point today, if not today, tomorrow, for folks to stay. Emergency disaster declarations have now started, or have been declared, at least on the county level. That will proceed to the state level, and then presumably to the federal level. And it all has to start on the county level in order to get those funds and those resources brought into the county for the county and the cities to use to help rebuild and clean up and help with those who are injured. Decatur and Rocky Branch area were the hardest hit so far, although there is damage all over Benton County. When we say this was in Benton County, we say what we mean is it was all of Benton County that got some kind of damage with this. If you want to help out, we've talked about this as well. If you want to help out, we know you want to help out. We know that this area, folks love to help their neighbors. What they are asking you to do is to be patient and wait for a way for you to help out is set up. That has to be coordinated and organized in order to make sure your donation gets to the right person, gets to the right agency, and gets to the right area. That may take a few days. So before you go clean out your closets and you want to donate clothes, hang on to that for just a couple of days, hopefully sooner than that, for a way to be established so you can do it in the proper way that makes sense and that is most efficient.
Darren, I'm getting a note from Black Hills Energy. A lot of folks have been wondering, what do we do because we smell gas? Folks have come up to our field crews and asked them that question. Black Hills Energy, look, I'm just going to read this straight from them. Black Hills Energy technicians are currently responding to Benton County, and they are shutting off natural gas service as required for the safety of their customers and the public. If customers smell gas, they're urged to call 911 as well as Black Hills Energy. Their number, we will post this on 5newsonline.com, 888-890-5554. They say, please wait for Black Hills Energy or emergency personnel to arrive before you re-enter the building. Emergency personnel will let you know when it is safe. They're telling us that if you smell gas, they're urging you to leave your home. Their words, immediately.
Right.
Again, that note from Black Hills Energy with regards to the smell of gas. One other note to pass along, we've been focused a lot on Benton County. That's where the worst damage is. A coworker here at the station camping at Withrow Springs, that's going to be in Madison County. Widespread damage there at Withrow Springs at the park. She's sending in some photos and videos. Looks like some large trees toppled over. According to her, at least in her immediate proximity, no injuries to report there.
It's interesting. We saw the SWEPCO map on the power outages, and the number of folks in Benton County, number of customers in Benton County without power is back up to 72,000. I was scanning over looking at Baxter County. There are 27,000 customers in Baxter County. 24,000 customers are without power. So more than 95% math. More than 95% of Baxter County, I know it's not in our area, it's in north central Arkansas, but a lot of folks go there for tourism, fishing, hiking, boating, that sort of thing.
You know, Darren, I'm looking at the map. I don't know if we can pull poweroutage.us up. Literally every county in the northern tier of Arkansas where that one storm, we're talking one supercell. Look at all those power outages as a result of that. I haven't checked in the last 5 minutes, but about 5 minutes ago, I'm checking right now. This storm, Darren, still has a tornado warning on it. Now in the Boot Hill of Missouri, getting ready to move into parts of Tennessee, parts of far northeast Arkansas, north of Blytheville, still under that tornado warning. Same storm that rolled through our neck of the woods real early this morning, about 6 hours ago.
Carroll Electric, about half of their customers in Benton County are without power. SWEPCO has about 16,000. That number hasn't changed hardly at all this morning. Bentonville Light and Water System has about 10,000 customers. For the total is in Benton County still 72,415 customers. So suffice it to say that 80%, 70% of the county, or 50% of the county is still without power in Benton County, and that is made up again of several different utilities, including Carroll Electric, Ozarks Electric, and SWEPCO. They are bringing in folks from all over the state and all over the region, for that matter, to get this power turned back on again as quickly and as safely as they can. All right, I believe we have Jose Carranza. Is he live now again there he is, live from that area west of Decatur. Jose, my goodness, I can tell already that it doesn't look good out there. We may have lost him just. There he is.
Hey there, Darren. Yeah, we're out here in Decatur. Sorry about that. There's the self coverage here is kind of spotty, and so I'm hearing you guys come in and out, but anyways, we're here now further down from the damage where we saw up here on Carlton Drive, and what some of those shots we showed you where there was a car flipped and another car parked next to it, you can see that there were some bricks laid around in a rectangle. That's because on the other side of the road, there was a trailer home that had completely been blown away by whatever storm it came through here from those bricks. So it flipped that car, flipped that home all the way to the other side. And as you can see behind me, this is where there's just a lot more damage. And just to give you an idea of how far away this damage is, we're maybe a football field away from where we originally showed you those homes. And that's still half a mile away from where those trees were taken down. But as you can see, this home back here, there's a barn that's non-existent back there. I saw some horses tied up I guess they've moved up in the ranch, so they're loose now. There's a home right there that you can see inside because it's just been taken apart. But that's a lot of what we're seeing out here is these homes that have either taken, half of the home has been taken apart and just these trees have been stripped. Right now, we're still seeing a lot of the emergency management crews out here with heavy machinery to sort of clear out these roads, because some of these roads are just dirt roads. It's a rural area, and that's what we heard from Miss Patsy earlier, was that these homes, if there was better put, these are all spread out, and for it to be every home to be impacted this way, it's just astonishing what we're seeing out here. There's no words to really put, and these families are left with no words. There's families that initially when they drove up here, they didn't want to talk to us. There's families that have had injuries that have told us, they can't feel their legs anymore, and hopefully, they get the right attention that they need. But it's just astonishing the things we're seeing out here, these trees stripped, and a lot of this was just forested areas. Miss Patsy had told us over there's a holler between some of the properties out here, and there's trees on top of those hills, but it looks like a clear hilltop now with all those trees been taken away by the storm. There's multiple power lines I've had to just, avoid while going through here. It's the other part of this is it's morning now, and as we finally got that view of what really happened, we heard those birds chirping. As I was walking down this mile of road, you could smell all the pine trees that had been torn and uprooted. You could see the balls of roots just on these trees. They had been lifted and just thrown across the street. It's astonishing out here. But yeah, for now, we're going to go ahead and send it back to you, Darren.
All right, Jose, thanks. And just looking at the pictures behind Jose, and now that he's walked out, we can keep that up for a second. I'd still just, the trees look like somebody took a weed eater and for hundreds of yards just clipped the top off of those trees, and that just shows the strength of that tornado that came through that area.
Quite a bit of structure damage. Earlier in this same neighborhood, we also saw a vehicle completely turned upside down, now sitting on its roof. And so the more we look out here with the daylight helping us out, we continue to see just the signs of just how strong this tornado was. There's a good chance a lot of folks are just now waking up and you didn't hear thunder overnight. You slept peacefully all night long. Here's what happened. We had a single supercell move through Delaware, into Benton, and eventually into Carroll, and even parts of Madison counties, and that same supercell tracked all through across North Arkansas overnight, likely producing, at this point, we know of 3 radar-confirmed tornadoes 2 of which were in the Decatur area, and then extensive damage, likely tornado related, in the Rogers community. Bentonville has some damage as well. Uncertain right now whether or not the Bentonville damage was straight line winds or was it also related to a tornado there. There wasn't much else happening. There was one supercell that pulsed up and moved through. We have 1 confirmed fatality, multiple injured in these tornadoes, that according to local officials overnight with these storms. So there's a good reason a lot of folks might just be waking up and curious what in the world happened. 3 tornadoes that we know of based off of radar data. Weather Service will have to come out and assess an EF rating. What we do know, Darren, is we can look at data in real time. And we're going to look at 2 things. We're going to look at how strong are the winds that are rotating within those supercells and how high up in the atmosphere is debris being lofted. You can use those 2 data points to pinpoint or at least give a really good estimate of an EF rating. And we saw indicators of potential EF3 damage. Again, that's not even preliminary. That's an estimate based off of data alone. Weather Service out of Tulsa is going to have to survey the entire length of this storm, the track, and that's going to take them some time.
Oh man, at least a couple of weeks or
before a final rating for sure.
Yeah.
We could have something preliminary late in the day, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not in the coming days. But given this was the only storm, you know, they're not going to have much else to do other than focus on this one storm.
We can tell you that I've been getting messages, and we've got such a great community in the River Valley, and I know if you're waking up in the River Valley and there wasn't, I know you didn't hear anything or didn't experience a lot of what has taken place in Northwest Arkansas. There's a lot of people who are messaging me on we want to help out. We know we don't live up there. We know we don't live, but we still want to help out. And what we need to tell you is we're basically relaying information from Judge Mooring and Robert McGowan and folks who are members of the leadership team of Benton County. Hang on to that want to help out. Be patient. They need your help. They are desperate for your help, just not right now because they are still in that assessment process. Once they get that assessment taken care of and figured out, then there will be a process by which you can follow to help out those in Benton County. And I see Zach out there in a different area now. So Zach, where are you and what are you seeing right now?
We're on Walnut. We are I can see downtown here behind Josh, and we'll pan that way here in a minute. I'm just sitting here thinking about what am I going to say? How am I going to continue to describe what I'm seeing out here? And my heart just breaks. It really is. I've seen national stories like this covered from different communities around the country, hit hard at times from different various weather incidents, but it's different when it hits your community. And you hate to hear about the loss of life and all the injuries out there. And then you just kind of look around and where these storms went through, some of these areas are never going to look the same. They're not going to look the same as we remember them. We've got a lot of trees here in Five Country and in Northwest Arkansas. And the tornado scar, you talk about these storms, they leave scars. The scar will live for a long time with the trees. It's going to look different to a lot of folks when you drive down some of these roads in Rogers, Centerton, Decatur, just other parts of Benton County. When you drive down these areas, the businesses are going to be different. Businesses that you're used to being there aren't going to be there. Businesses like this, all things kindred, took a direct hit. Looks like the front of the storm, the wall caved in. The roof has come off. And this is one of those too, where even just coming here again, one business completely destroyed like this, and then the next one is still standing. The walls are still standing. And that's things too. I know you guys were just talking about survey crews. That's things too that the National Weather Service will be looking at. Scott talking about taking what we see here on the ground and putting that together with the radar. That building's still standing with the brick there. They'll look at how old is that building, how was it built, and then compare it to this building, and figure out why this one caved in this way. And then you have this house right here, tree damage. And if we looked down this street, this is at Walnut and 5th Street, I believe the sign says. Extensive tree damage. Once again, that neighborhood we were in a little earlier, Maple Road, back in there, it's one of those neighborhoods we just can't get into. Power lines are down, they're over our heads. Trees are down. You can only go a few hundred yards in and then you're stuck again. You've got debris hung up here on the power line poles. Cars covered with these limbs. The sun angle may be a little tough here for us, but you can see downtown Rogers, this is where we are. We're just right down the road. And there's trees coming down across. Usually when you're coming into downtown Rogers, you've got these beautiful old trees there on the horizon. Now you've got gaps. There's trees down over there. It looks like, I mean, the way the damage is here on the north side of Walnut, if they're going to put a path of the tornado, which is what we believe at this point, right? And everything's the National Weather Service will tell us everything, what was straight line winds, what was RFD, what was tornado damage. But it's so extensive the further you go there to the north of Walnut. But there's extensive tree damage to the south over there. And those trees are pulled this way. So I feel like, again, the tornado was coming through and it was pulling the debris from south of Walnut to north of Walnut. But again, the landscape here is going to look different. There's a lot of businesses that are like this, and these folks are going to need help. These neighborhoods are going to need help, and so that's what we're doing now. Now we're in recovery mode. Now we're just going to try to get that information out there of how to help people, how to let them know where to go to get the help, and then for all the folks that want to help, and there's a lot of you out there, we're going to continue to try to let you know what areas that hit the hardest and where your efforts can best be used.
Exactly. All right. Zach, thank you so much for that. We'll check back in with Zach as the morning progresses. It's about 10 till 8. We want to update you on what the situation is in Benton County. We do have one fatality, multiple injuries. We don't know how many or to what extent. There is damage all the way from the state line past through Bentonville, through Rogers, and through the eastern part of the county, for that matter. That's where the one fatality took place, was in the eastern part of Benton County. There is damage everywhere. We've got trees down, we've got homes destroyed, businesses destroyed, and it was all from 3 tornadoes that took place this morning. And again, I know we've been talking about this, but just to reiterate, we know you want to help. We're still getting messages from county leadership that please just be patient for just a little bit. They do want to get something set up to make it efficient, to make sure that your donation, whatever you want to donate, goes to the right place. Right. So just be patient with that, especially out of the River Valley. My goodness, there's just all kinds of posts on Facebook from those in the River Valley who want to drive up here and help out. Just hang on, just be patient for a little bit. There will be a way for you to do that. And once that happens, we will let you know. What we want to do now, though, is we've got about, 8 or 9 minutes here. We got to figure out the rest of this weekend.
Sure.
And
Sure.
going into next week, and what kind of weather these folks are going to face as they get cleaned up and start fixing things.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So, very complex storm system, deepening area of low pressure responsible for this. Dry line back off towards the west. The cold front has not moved through yet. The cold front itself is still off to our west. So it's still going to be warm. It's still going to be muggy today. And my mind goes to those folks that don't have power, obviously not going to have air conditioner. Heat index values today likely in the low 90s, even in northwest Arkansas. So there's going to need to be some cooling shelters. There's going to be a need to a place for people to go that are more prone to the elements like that, more sensitive to the elements. today. We don't have any information on where those cooling centers are going to be set up. I suspect, though, we will in the near future, and we will keep you posted. This is going to be 9:30 this morning. We're already in the low 80s in the River Valley, sitting in those upper 70s, lots of humidity. Winds will be breezy today, so if there's any loose limbs, if there's any loose power lines, things dangling, some of these winds could knock things down. So we're going to have to be really careful out there as we start to pick up the pieces and get an idea of what's happening. Here comes that front, slowly but surely working our direction. By 2 o'clock, we're in the 90s. Eventually, northwest Arkansas likely makes it in the upper 80s before that front gets here. This is 4 p.m. today. You're noticing the front itself not kicking up a lot. It's possible that we will see a couple of storms fire up on this front. The chance is relatively low in terms of coverage. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of storms, at least in our neck of the woods. But as that front starts to make a little bit more progress, maybe just off to our east, but of course this is just one model. It only gives us a general idea. You can't take this verbatim. You got to take it with a grain of salt. Could see a couple of storms firing up. This is later this evening. Better odds are that those storms fire up off to our east. Still, though, could see one or two try to make it into our neck of the woods. Again, I don't think there's going to be a lot, and if there are storms that develop, we're talking a large hail potential. That's going to be the primary concern. No one wants to deal with hail anyways, but you definitely don't want to deal with hail when you don't even have a roof over your head, right? Temperatures behind that front are going to turn cooler. The humidity levels are going to drop at least for a couple of days. They're going to go back up. Middle part of next week. But this takes us into 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are going to be comfortable at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Low to mid 60s, got some upper 60s in the River Valley. Dew point values in the 50s, which is dry, really dry, especially for Arkansas. So it's going to feel a little bit better. And then you'll go into Memorial Day. Notice that big drop in temperatures behind the front. Low 80s, low humidity on Monday. We'll have a decent amount of sunshine with us as well. Mostly sunny skies staying with us on Tuesday. But we get into this active weather pattern once more. Let me move my computers off the screen here. We know the 7 days important to a lot of folks. It helps you plan your life. So I'm going to push all my gear out of the way. It's been here for a few hours. Let me get it out of your way. There's a lot going on here, folks. Thank you for your patience with us. Here you go. I'll give you a good view of the 7-day forecast. 30% chance of showers and storms going into the second half of next week, just about every evening. What appears to be taking shape is a very typical late May, early June pattern. It's where you get some high pressure to build in, but we're just on the periphery of that high pressure that we'll get some disturbances to pass through. It's called northwest flow, and it often does result in some overnight into the early morning storm systems. You'll find in the River Valley today, 92 degrees. It's going to be muggy out there as well. Heat index values in the River Valley, likely in the mid to upper 90s this afternoon. That front provides you some relief as well. Keep in mind, it may bring you a storm. It's going to be very stray, isolated in nature. By tomorrow, we'll be back in the upper 80s. Low humidity is going to make it feel pretty decent out there. Winds will be out of the northwest behind this front. That's where that drier air comes from. We only get the nice dry air for a couple of days. By midweek, the humidity starts to increase, but our temperatures likely staying at least in the low 80s Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Largely, that's just due to increase in cloud cover, but the humidity also kind of keeps those temperatures in check as well.
All right, we're going to, just to give you kind of the lay of the land here, for the next few minutes, we're going to wrap up our extensive coverage of this storm system that came through. What you got there?
Hearing from some folks, we've been very focused on Benton County. That's where the worst is, but Madison County also took a hit.
Yes.
I'm hearing from some folks that are out cutting trees right now. Several chicken houses flattened, and we had debris and rotation going through parts of Madison and Carroll County. So there's a large swath of folks impacted by this storm.
And we'll be covering that, obviously, throughout the rest of the day. And so what we're going to do here is, in about a minute, we're going to send you to regular programming. We will update you as best we can, either here on Channel 5 or on our social media platforms, especially on our website at 5newsonline.com. One dead, a number of folks have been injured from this system that came through about 8 hours ago now. that did a lot of damage in Benton County. We've got Red Cross that will be setting up shelters. We'll update you on that. Emergency disaster declarations are forthcoming. We'll update you on that as best we can throughout the rest of today, especially online, and best we can on air as well. So until we come back at you again with some updates, we're going to leave you with some of the damage that we have seen throughout the morning this morning. Stay with us, of course, as we continue to cover this severe weather and this tornado damage from this morning.